What's going on, fans? Man, General Yana here. I want to jump in here right quick with you because this week, as you probably already have heard, the Congressional Black Caucus is proposing a bill on police reform. This bill has some things in it that are on the right direction, but of course, we've been here many times before. So this will be a short one, but I'm gonna go into it real quick. Here's what the one article said: Congressional Democrats rallied Monday around broad police reform legislation, urging President Trump Republicans to rapidly embrace measures aimed to boost law enforcement accountability, changing power of police practices, and curbing racial profile. Right there alone, you know that before they could even get anything passed, they got to bring it before Pharaoh. And right now, they have an unfavorable Pharaoh sitting in the White House. So there's a very excellent chance that for the rest of this year, and if he wins a second election for the next 4.5 years, this will all be a waste of time. They may have an opportunity to look at it 4.5 years from now and countless number of deaths of black people. That's where they're at right now. Let's look into a little more. As Democrats put forward a unified response to the police killings of George Floyd in Minneapolis, which has sparked nationwide protests. Leading members of the party also sought, listen to this part good, to distance themselves from the growing calls from liberal activists to defund the police. Now, wait a minute, these are the black leaders. It's your people, your black leaders sitting there and they want to make legislation, they want to make some reforms, but defunding these police departments is not an option for them. And if you look at the real defunding, okay, they make it sound like defunding means, okay, you're gonna disband all these police departments, which number one, they're not gonna do. But these police departments around the country have armed themselves up as though they're military soldiers. You might as well call them military soldiers. I'm gonna show you a tape about one New Jersey police department that armed itself up with tanks, pretty much tanks. Okay, they armored vehicles, but you might as well call them tanks. Check it out.
Suburban New Jersey law enforcement is acquiring armored vehicles used in Iraq and Afghanistan. Middletown now has an MRAP, which stands for Mine-Resistant Armor-Protected Vehicle, used to protect riding soldiers from exploding IEDs in war zones.
Our policy for this vehicle is to aid people and to protect them. It's not to be used in the offensive manner.
They make it sound like, oh, we're just going to use it for special operations and special things, but it was started in Ferguson, Missouri. That's where they began to start using that type of hardware and rolled that hardware out because they're looking at it constantly as though you are a threat. They're looking at you as a threat. They're looking at your people as a threat. They're constantly looking at you to see if you are the one, if you're going to rise up against them and come against them. Hey, if you like this video, man, and you like the one we've been putting out, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification so we can let you know everything that's going on. Let's get a little bit more, okay? here's some of what the bill talks about doing. The Justice in Policing Act of 2020 would ban the choke chokehold. Banning chokeholds has already been on the books. In police forces all over this country. And here's what they're going to learn, like I mentioned this earlier. More than likely, you'll start hearing about brothers being killed in the police station. They'll tell you that it's, you know, they had a heart attack or they had a stroke or something else, but it'll be the same. Because they are definitely being allowed to harm brothers with no repercussions. But let me get a little bit more. It would establish a national database to track police misconduct and prohibit certain no-knock warrants. Meaning this bill so far is really going to just do absolutely nothing. It's going to do absolutely nothing. It might do something with no-knock warrants, meaning they'll have certain rules that they can't just kick in your door, okay, among other initiatives. Okay, the bill, which was more than 200, which has more than 200 Democratic co-sponsors, contains several provisions that would make it easier to hold officers accountable for misconduct in civil and criminal court, something that they have never been able to do because of certain federal laws, which I mentioned earlier in this tape. There are certain federal laws that do not allow them to bring cases against officers for pretty much for murder. It's on the books that you can murder a brother if you're a police officer, if you reasonably believe that there's some danger to someone else or yourself. And of course, they just come back with it and say, I felt like I was in danger. And so that's why they usually get a pass, okay, in these type of cases. But again, black leaders don't want to defund them. They just want to pass a few initiatives and a few laws that are really already on the books. And the police chokeholds go back to the Rodney King days when the Los Angeles police chief turned around and said that you have to handle black men with a special way because of their neck, something about their neck being too thick or thicker than usual. In other words, he basically was saying, man, we have to lynch him in a certain way because that's exactly all this is. Every one of these guys putting their knee on a brother's neck is about lynching. But let's go on. Check this part out. It says many of the proposals were crafted long ago, meaning past two terms of Obama, past terms of Clinton. They been drafted this stuff and they've been knowing about this stuff. These leaders, black leaders, have known about this stuff for years. They know it, like everything everybody's screaming about, they already know. But having been able to do anything about it, because again, you in the kingdom of Egypt, man. And this is why the Lord have raised up prophets and disciples to separate this from those people, man. Okay. Okay. Let me get a little piece of what Mr. Booker said. Okay, Cory Booker, if you don't know, Democrat from New Jersey. Here's what he said. Quote, there are Republicans who are interested in doing something on this topic, Booker said in an interview with the Washington Post. Booker, I'm not in any way underestimating the challenges we have before us in getting Republicans on this entire bill. And they already know Republicans are not getting on this bill, because this ain't about their economics. This is about saving your lives. So already you looking at $6 months to at least 4.5 years before any of this could even come into play if Trump gets in office again. And it may go further, because again, Biden came out even and said he's not about defunding the police. The world of Caucasian believe that you are a threat. And here's what Mitt Romney said. Now remember, Mitt Romney marched with the protests, okay? And here's what he said. Mitt Romney said, who participated in the protest Sunday was less than enthusiastic about the bill. The fact that there was no effort to contact any of us to have us weigh in on the legislation suggests it's designed to be bit of a message piece as opposed to a real piece of legislation. This is Mitt Romney, okay? And Mitt Romney marched with the protesters. And he said, man, this is just like a really a message piece, meaning they positioning themselves. They posing as though they're gonna get something done. He didn't even looking at it like it's something that can be that you know could actually be done. And once again, with this kind of mind set, the Lord's people just continue to suffer and die. You ask yourself a question: how is it that you able to oppress and kill and murder a people for so many years? It's because of stuff like this. It's because those that we believe have the ability to change everything do not have the ability to change anything. Very little. If anything, they're able to change. They're able to position themselves pose, look good, smile, shine. But not really take up an issue. It must for you if you're going to do anything to protect the lives of Black people, Latino people, you must defund tons of the evil things that they're doing. They're being enriched in these departments to abuse the law. Lord's chosen people. Here's what Biden said. I don't support defunding the police. I support conditioning federal aid to police based on whether or not they meet certain basic standards of decency and honorableness, and in fact, are able to demonstrate they can protect the community. So in other words, if they be nice, I'll give them some money. But I ain't cutting them off. I'm not defunding. I'll put a few provisions in there so that they become nicer about it or make the reports a lot better. But I'm not really going to actually change nothing. This is the lesson we have to learn in this. And this is not a new lesson. Once again, this has gone on for years and years and years, man, when it comes to black people. And it's gone on. In ancient times too. You know I'm going to the scripts on it to bring that part out. Here's what Biden said. Biden supports the urgent need for reform, including funding for public schools, summer programs, and mental health and substance abuse treatments. Separate from funding for policing, so that officers separate. He said, so that officers can focus on the job of policing. So in other words, we're gonna make y'all some parks, man. We're gonna give you some summer parks and some summer programs. We're going to give your children something to do, okay, so that they don't get into too much trouble. But we're not cutting the police off. That's the mindset. That they're working with. This is the mindset that this is going to be the leader of the National Black Caucus. If he wins this election, which means what? Nothing. We'll get done. Absolutely nothing. We'll get done that'll change this situation. When really, this is a situation of oppression. The whole reason that you need parks, the whole reason you want to give after school programs and summer camp programs is because you know that these young people do not have anywhere to go because you don't have any jobs for them. You don't have any jobs. Jobs for them because you maximize your corporations to suck every dollar out of these people. The Lord's chosen people getting every quarter taken from them. When they should be with full power and ability to stand and strengthen themselves. And which is once again, when they lash out, they lashing out to what? Corporations. They're burning down the CVS. They're burning shutting down the auto zone because those businesses should be owned by them, and the funds should be going to them. But there's no discussion of economics on this table so far, except another handout. Another pacifier, another lollipop. So that you don't be too upset. And this will go on and on. They'll just kill you in the police station. Too many cameras on the street, no problem. We'll kill you after the arrest. You resist arrest, we'll get so mad that we'll kill you after. The arrest. Let me get a little more. The bill contains one proposal long sought by civil rights advocates. It would change qualified immunity, and that's the part I was mentioning. Early. Qualified immunity means that they get immunity that shields them from lawsuits. So if they split your damn head open, even if they do it in their own. Rage and anger, they supposedly can say, I have had to do that in the midst of my job. as a police officer, so you can't sue me. And as a result, they just abuse the Lord's chosen people. Captivity, man. Captivity, people. That's what this entails. And it only gets resolved when captivity ends. Christ is going to end this type of captivity. Here's what it says. The legal doctrine that shields officers from lawsuits by lowering the bar for plaintiffs to sue officers for alleged civil rights violations, man. They want to cut it down. That's going to be a hard bill to cut down. Judges is backing that bill up. And of course, why doesn't the average black person know about these things? Because it's not in their interest to tell you about it, because they don't want you to tell them. Take your behind in there and fight tooth and nail to stop these type of things from happening to us. We get a little more. Another section change federal law so that victims of excessive force or other violations need only show that officers recklessly deprive them of their rights. The current statute requires victims it is good. The current statute requires victims to show that officers actually were willful. Now, how can you do that? An officer comes and beats you with a nightstick. How do you prove that his actions were willful as opposed to him believing that it was necessary? Meaning, in other words, for you to prove your case, you're going to have to prove what was in his mind. For you to prove your case that your rights were violated, you're going to have to prove what's in his mind. That's how the law is set up as it is right. Right now. So, of course, you are unable to do that. Of course, you're in a quagmire. You understand? You're in a situation where you can't even show what was in his mind. As a result, as usual, what happens? We get more destroyed. So right now, you can look for many, many more years before anything happens, just like you saw with Eric Gardner several years ago. Fernando Castillo several years ago. Okay, and just like Freddie Gray in Baltimore several years ago, just like Ferguson, man. Okay, and Michael Brown. All of these things happen in increments while these same groups of black leaders and people in power attempt to turn around and legislate their way out of this. When this is an economic issue. This is a issue of slavery. This is an issue of oppression. Okay, George Floyd, if listen to the if George Floyd, if he had spent used a fake $20 bill in that store, which I'm still not convinced. But if he had done that, he would not have to do that if his neighborhood and his community and his people were economically sound. Were economically strong. Our people are the most generous and loving. Loving people on the face of the earth. They demonize us as being. In the violent, evil ones. But our people are the most kind. They're the biggest tippers, the most kindness, the one that'll let you go. You go into some of these so-called Chinese restaurants, and you can't beat 5 cents. Short. And they'd be like, no, 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 a quarter short. You go into black and Latino businesses, not that you should be short. But you go into their businesses and they're far more kind to their own. But yet you're looking at like you're the demon of society. The returning to the Lord is how we fix this, man. Check this out. It would grant subpoena power to Department Civil Rights divisions to conduct pattern and practice investigations. It would just give more money to these civil rights groups for them to conduct pattern. And practice investigations, not arrest these cops, not stop these groups. Not in these maniacs. Running around in secret white supremacist groups. Using that ability to harm and hurt. More of the chosen people of the Lord. Look at for department-wide evidence of bias and misconduct. Which is another joke. Okay, looking for department. Wide, which listen to that part good. So if you got one or two in there, then you can't say it's department wide. You have to have, the majority of them openly with proof that they're all white supremacists. Which is rare that you ever get. You'd have to be trolling. In their Facebook pages to find out which one were and which ones are not, because they almost never discover them in the police station. They discover these white supremacists online, never in the police precinct. And they'll just get wiser to it. The Lord's people need leadership that comes from the Most High. These black politicians, they got their agenda. They got whatever it is they're trying to do. Maybe some of it is good, maybe it's not. The problem is it's in a system that makes it useless. That's why it's been useless this long. Let me read on a little bit more. And it says that it provides grants to state attorneys generals to do the same, meaning attorney generals can do some investigating too. Doesn't mean they'll find the criminals. It'll just mean you'll be able to find out who some of these white supremacists are, and you'll probably be able to throw them out. Office. But will you be? I mean, throw them off the police department. But will you? Get anything actually done? I'm sorry. Sorry to tell you, but no. You won't. Let's get a little more. Legislation also would limit the transfer of military grade equipment to state and local authorities and make lynching a federal crime, which should have been a federal crime since the days of Jim Crow. It should have been a federal crime, but of course, it's not a federal crime because you are not as important as they are to themselves. Okay, and the military grade, which you saw the clip, the military grade stuff is just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous, the military grade equipment. And that was just a small sense. When you go back and look at the footage of Ferguson, they rolled out those kind of armored vehicles. And soldier style gear, and soldier style weapons. It was like a military force out there. Which is what they believe in using against you, which is why it has been. It's basically the same Roman thing. You starve them. Until they rebel, and then you bring in forces to keep them down. Let me go back into an ancient time now, real quick. I'm gonna try to run through these. I'm gonna go back into the ancient times. In the Apocrypha, in the Bible, in the King James Bible, in the Apocrypha. After Alexander's death, he split up his kingdom into 4 parts. Those 4 parts those 4 generals, his top generals, all took a piece of his kingdom. When one of those generals died, by the name of Seleucus, an event took place in our kingdom. See, even with Alexander and all of them, they still could not fully take over our kingdom. They took over parts of our kingdom, but they could not take over. It was still run by our people. They were still somewhat tributaries, and the Romans then began to, of course, extort them, which led to all the riots in 70 AD. These same riots that we are speaking about today, that has gone on today, went on during this time, shortly after Christ's death. And it went on for the same reason. The Romans starved the Lord. Chosen people to death to the point where they rebelled. And in their rebellion, they brought in the military. And then a war ensued, and they ended up destroying all of it. Our people at that time that didn't listen to Christ. This is in the Apocrypha, Second Maccabees. 4th chapter, 7th verse. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus called Epiphanes took the kingdom, he became ruler. Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be high priest. This is just an example of evil leadership. Okay, something that we don't have to realize that we're gonna have to deal with. We have to deal with this evil leadership and raise up the men of the Lord to be a new leadership that could really help and fix the situation that's going on with us. So this brother, Onias, who was an underhanded beast, became, work underhandedly to get himself in power, which is what's done today in churches all day long. Churches are one of the arms of many of these black leaders which lead us in the wrong direction. Let me read more. 8th verse. Promising unto the king by intercession that hundreds and that 300 and three score talents of silver and of another revenue 80 talents. Beside this, he promised to assign 150 more if he might have a license to set him up a place for exercise. And for the training up of youth, important right here. And for the training up of youth in the fashions of the heathens. So this cat was so slick that he said, look, make me the top religious leader among my people. Since you Romans is ruling over us and we tributaries to you, make me the top priest among my people. And if you do so, I will set up a Roman style lifestyle. And in that Roman style lifestyle, I will take the young men and I will fashion them in the way of heathens. I will teach them to be like y'all. And that's exactly what what goes on today, man. Our young black uh, Latino and Native children learn how to not just become educated, but educated in the mindset of our slave master. Educated in a mindset that gravitates them away from their own. Many of our people just look at the rest of their people as ghetto after they turn around and achieve certain heights in this society. They'll turn around and say, you know, that's ghetto and this is ghetto. When they come from that ghetto and they take that position simply because they believe that they have moved on to a higher education. Well, this went on back during the time of Christ. And they looked at it like it was a badge of honor when this guy was a slime ball. Check this out. And to write them of Jerusalem. Jerusalem by the name of Antiochus, meaning to write them means to get their mindset. To have them in the way of Antiochus, to think like him, Antiochians. Okay, to put it right, to make them like him. 10th verse, when the king had granted, he had gotten into his hand the rule he forthwith brought. His own nation to Greekish fashion. You want to understand how we come up out of here? We come out of this Greekish fashion. We come out of the American mindset, man. We come out of this sports and all. That's why the Lord shut it down with the coronavirus. He shut it down with the coronavirus so that you could get ready for that step that he just took with George. Floyd. With George losing his life, now the now our mindset is in the right place to really learn what the Lord is trying to show us, but we better learn it. Because there are those out there who are sitting in power and sitting in seats. And they are determined to make sure that we walk in the vein of the Romans, of the Greeks. Of the heathens, when the Lord wants us to come out of that mindset and to get into the mindset of really serving the Lord, really caring for your brothers and sisters. Really not seeking the greatness of this empire. But really seeking the greatness of Christ's empire. They teach you in church, you seeking the greatness of Christ. Christ's empire, but in essence, you really being taught to be to chase vain lucre, filthy lucre. Vain cash. That's what you really being taught to do. Okay, unbeknownst to many of us, just because you become educated doesn't mean you have to become brain washed in that education. But in many cases, that's what's being done today. Let me read a little bit more, all right? 11th verse. And the royal privileges granted of special favor to the Jews by the means of John the father of Euphomus, who went ambassador to Rome for amity and aid. He took away and putting down the governments which were according to the law. Now that's something. In essence, this brother turned around and went seeking gain from Rome. For aid, funds, this and that, loans. And in doing so, he destroyed the parts of the government that were according to the law of the Most High. He destroyed the Lord's way, which is something to prepare. He brought up new customs against the law. In other words, they wanted to run you out of really your own identity. And that's what they want to do. Today. After all of this, they won't get anything done with that. But you will get plenty of chastisement on how you got to get away from black culture. And in some things you do. Being a criminal to your own people, being a drug dealer, which is nothing more than a witch or a warlock, is against the scriptures. But they'll use those to really rid you of your blackness, of your Latino-ness. Of your nativeness. And that you cannot. Not allowed. That you cannot stand for. Okay. Okay. And I'll stop right there. With that, let me move on to Exodus, because again, even we're going back thousands of years. And once again, that's why the Bible is the greatest book on earth. It's the greatest book on earth because you can go back and examine everything that took place. place in ancient times and learned so much. About the time you're living in. This thing going on with George Floyd and so many other brothers who have died at the feet of these heathens that have done such a horrible thing to the Lord's chosen people of God, that it is you could look at it and examine it and see the pattern and see what's going on. Anyway, Exodus 5:14. This is what many of you know this scripture. One of my favorites. As well. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them. So the taskmasters took a bunch of our people and put us over the mass population. That's exactly who the National Black Caucus is. That is exactly who your reverends are, your imams are, but they have to operate different than they've been operating. Because the way they operate now is not how the Lord wants them to operate. Let me read. on some more. And had set over them were beaten and demanded. Wherefore have you not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today as herefore. So they got on their case that the people would not making the bricks. And of course, they set up the situation so that the people could not make the bricks. They took away the straw and then beat the people at the task. Beat the leaders of the children of Israel, the officers. Beat them after they had taken away the straw and said, yeah, man, what the hell is wrong with you? Why y'all ain't getting your bricks on? And meanwhile, they're saying, well, how could we get our bricks on when you took the straw? Because in other words, they got them up into a trick bag. Let me read on. Exodus 5:15. And the officers of the children of Israel came and cried on the Pharaoh, saying, wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants? '16 verse. There is no straw given unto thy servants. And they say to us, make brick. And behold, thy servants are beaten, but the fault is in thine own people. Once again, these were black leaders. Black leaders who were trying to negotiate with Pharaoh. That's why he said the fault is in thine people, because our people were the ones making the brick. Pharaoh's people were the ones receiving the brick, which is so how it is today. We're the ones laboring in the empire. They're the ones receiving. The benefits in the empire. And these leaders tried for hundreds of years. Remember, Moses came along, the children of Israel had been in captivity almost 400. Years. He had to go on until he was 80. $430 before they got up out of that captivity. activity. So after hundreds of years, these black leaders who were being beat down by Pharaoh was on Pharaoh's case, like, man, why are you doing this? It's your people doing this. And that's exactly what is going on today. They're going to go in there and try to negotiate with Pharaoh and Pharaoh's people. When the issue is with Pharaoh's people. The issue is with them, not with us. But with them. And how does it get resolved? By men of the Lord. If they politicians will try for hundreds of years, they'll keep trying. They get paid well to try. They get paid well to attempt to do these things. But the earnest expectation of the Lord's people is in the disciples of Christ. Christ and turn to the Lord. Then you do that and you will see a change like you've never seen before. You let these brothers wake up to the truth and change. their lives, and you will see something you have never seen before. Let me get some more. Okay, here's what Pharaoh came back and said, which is also what will happen in this empire, and it has already begun happening with jobs like Uber and Lyft, and jobs where you deliver food. They've turned basically brothers and sisters into cab drivers and delivery boys. They just give it sophisticated names, sophisticated apps. And switch it up. But really, that's that you're really being pushed into harder. More menial jobs, and many of which you can't even do full time to receive a decent paycheck. So in essence, they have stepped up the labor. But expecting the same results, not lowering the rents, not lowering the pressure, but expecting the same amounts. Here's what Pharaoh said. But he said, ye are idle. Ye are idle, meaning you don't work. You don't want to hold a job. Therefore, you say, let us go and do sacrifice to the Lord. And because you don't have those jobs, you start serving the Lord. Let me tell you something so deep about this here. Like, black people should seek out the Lord and not just because you go to church. You seek out the Lord the Lord will answer you. And when he answers you, he will tell you to do things you otherwise would not do. And the freer you become, the freer you become from the brutal oppression of an empire, the more you will cry on. To your Father in heaven, and he will fix that situation. situation. Pharaoh saw this. Pharaoh said, man, and you keep crying onto the Lord simply because you're idle. I need to put more burdens and labors on you. Here's what he said in the 18th verse. Go therefore now work, for there shall no straw be given you, and ye shall deliver the tale of bricks. And as you go back all the way back into this story, then all of this was strictly based on oppressing us to keep us a lower class. Meanwhile, the whole time the Egyptians was acting like everybody has an opportunity. You see how great Joseph was. So how can you say that the Egyptian empire was racist when in fact Joseph said they were racist? And that's our misconception today. today, you hear the proponents of liberalism shouting and screaming and and raising a banner that liberalism and unification and all people created equal, and that all of this can be achieved in this. Empire, when in fact it will never be achieved. Will never ever be achieved in this empire, and they'll tout Martin Luther King the way the Egyptians touted Joseph. Egyptians said, look at Joseph. We put Joseph and made him vice president or viceroy in the kingdom. Don't call us racist. We made him viceroy. And it fooled the children of Israel in the thinking, well, they can't all be racist because they brought Joseph. And so they went on and on and on. And then on for 400 years. They got killed and murdered. They didn't work to death for 400 years. until finally the Lord raised up someone who would not listen to that nonsense. And you should not listen to it now. Here we are 400 years later. You should be looking in a different direction. And that direction is into the truth. Let me go on. 19th verse. And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case. They saw that we in trouble, man. These people are turning on us completely. And that is what will happen later as well. Eventually, they'll turn on these black leaders because they'll see that the rest of Black America Latino America, and natives are not listening to them. And as they see that they're not listening to them, they will begin to come down hard on these leaders. They will begin to ignore these leaders. They will begin to put further pressure on the Lord's people. And in many cases, it has worked in the past. It has made us go and grind ourselves to death to make sure that every empire in the world continues to live good and delicious. But the Lord is going to end it. You are living in the time of the end. That's what's about to happen. Let me go back over 19th verse. And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case. And after it was said, "You shall not diminish aught from your bricks." Of your daily tasks. 20th verse. And they met Moses and Aaron, who stood in the way as they came from Pharaoh. Moses and Aaron had went in and spoken to Pharaoh during this time. Remember, they were in there negotiating with Pharaoh about the economics of the poor Hebrews. And Pharaoh solution was you gonna work harder with less resources because this idleness that I see is causing you to call on your God to deliver you from these people. And believe you me, they're going to find plenty of work for us. But it will be the most menial and grinding work you can think of. And it will be you will think it is because, it's tough times when it will be none of those things. It will be simply to keep you oppressed because Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and demanded that they govern themselves, that they demanded that they be freed from the tyrannical reign that he had on them for so long. But the negotiators, the different leaders of our people from back then were furious with that attitude. They were furious that you would have that attitude. Let me go on, next verse. And they said unto them, the look look upon you. God curse you is basically what they were trying to say. And judge, because you have our save you have made our savor to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh. Meaning you made Pharaoh look at us in a bad way. You made savers like the smell, the good smell of food. Like you smell good food. It has a when they say it has a savory flavor or savory smell, meaning it's a good smell. But they're trying to say Pharaoh used to look at us in a good way. But now he's looking at us in a very angry way. And when you see that happen, then you know you've accomplished something. When you see white Republicans and the rest of the empire begin to be angry with the National Black Caucus and be furious, not working together with them, but angry with them. And you're going to know that you are shifting the tides towards the end. You're going to know that we are far more closer to Christ's return. This is an insight for you, man. It's an insight for you to really see the signs to look for on what is the meaning of it. The end of the world. So let me read 21 again. And they said unto them, the Lord look upon you and judge. Because ye have made our savor to be a whore in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants. To put a sword in their hands to slay us. At that time, it was you could get killed because that's how vicious the Egyptians were. And guess what? It's the same today. That's how vicious they've been on killing black people. Black leaders were getting knocked down and beat up and punched in the face and arrested. Reporters, black, Latino, and Native reporters were being arrested and locked up. That's the fury of your slave master. And that's what they were saying to Moses. You're going to get us killed. Trying to do our job with negotiating with Pharaoh and his people. You are interfering with that when it was the Lord's plan to interfere with. Let me read on. 22nd verse. And Moses returned unto the Lord. And said, Lord, wherefore hast thou so entreated? So evilly entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? So Moses, of course, not getting the full grasp of the Lord's program at the time, he began to doubt what is going on here. I went in there to fact Pharaoh, yet Pharaoh put an even heavier burden on the Lord's people. And let me tell you something, the day we pick up on that, the day we learn the lesson that God taught Moses, is the day we begin to truly wake up. Because if you could learn how the Lord went back to Moses and showed Moses that I'm going to free these people. Don't you pay no mind to what Pharaoh did. And then I go on into the story, the 6th chapter and 7th chapter. Don't pay no mind to what he did. I'm going to free these people. You just go and raise them up to be righteous the way I want you to do. And by doing that, you're going to see what I'll do with him. And he, sure enough, he played Pharaoh. We all know the story. And they walked up. Out of it. So that's something new. One last one, real quick. And we'll call it a show on this one. This is First Peter. Peter's New Testament. First Peter's. Peter's speaking diligently. Man of God should be. First Peter's 5:1. Here's what he said. The elders which are among you, I exhort, who have also an elder and a witness of the suffering of Christ. He was there. He saw it. He saw what Christ went through to try to deliver this. these people, and also a partaker of the glory that shall be revealed. It also should be understood. That those same religious leaders are the ones that got Christ killed. It is very important for you to know these things. Because otherwise you will be led to the slaughter. Okay, second verse. Feed the flock of the Lord, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof. And when he say feed the flock, he ain't talking about food. He's talking about education. In the flock on how to serve the Lord. And not be fooled by their taskmasters who negotiate. With Pharaoh. Here's what he said. Not by constraint, but willingness, meaning don't do it by with pressure. Don't do it with force, but willingly. Be willing to do this. For. Not for filthy lucre. Don't do it for the money. But for but of a ready mind, because That's what your religious leaders do. They do it by constraint. They do it with, holding back. They do it with, with feathers on their hands. And they do it not willingly. They do it almost with a hatred of their own people. I'm not saying anybody specific in the National Black Caucus, but as Black leaders in general, especially religious leaders. And of course, it says not for filthy lucre. We know what the teachings in church are. The teachings in church are have long left serving teaching about God and are now teaching about prosperity. And it's so amazing. And it's such a good tool when you want to oppress people. When you starving people to death, it is such an excellent tool to have your religious leaders teach that somehow, some way, through a miracle, they're going to get some money to deal with all their suffering and their pain. It is such a hustle that will last for years to come, because those people will constantly believe that some day somehow a miracle will happen and they will get a piece of what you've been receiving. In this kingdom, when in fact you are sitting over them as a religious leader, getting rich off of them, and they have no prospect of prosperity, because you, as the religious leader, and your politicians who are over you, have no plan to ever change their economic situation. Even in the wake of this, George Floyd, the focus should not be on the police department. Those white supremacists wouldn't have a job if black people owned all the businesses, if black people employed all the people in their cities, if black people sat down and made all the laws because they have all the economics, because they run all the businesses, it would change. Change their education and all of that. But instead, you want to pass a few pat on the back laws to make everybody feel good by giving a smack on the wrist to the police departments for one of or four of their white supremacists. When they're the smaller of the bigger problem. The bigger problem is you refuse to go to Pharaoh and break the chains off of the Lord's chosen people, man. Or if not, go directly to the people and say, this is what we should do to change the economy. You barely have ever even used your old school method by Martin Luther King himself. Martin Luther King boycotted the buses. You feared the boycott. AutoZone or Walgreens or writing. You don't dare do it because, of course, you know that your slave master will defund and remove you from your seat. When that was a small tool used by Martin Luther King. In the past that could have done so much more. For you in economically these days, but instead don't worry, Joe Biden will build some parks. And some after school programs and some summer camps. And everything will be fine. Everything will be wonderful, man. So that's it for me, fam. I'm out. Here, man. I'll see y'all on the next one. Y'all stay strong. See you live. Join me live every Monday night, 9 p.m. We do it up. Every Monday night. New videos every Wednesday and every Saturday. Check me out on this very same channel. Community posts several times a week. Let's stay in touch. Tell me what you think. Give me your comments, especially give me your comments. If you disagree. You disagree with what I'm saying, and you feel like something can actually be done through this method. I want to hear from you. Let's talk about it. And if you disagree, my usual people, please let me know and let everybody else know that you agree with me and you know that that is not the route. Let's get the doc. Dialogue going. I'll see y'all on the next one, y'all. Shalom. I want you to stay strong in the spirit of the Lord. Hey, listen, if you like this tape, hit the like button and share it, man. Hit the share button. Share everybody. Everybody share it to their own personal Facebook accounts. Share this video, man, to wake up brothers and sisters all over this earth. Hit the like button. Check me out Monday night. I'm live every month.
Monday night. I bring the heavy hitters in. We do it up live right on this same channel. I'll see you then.
The scripture said 2/3 of us are gonna die here. You know what I mean? And we real close to this World War III. We in it deep. I love it every day. I love it every day. I felt like a soldier floating on the river. Now I feel like a soldier standing on my goddamn feet. That's how I feel now. You know what I'm saying?
Come. It says, nay, these robbers gaped for want and ran about stumbling and staggering along.
They gaped for want. Who got something? What's going on? Just like we doing out here. And a want for what?
So like a gape and a want and ran about stumbling and staggering along like mad dogs.
Like mad dogs over a crumb. That means you lost something. That means your body got the best of you. That means the discipline you're supposed to have to marshal your spirit, to fight for your king, to actually succeed, you lost it. You let it go, you lost it. You in this truth, the scripture said when you come in this truth, prepare yourself for temptation, man. You understand? You got to stay on this truth. You got to get obsessive with this truth, man. You got to make a decision in your mind. First of all, don't even come to work for Christ. Don't come serve Christ and you ain't made up your mind. You know what kind of boss you got? Come on, man. You run up there talking about you gonna serve Christ. You ain't made up your mind. You still wondering if you should get the PS5 or pay your tithe. You playing, man. Don't be playing with him. He ain't got cat. Make your mind up. I made mine up a long time ago. Y'all heard me tell the story many times. I went down there in Harlem, man. Cat told me, ask me any question you ever wanted. I said, good, because I got some questions for you. He answered all them questions for me. I knew I had found the truth. I said, then I was in a jam because it was like, oh, snap. I found it. Now what I'm going to do? I had to go home that night. You know what I mean? And I used to be battling all the time with my ribs mother, who was a staunch Christian. She would always, I didn't know nothing. So she could always get me. I'd be standing in the window. She ripping me. Pop, 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 pop. I ain't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? And vexing me, she tearing my ass up. Because you're supposed to be doing this. You know a Christian woman. She had the big flying saucer hat. I was jammed up. She was like a gangster on me. I think about it now. This was, excuse me. She was like a gangster. She was like Don Corleone, because you supposed to. You know what I'm saying? And here I am. I'm jammed up to one day, man. I'm sitting in the window, man. Because I halfway ain't believe in God, no way, coming up before. And I'm sitting in the window. I'm vexed as hell. She in my ear. And I just turned to the window. I looked out that window and I said, man, if you real, man, show me you real, man, and I'll follow you for the rest of my life. I ain't gonna tell you what happened next, but you see I'm here, ain't I? I'm through with it. You know what I'm saying? Damn right. That's what's real. Let's keep going.
Come. And reeling against the doors of the houses like drunken men.
Banging on your door, railing against the doors, trying to get in, just out of their mind because they weak spiritually. They weak, they can't fight. They can't fight that. They got to have that food or they're going to die. Brother, get your mind right because you about to rule the world. You know what I'm saying? Nations are going to be wondering where y'all get this knowledge from. How do you get this? What did you dig up? How is it you know how to do this? Why you dress the way you do? They ask these on small levels. Wait till they see you in your full power. The scripture said they stood upon their feet, a great and exceeding army, and fear fell on these nations. I can't wait for that. Ooh, I can't wait for that. I cannot wait for that, man. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody know black men, Latino men, you supposed to be the one running the show. That little dweeb is only in power because the Lord put him in power. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. He ain't even a real whole man. You know what I'm saying? Please, let's go.
Khan. They would also.
Nobody had their hand up, right? We good? All right, I'm running. I'm speeding up. Go ahead.
Khan. They would also, in the great distress they were in, rush into the very same houses 2 or 3 times in one and the same day.
Robbery gonna go on a whole nother level. They was kicking in doors 2-3 times a day. Keep going.
Moreover, their hunger was so intolerable that it obliged them to chew everything.
Chew everything. If you just see, even if it wasn't, chew everything. Go ahead.
While they gathered such things as the most sordid animals would not touch.
Even the animals wouldn't touch the things that they would touch. Dead carcasses, dead rats, whatever. If it was some dirt in the corner of the room, they go get it, ball it up, chew it to see if there's anything in it they can get out of it. That's how bad they was. They had lost their spirit, man. They had lost their spirit. That's how it was up there in Jerusalem. And brother, this feels a lot like this. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but it sure feels like they killing us slowly. They've already, everything we reading about that these brothers did, we reading about it right now, right or wrong. Brothers is doing the same crime. Hey, what's up, brother? Brothers doing the same crime. Brothers doing all, the same thing. It just ain't hit this level yet. But right now, they robbing grocery stores. They doing all that. And Christ, the King, said, it'll be a time of trouble that has never been since a nation. I didn't say it. He said it. So if I'm a soldier, if I'm a warrior, I got to at least strategize the possibility and understand the mission that I got to help my nation. I got to at least understand it. And I'm not gonna lie to myself and sugarcoat it and make it sweet. Give me more.
Khan. And endured to eat them, nor did they at length abstain from girdles and shoes.
Somebody give me a girdle. I know Nyathak got a leather girdle in here. Somebody please give me a girdle. Somebody got a girdle? What am I saying? I got an armband right here. Come on. I'm gonna see who's gonna take a bite of this right here. Who's gonna have the heart to sample this joint right here? There it is. There it is. Ate they armbands out, ate they girdles, they belts, ate them. That's hell. And this actually ain't the worst, because this is at least it's a skin from an animal. But they did way worse than that. Come on with it.
Khan. And the very leather which belonged to their shields, they pulled off and gnawed.
Because the shields back then had leather on them. They pulled off that leather and gnawed on that leather, man, to survive. They was broken. And it is why Christ is raising you up now so that you don't get broken. Understand this. Everything we reading about took place because we turned on each other.
Right.
Remember, we read earlier that it happened because we started disputing against one another. That's why it happened. So here we are. We fighting. If you fighting other brothers, understand that you're doing something very dangerous to you and your whole nation. If you in conflicts and beefs with brothers over carnal things, brother, you got a demon on you. You understand? Nothing is worth breaking your brotherhood for. Nothing. You understand? Matter of fact, give me the scripture where Paul said, why won't you take load? Come on with it, Abraham. Somebody pull that for me. Somebody pull that scripture. All right? No, you stick with me because we're going to keep reading. Somebody pull that scripture for me. This is a powerful scripture that Paul gave us for these times. Our brotherhood is everything, man. That's right. You know what I'm saying? What took down the Panthers? Traitors. Keep going.
Khan. The very wisp of old hay became food to some, and some gathered up fibers and sold a very small weight of them for 4 attic. Drachma?
Drachmas. Meaning they would sew up a little piece of fabric, sell it for what they call a drachma, which is a small amount of money, and then take that money and try to buy something to eat. Go ahead.
Khan.
So that was the only kind of work you was going to get. You had to sew up a little fabric or something to whoever, I guess, had a little bit more. Go ahead.
Khan. But why should I describe the shameless impudence that the famine brought on men in their eating inanimate things?
Right.
While I am going to relate a matter of fact, the like which no history relates, either among the Greeks or barbarians.
Meaning, I'm gonna give you another piece of this history that nobody would write about. Nobody, and that's another thing. That's why they wiping out the history on slavery. Don't nobody want you to know everything that happened. You think they want you to know all the evil things that they did to us and what we suffered? Of course not. And that's what Josephus is saying. He said, I'm gonna break down something else that's even worse, that nobody would put this in the history books because they don't want you to never know what was done to you. Go ahead,
Con. It is a horrible to speak of it, and incredible when heard.
And incredible when heard. Come on.
I had indeed willingly omitted this calamity of ours, that I might not seem to deliver what is so portentous to posterity.
Right. He said, I myself tried to eliminate it. I was going to try to eliminate it just to not demoralize everybody when they heard it. I tried to not let it come out. Go ahead.
But that I have innumerable witness to it in my own age.
Go ahead.
And besides, my country would have had little reason to thank me for suppressing the miseries that she underwent at this time.
Because Josephus took it on himself to play the role of a historian and to make sure that everybody had just what it is that they had to have in the history. So he said, man, if I eliminate this, my people are going to be mad with me for eliminating it. They're going to say, you ain't do the right thing. So I'm going to bring this thing out. Read on.
Come. Now there was a certain woman that went, that dwelt beyond Jordan.
Right.
Her name was Mary.
Go ahead.
Her father was Eleazar of the village Bethzub.
Go ahead.
Which signifies the house of Hyssop.
So she was like a prominent sister. She had a little money, a little wealth, a little power. She was living beyond Jordan. So she was really living in the last of the Syrian Empire. So she probably didn't leave with everybody else because, of course, she had a little bit more. But now that the whole place was being taken over by the Romans, she had to head back over to her land. And that's where she got stuck at when this war started to break out. Go ahead,
Come. She was eminent for her family and her wealth, and had fled away to Jerusalem with the rest of the multitude, and was with them besieged therein at this time.
Right. So she fled with them back to Jerusalem and then got caught up into this siege. Go ahead.
The other effects of this woman have been already seized upon.
They stole everything she had. She came back, they had already stole everything she had. Go ahead.
Such I mean as she had brought with her out of Perea and removed to the city. What she had treasured up, besides, as also what food she had contrived to save, had also been carried off by the rapacious guards, who came every day running unto her house for that purpose.
Meaning they came every day, stole her food, stole everything she had, all her jewels and everything she brought. They came and wiped her the hell out. They would come every day and try to get more and more and more from her. Go ahead.
This put the poor woman into a very great passion.
Come on.
And by the frequent reproaches and preaches she cast at the rapacious villains, she had provoked them to anger against her.
Right. They in other words, this is so us. What I'm about to read, what I'm about to break down right here is so us. They hated her more because they was getting something from her every day. Now tell me that ain't us. That's right. They hated her more. They was more angry at her because every day they was able to get something from her. They hated her more than the people who had nothing and they couldn't get nothing from. They were more angry with her. Tell me that is not us. That is not us. We curse the Chinese man out every day. And every day we back there for 4 chicken wings and fried rice. Right. Every week. Right. Y'all got more spit in that wonton soup than you ever could imagine. Read.
God.
I didn't mean to mess up y'all meal.
But none of them, either out of the indignation she had raised against herself, or out of the commiseration of her case.
The commiseration, meaning she don't know which one took it too far for her. But this is the point where she was at her breaking point in this siege. Go ahead.
Would take away her life. And if she found any food, she perceived her labors were for others.
Right. She recognized that if I find any food, they're going to come and take it from me anyway. Go ahead.
And not for herself.
That's right.
And it was now become impossible for her anyway to find any more food, while the famine pierced through her very bowels and marrow. While also, when also her passion was fired to a degree beyond the famine itself.
Right. Meaning beyond the famine, she was infuriated at the whole state of that we were as a people. She was, furious over it, and it broke her. But go ahead.
Nor did she consult with anything but with her passion and the necessity she was in.
That's right.
She then attempted a most unnatural thing, and snatching up her son, who was a child sucking at her breast.
This was a baby. She snatched this baby up off the ground. And here's what she said. This is a broken woman. This is a woman here that gets broken when men don't have the strength to raise and fight for their nation. Go.
Oh, thou miserable infant, for whom shall I preserve thee in this war?
She turned on her own baby, like, you miserable infant. Meanwhile, this is the baby she loved. Go ahead.
This famine and this sedition.
Listen, understand something. Understand something on another level. That's you in this captivity. That's you when you lose that job. That's you when you can't pay your rent. That's you when your utilities back up. You become prone to turning on the people that care for you. That's the fight you got to fight. Now you become like this oppression is designed to move you to turn against your own. That's why we hate each other in the hood. We both suffering in the hood. We both catching hell in the hood. So we hate each other in the hood. When you gotta fight against that spirit. You gotta look at that demon and be like, I'm not gonna turn on the brotherhood over this. Go ahead.
As to war with the Romans, if they preserve our lives, we must be slaves. This famine also will destroy us.
You see what she said? If we preserve our life, if we live, we're going to be slaves, which is what happened. Look at us today. We lived, we got through it. We starving and in poverty and in hell, but we lived through it. But guess what? What are we? Slaves. That's right. Like, brother, slavery is the worst thing could ever happen to you, which is why them brothers fought the way they did. But these brothers who should have been fighting with them, let their pain of starvation turn against their own nation and gave Romans the way to come in and wipe us the hell out. Time and time and time again, our king requires us to truly be down with each other. Right. And when damn right. And when we are not, we are victims to every demon in hell. Okay? The average black man can't walk down the street with another black man coming towards him without both of them thinking to themselves, let me size this cat up. It's very difficult, but it is something you got to accomplish if you want to raise up Christ's kingdom. And if you don't, you're gonna lose it anyway. Give me some more. I'm going over a little bit as them plates coming out. We'll stop soon, y'all. Go ahead. I got to get this, and then Q, pull me up the Maccabees and the Apocrypha. Go ahead.
Even before that slavery came upon us, even before that slavery comes upon us, yet are these seditions rogues more terrible than both the other.
Go ahead.
Come on, be thou my food, and be thou a fury to these seditious varlets and a byword to the world.
Like a woman back then, her natural spirit is to serve a man. So this woman is still in the spirit of trying to serve these wicked ass men. She's still trying to, even though they took everything she got, vexed her to the end, she's still trying to serve them. But even in serving them, she just go to the limit of extreme pain. Read on.
Which is all that is now wanting to complete the calamities of us Jews.
Right. To complete the calamities, let's go on and eat our babies. Go ahead.
As soon as she had said this, she slew her son.
She killed the baby. Go ahead.
And then roasted him and ate the one half of him.
Brother,
and kept...
you got to have lost your mind. So killing him is one. Roasting him is another. Eating half of him is beyond the pale. That's what happened to us. That's what happened to us. And listen, That is the spirit of the people that's ruling over you, whom you love so much, whom you want to have blonde hair like them, who you want to be part of their world, who you love their money so much, who you want to be a part of their sports and and everything else that has to do with them. I want to see the end of them and the beginning of Christ's kingdom. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, I ain't done yet. Y'all got to bear with me a little long for the tape's sake. All right. Let's get the food out. Keep going. A little bit longer, y'all.
And kept the other half by her concealed.
Kept the other half of the baby right near her. Come on.
Upon this, the seditious came in presently, and smelling the horrid scent of this food, they threatened her that they would cut her throat immediately if she did not show them what food she had gotten ready.
They said they'd kill her if she didn't bring it out. Go ahead.
She replied that she had saved a very fine portion of it for them, and withal uncovered what was left of her son.
She uncovered the boy in front of her. I saved y'all a good part. Y'all ready? Here we go. Boop. Go ahead.
Hereupon they were seized with a horror and amazement of mind.
Like it snapped them out of the madness they was in. It was so horrific that they was shocked. Even them, they was ravenous a minute ago. When they saw this half a baby roasted, prepared for them to eat, they snapped out of it. That's what it had to take. And a lot of that is what it's going to have to take for us to snap out of it. If you don't turn back to the king and do his bid, then yes, you're going to get strung out on drugs. And you're going to need to get strung out on drugs so you could be destroyed to the point that you snap out of it. Yes, you're going to jail. Yes, you're going to see horrors in prison. Yes, you're going to go through all of that. Why? Because that's what it takes for you to snap out of it. We have to serve our king. If we do not, then this is our fate. If we don't carry out this brotherhood he prescribed for us, then believe you me, whatever they planning for us, whatever is happening to this kingdom, whatever destruction is on its way, you can best believe you're going to get crushed underneath it. Be wise and let that not happen to us. I'm gonna give me a little bit more. All right.
And
sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to finish this out. Go ahead.
And stood astonished at the sight when she said to them, "This is mine own son."
They were shocked. Go ahead.
And what have been done was mine own doing.
Go ahead.
Come eat of this food, for I have eaten of it myself. Do not ye pretend to be either more tender than a woman or more compassionate than a mother, but if you be so scrupulous and do abominate this my sacrifice, as I have eaten the one half, let the rest be reserved for me also. After which those men went out trembling, being never so much affrighted at anything as they were at this, and with some difficulty they left the rest of that meat to the mother.
They said with some difficulty. They still was like, we should eat it, man. We should still eat it, man. And they was like, hell no, we ain't eating that baby. Man, I'm telling you, man, we don't know when we're going to get our next meal. They had lost their mind. That's our brothers out there. And if you don't hold strong, they definitely are not going to hold strong.
Right.
Like, you want to know how serious your job and big your job is? You had got to learn from your forefathers, these Hashmoneans, man. Okay, these Maccabean brothers. Go ahead, finishing it up, y'all. Almost done. Come on.
Upon which the whole city was full of horror.
Everybody heard about this, and they was in an uproar. Go ahead.
And while everybody laid this miserable case before their own eyes, they trembled, as if this unheard of action had been done by themselves.
Right. Go ahead. Like they felt it like it was them. Why? Because they was all running around the city, running after the meat too. So when this happened, it was like, what have we been doing? It's like you snap out of it when you going totally into the left-hand side. Go ahead.
So those that were thus distressed by the famine were very desirous to die. And those already dead were esteemed happy.
Go ahead.
Because they had not lived long enough either to hear or see such misery.
Come on.
Verse 5. This sad instance was quickly told to the Romans.
The Romans heard about it. Here's what they said. Read.
Some of who could not believe it.
Some of them but did say, that's not true. That ain't never happened. It happened. Go ahead.
And others
That's
pitied.
why cops committing suicide now. Them cops seeing the hell that's going on in our hoods, and they kill themselves. They put a gun in their mouth after a while because of the horrors that they went through. Some tons of sisters who work for what they call it down here, DHS, Child Services. They see what happened to them kids. Them sisters can't even stay on them jobs because of the horrors that's happening to these babies. It's bad. I used to drive when I was a kid. I used to drive for them sisters, and they'd come in the car broken apart, coming and find 2 kids tied up on a roof somewhere. You know what I mean? And you could imagine what happened to them. And they put them in the car, and sister bawling, you know what I'm saying, all the way to the hospital with these 2 babies, and the babies in there asking, where we going? Where we going? And she can't even answer them because she's so distraught. That's us. This is our world. This is what happened when we turned our back on the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. But strong brothers like these Maccabean brothers that had some damn heart, brothers that cared about the spiritual things more than the physical things, and got the physical things because they believed in the spiritual things. That's who we are. That's the real us. And that's what we got to put back in us. And we can't trade it for nobody, man. You understand? I'm going to finish it up. I'm sorry, y'all. Bear with me. All right? I'm coming on. I'm going to give me about 10 more minutes. Go ahead.
Come. And others pitied the distress which the Jews were under.
Others pitied us. Other nations heard about it. Other people outside said, man, they in hell. Like you hear about today. You be able to speak and some white woman kiss your boots because she feel bad for what happened. She know about what happened. She in some agency or some way, she hear about what we suffered, and now she ready to kiss the boots. They was upset. Go ahead.
Come. But there were many of them who were hereby induced to a more bitter hatred than ordinary against our nation.
Of course them niggas did it. They niggas, ain't they? Of course. I don't expect nothing else. You understand? That's always going on nothing. They disgusting. They ain't got no morals. They this, they that. Meanwhile, they the ones causing. Right. But to them, it's a more bitter hatred. That's your cop that pulls you over. He mad at you for what? Because you in poverty and you in hell. He mad at you. He's so full of, let me see your license and registration. You such a problem when he's the one ruling over you. Right. He choking you to death. You selling Lucy's on the corner. Another crime. You niggas always doing it. What did that Zimmerman bastard say? They always get away with it. Meanwhile, they ruling the whole goddamn world. Some were induced to a more hatred. Read.
But for Caesar, he excused himself before God.
When it got to Caesar, guess what he did? He excused himself before God. Here's what he said. Go.
As to this matter, and said that he had proposed peace and liberty to the Jews.
I said to be peaceful. I said let's come together, but they ain't want to listen.
Right.
It ain't my fault. What did they say to you today? At some point, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Right. You got to stop blaming the white man for your problems. You this, you that. That's what he did. That's why you need your records, man. Yeah. You need your records. You need your history. You need to stop listening to these fools out here. Don't care how bad it make you feel. Get the real story from your record. Your people had it for you. You understand? Go ahead.
No,
let's stop right there real quick. Y'all know I got to read a couple of lines of the Maccabees and we out. All right? Come on with it, Q. Matter of fact, you got your pocketbook with you? Pull it up for me. I'm going to read a little bit of this and we done. We getting out these chairs. Is the food moving? I don't see no sisters eating. I don't hardly see no brothers eating. Hell. Huh? No. Whatever way you doing, as long as we getting it out the door.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Come.
Last bit, y'all.
This is the book of 1 Maccabees, chapter 4, verse 41. Then Judas appointed certain men to fight against those.
Wait, first give me what happened when the Greeks showed up. And he went and took them to the mountains. Then give me, I just want that little part, and then the very end when we went to rededicate the temple after we kicked the Greeks behind. Let's first just take a quick look at what happened that got us into this in the first place, which is always what gets us into it. The only reason we ever fall is because some nation knows that you will be a good slave to them. That's all. It ain't, all this politics and all this. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. All it got to do with is they want you to be a slave and they want to rule over you. That's it. That's it. Everything else is a smoke screen. Go ahead, Doc.
Come on. Yeah, verse 3, sir.
Try it.
Come on. This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 23.
If you could get me, Q, come on with it. If you could get me where the one cat said, let us go on to the Romans to the Greeks before, but since we left them, we have had no prosperity. Give me that verse. Give me that verse. I'm going to read about 3 lines of that, and then I'm going to go to the end of the ceremony, and we'll wrap it up on the tape, all right? Let's go. Like, we got to hold our nation together, man. We got to hold it together and bring all our brothers and sisters into it. We got to add our culture to ourselves, man, and make ourselves great again. Make ourselves the people of God again. You got it? Whoever got it, pass it to me. Go ahead. First Maccabees 1:13, hit that.
It's the book of First Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 13.
Like we let the spirit of a warrior come out of us when it comes to doing evil or doing crime. Some brothers, man, that do crime is some of the coldest, baddest dudes you ever met. And they comfortable being a criminal. But you know what we never let come out? We never let that same spirit come out when it comes to fighting for our righteousness. Because subconsciously, it's even more unacceptable. Like they pumping rap music into the ether all the time. So it's comfortable to act like a gangster and want to put on that spirit. But they ain't pumping out no spirit of a righteous man at all. So when you put that spirit on, it feels like it ain't as comfortable. It's damn near like you looking for permission to be it. I'm giving you permission. Be that warrior. Come on with it. Damn right. Damn right. All right. Finish me up.
Come on, the book of First Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 13.
Go ahead.
Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinance of the heathen.
Because he was already coming up against us. He was already saying, y'all got to leave y'all laws. We all should be one. Same philosophy as America. They've been saying this since the Greeks. Y'all got to be together as one. We got to all leave our religions, man. We got to be together as one. And then some of them saw it as an opportunity. Some of them saw it like, oh, okay. That means we ain't got to listen to the Levites no more. Because the Romans said we could do this and we could do that, which is once again another tool to destroy us. You understand? These laws in this society, forget about it. Wipe us out. Go ahead.
Come on, verse 14. Whereupon they built a place of exercise.
Brother mentioned it early. They started building gymnasium workouts to get stronger to fight for the Romans. Go ahead.
At Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen.
Now jump to me to the part where they came and called Mattathias to come down. Can you get that part? Where they called him to come down and to worship, and he refused. You got it? Call it out. Whoever get it first, call it out. Then somebody get me the part when we actually dedicated the temple, and I'm done.
So I got First Maccabees 2 and 14. It says, then Mattathias and his son rent their clothes.
Go above it. Go above it.
Come on, sir. The book of First Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 7. He said, woe is me. Wherefore was I born to see this misery of my people and the holy city and to dwell there.
Brother, I love that scripture. I love that scripture, man. He was like, man, wherefore was I born to see this, man? Like, that's a real cold killer right there. Right. He was like, why was I even born to see my city and my people destroyed? Brother, that you got to put that in your chest. You got to take a spoonful of that like it's cough medicine and swallow it down. You got to have it in your chest that you got to hate the condition of your people. You got to hate what has happened to us here. You got to hate every Uncle Tom that has sold us out and destroyed us and belittled us and wiped us out. You understand? You got to hate what Michael Jackson became. You know what I'm saying? Here's a boy that never became a man. That became instead a white girl. and then put him in the Wonderland, the Neverland. Made him a white girl and put him in the Neverland. You're supposed to be mad as hell behind that. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not supposed to like that, man. Come on, finish me up.
When it was delivered into the hand of the enemy and the sanctuary in the hand of strangers.
It was given to the strangers, man, to them. That's what's going on in Jerusalem right now. It's in the hand of the strangers. Come on.
Verse 8. Her temple has become as a man without glory.
Right. That's us. We're like a man with no glory. Go ahead.
Verse 9. Her glorious vessels are carried away into captivity. Her infants are slain in the streets. Her young men with the sword of the enemy.
Speed me up to when they told them, come and make the sacrifice. Can you get that? Speed it up to that part. Anybody? And somebody get the part when they went back to dedicate the temple. Unless that was that part. Give me those two parts. And we finished. He saw it. He saw it and he hated it. He said, why was I born for this, man? And you should see it too. You should see the homeless. Don't just go by the homeless, but see them. You should look at them. Look at them. Look at the number of them. Look at the condition of them and wonder about it. This is a normal person that ended up in this situation. How? This wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, we done been brainwashed to think the homeless is something special wrong with them. No, they you and me. But they in this situation. Why? How? What happened? What was done? This is your nation. You're supposed to be concerned. You got it for me?
Go
ahead.
First Maccabees 2:23. Now when he had left speaking these words, there came one of the Jews in the sight of all to sacrifice on the altar.
Wait a minute. Go back. Is right before that when they asked him to sacrifice? Is going down? 17, come and bring it down.
The book of First Maccabees chapter 2 verse 17.
And to water for y'all patience, y'all. One or two more lines will be done. Go ahead.
Then answered the king's officers and said to Mattathias,
if y'all cold, we can shut the door too. No takers. Go.
On this wise, thou art a ruler and an honorable and great man in this city.
They went to him and tried to gas him up. You honorable, man. You great. You Michael Jordan. You Jay-Z. You this and this. Go ahead.
And strengthened with sons and brethren.
Jay-Z, when the brothers protested for the brothers that was getting killed by the cops, that bastard went down there and said, let's let it all go, basically, so we can get back to football. You know what I'm saying? Over them. He's this piece of garbage right here. Go ahead. But we love him. Like that sounds strange to some of you, because we love him so much. But this cat sold us all the way out. Cats was on the knee. The NFL was in hell. They didn't know what to do, and went and got this sellout to go run up in there and pretend like all this is over. And he did exactly what he was commissioned to do and ran everybody back, ended it and got everybody back in the damn football. Damn it to hell. You understand? Go ahead,
Verse 18. Now therefore come thou first and fulfill the king's commandments, like as all the heathen have done.
Right. Come now and join us. Fulfill the king's command. I ain't saying you can't watch football. No, man, I see brothers looking at me like, you can't watch no football no more. You watch all the football you want. I am not watching with you. But there's nothing lawful. There's nothing wrong with you watching no football. I'm pointing out, watch the football, but don't be a slave under the football. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, don't be appalled when you see Michael Jordan floating in the air or LeBron James hitting that three-pointer. Be appalled at the idea that these bastards are able to use the bloodline of Jesus Christ to make millions. They're using the bloodline of Jesus Christ to make a mint for themselves while you starve in the streets. Like, be angry for that and still enjoy the jump shot. Damn right. Come on with it.
God. Like as all the heathen have done, yea, and the men of Judah also, and such as remain at Jerusalem. So shalt thou in thy house be in the number of thy king's friends, and thou
Right, you're gonna be loved by the king. You're gonna get wealth. You're gonna get power. You don't sell your soul for that, man. Don't do that. You know what I mean? And that's why LeBron stirred it up. And I heard he stirred up something else walking out on the field with his son. And guess what? Guess who called him up and told him to stop protesting? It was Obama. Obama called him up and said, "You guys, it's time to stop now. It's time to stop." And he got up off of the thing after that. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, Doc.
Khan. And thy children shall
And
be
guess
honored.
what? Guess what? Since that happened, you still dying in the street. Finish it.
Khan. And thy children shall be honored with silver and gold and many rewards. Verse 19. Then Mattathias answered and spake with a loud voice, though all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey him and fall away every one from the religion of their fathers and give consent to his commandments. Verse 20. Yet will I and my sons and my brethren walk in the covenant of our fathers.
He stuck to our covenant, brother. We stuck to what we stuck to. Go ahead.
Khan, verse 21. God forbid that we should forsake the law and the ordinances. Verse 22. We will not hearken to the king's words to go from our religion, either on the right hand or the left.
Go ahead.
Verse 23. Now when he had left speaking these words, there came one of the Jews in the sight of all to sacrifice on the altar, which is at Modin.
That's us. Later for that nigga, man. I don't bow to no nigga. Later for him. And went up there to do sacrifice on the altar right after he made the speech. So defiant of the Most High and so willing to sell his soul out, you understand, to the heathen. And that a man like that should not be praised. A man like that should not be praised. And in ancient times, we didn't praise him. Go ahead.
According to the king's commandment, verse 24. When Mattathias saw, he was inflamed with zeal, and his reins trembled. Neither could he forbear to show his anger according to judgment. Wherefore he ran and slew him upon the altar.
Killed him right on, which the altar is holy. You ain't supposed to sacrifice nothing on the altar but what the Lord required. But he was so damn angry, he actually sacrificed a human being on God's altar. Which is insane. He went up in there and slayed this cat right on the Lord's altar. Go ahead.
Verse 25. Also the king's commissioner who compelled men to sacrifice.
He killed him too. Go ahead.
He killed at that time, and the altar he pulled down.
Go ahead.
Verse 26. Thus he dealt zealously for the law of God, like as Phineas and like it did unto Zimri, the son of Salom.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it right there. That's another account that we don't have the records of no more. There's another brother who went and fought for our nation, and we don't even have those records no more of what they did. And as you know in the story, for those that may not know, we turned around from there and we fought them Greeks, ran them out of our land, reestablished the temple, and thus we have the Hakanaka High Holy Day. The water, y'all. The water for being patient to the end. You know what I'm saying? Say again? Give me the dedication. Give me the dedication. Last point, Salak, y'all. Last point.
This the book.
If you need to get up and move around or whatever, we just gonna read it. And y'all do whatever you have to do. All right? Go ahead.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 4, verse 52. Now on the 25th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Caslu, and the 140th, like in the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the morning. Verse 53. And offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings which they had made.
They built this new altar based on fighting them Greeks and getting them out of there. Go ahead.
Verse 54. Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it, even in that was it dedicated with songs and cisterns and harps and cymbals.
Because we understood back then how important it was that the Lord was with us. And how important it was for us to maintain the mindset that these heathens will take us out anytime they get ready if we're not on our game. Go ahead.
Verse 55. Then all the people fell upon their faces, worshiping and praising the God of heaven who had given them good success. Verse 56. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days and offered burnt offerings with gladness and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise.
That's right.
Verse 57. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold and with shields, and the gates and the chambers they renewed and hanged doors upon them. Verse 58. Thus was there very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away. Verse 59.
That's right.
Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th and 20th day of the month Caslu, and mirth, and with mirth and gladness.
With mirth and gladness, we celebrate it. We're gonna have us a drink tonight. We're gonna be loud as hell up in here tonight. You understand? Go ahead.
Verse 60. At that time, also they builded up the Mount Zion with high walls and strong towers round about.
Strengthen their city. We supposed to be strengthening ourselves, strengthening our brothers. You know what I'm saying? Strengthening our sisters, our families, our children. Go ahead.
Lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before.
We're supposed to be watching over ourselves, lest they come and tread us down. We're supposed to be looking at our camps, looking at our lives, looking at our, they ain't out and out fighting us right now, but they wasn't after this dedication either. But they were still watching, which is what we should be watching. How much more homeless are we having? What's going on that the prices of rent is going up? His brothers being able to get jobs. His sisters able to survive. Who needs what? Who's in the shelter? Yada, 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 yada. That's the job. That's the mission. That it? Thank you, brother. That it?
Last verse, verse
Go ahead.
61. And they sat there a garrison to keep it and fortified Besura to preserve it.
They was watching for their nation. We supposed to be watching for black people, our Latino brothers and sisters. Supposed to be outraged at what they doing to us on the border, in these shelters. They talking to migrants, These are our brothers and sisters. And here's the thing. Here's what's deep about it. The brothers and sisters that coming across that border, they coming from wars. They coming from nations and tyranny and all kind of evil that these brothers and sisters suffered back then.
Right.
There's some heathen in their nation using their own people to kill and destroy them. So they running the hell up out of here. These Edomites acting like, they just want part of America, like America. They'd rather be in their own country. If the money was right, if y'all wasn't robbing everything from them. So if they already starting to go through it, brother, we better look at that. Look at that and do the job Christ called us to do. Go ahead, yo.
Come on, Khan. That the people might have a defense against Idumea.
You hear that? This dedication tonight is so that the people might have a defense against Idumea. Damn right, y'all. That's it. We good now. So that's it. We done. Brother's like, is he gonna say another chapter? No, we done. We finished and done. God, good to see y'all. I thought, man, I want to see that baby. When I thought he gone.
Yeah, you know what it is. 140 for the rebel, busy man shit, nigga. They take their head off, nigga.
Where Eve did to Adam, I just pray my love don't lie to me. Swing the iron like stamps and I can't let no holder lie to me. I don't feel these rappers, all they lies is hypocrisy. Ain't no competition, ain't no rivalry. Niggas think I'm playing, I don't hear one word they saying, this shit light work. Think Muhammad one of us, he might lose his life first. Suckle up and stay alert, another cop can stretch the nigga. He ain't demon, it's that exorcism, watch I bless the nigga. Took that open blood, then you know I'm gon' get active with you. Fuck the opposition, I see vision, let me paint the picture. Rappers can they spin, I ain't listening, is effective. If revenge was a woman, now I stomp that bitch like Jacob. So I war, we gon' run the summer, it's gon' be historical. Thought they making plays, made them niggas call the audible. Ask who running shit, but that question is rhetorical. Bitch, I'm the one, me cookies with the oil. I'ma get them crackers, hell, should've never kidnapped my family. I can't be do baby, bet I be the last nigga standing. Do a life sentence for my niggas, pray you understand me. I might put a switch on this Glock and call it young baby. How you real tricking on them dots? You a bird feeder, claiming he a demon. What's a demon to a cold leader? What he saying something, I ain't hear him. This shit like it ain't all who got the gun, it's all who gon' up that fight first. I turn a bad situation to a game changer. Bring soldiers from the dead, just raise up the change. Bring shots, I'ma look like Aaron Jones when I run it. Never bite the hand that feeds you, you'll never get that hand back. He bitching about 10%, I don't wanna hear none of that. He dropping fuck him, just make sure you get that cover back. Look around, he ain't with us, probably cause he never was. Now my chin like you with the angels for your brothers. Everybody won't be Richard Porter, God kill him like Alpo. Play if he want, it's laying in the trunk like Lee Malvo. I'm a certified woman's ass nigga, I am not a toy. Hey, I with that hollow sign, yeah, this the rim accord. Feel like Gullah Jack when I'm in Fayetteville, you feel your boy. Still up on my bread, still I think that's all that I do. The way I get it boy lost, they gon' start to call him Elroy. Fuck his game, pop out on them demons like I'm hell boy.
What's going on, fam? Commander General Yana here. You know how to jump in on you on this one. First of all, ask yourself a question. If you wanted to kill 350,000 black people every year in this empire, how would you do it? You would need to do it. You would need the leaders of the people that you're going to slaughter, because otherwise, you know that they wouldn't just voluntarily go murder 350,000 of their own children. For them to do that, you'd have to convince them that it was in their best interest. And you call on the leaders whom they trust, and you have those leaders turn around and carry it out. Everybody was complaining about, the money, the stimulus, and how the small business administration ran out of money for small businesses. And of course, every single little black and Latino shop, store, grocery store, all those businesses, of course, their applications got pushed to the side and to the back before they could even get paid. Well, of course, I'm sure you heard by now that Planned Parenthood went out there and got, through their affiliates, $80 million to kill babies, to kill black and Latino babies. Let me tell you something, man. This could never have ever been done if not for how much black and Latino leaders, Native Indian leaders have prostituted themselves to kill the children of the Lord. And many of them are religious leaders. Your religious leaders, amazingly, collaborate with the people that murder you and now turned around and have convinced us to kill 350,000 of our babies in the abortion clinic. And as a result, now Planned Parenthood could just swindle all their, all the money they need to get paid. They worth $1 billion a year, $1 billion. And they're going to steal another 80 million that they know that they're not supposed to get. Let me get the article real quick and read this for you. All right. Here's what it says. It says 37 Planned Parenthood affiliates applied for and received a total of $80 million in loans from the Paycheck Protection Program. Fox News has learned. This is Fox put this out. And now the federal government wants the money back, saying the affiliates should have known they weren't eligible for the coronavirus stimulus payout. But because Black and Latino leaders have sat by the side and are probably getting some of that money, that's how you know they're able to do these type of things so easily. In other words, it would not have passed the sniff test. It would have got stopped somewhere in there. The Small Business Administration is filled with Blacks and Latinos that work there. Many of them in very high positions, man. Okay, whose job is supposed to be to always give out, not just during this event, but to always give out small business loans. But of course, instead of doing their damn job and taking care of the small Black and Latino and Native Indian businesses that's always in a struggle because the financial ability for them to function is always up against major corporations. So of course, it's far more difficult for them. So instead of doing their job, they and their cronies have, soon as the stimulus package went through, they and their cronies got together and got their paperwork through and collected $80 million to murder more Black and Latino babies, man. Let me read a little bit more of this garbage, man. The SBA, Small Business Administration, is reaching out to each involved Planned Parenthood affiliate, explaining that the affiliates of larger organizations with more than 500 employees aren't eligible for PPP distributions. Fox News is told. The Planned Parenthood Federation of America alone had more than 600 employees, them by themselves. A Planned Parenthood affiliate in metropolitan Washington, for example, will receive a letter stating that although self-certified, that it was eligible for $1.3 million in loans in accordance with the SBA affiliate rules, it will need to return the money. Okay, because of course, Planned Parenthood, who's worth a fortune, didn't even need that. They made an empire, man, off of killing Black and Latino babies, an empire, and gamed it up with the idea that it is all about, you know, helping a woman have a child whenever she believes it's necessary or at the time. It's just easy. It's just a way to rob the Lord's chosen people, man. Okay, I'm gonna jump down. I ain't gonna go too long. I don't want to make this tape too long. Let me jump down a little bit here. All right, because I'm gonna skip all the political parts in the story, because of course, you know, they pissed off as hell on the Republican side, but both of them are monsters, man. The Republican side and the Democrat side, both of them have been monsters in this entire thing, man. Neither one of them have done the right thing when it comes to the Lord's chosen. Which, once again, you're a constant victim, man. You're a constant victim, and you don't even know you're a victim. But the Lord is gonna bring it out. He's gonna reveal a lot of it, man. Let me read a little more. Okay. The SBA warned more severe penalties were possible beyond mandatory repayment. In particular, incorrect or false eligibility certifications by PPP recipients could result in criminal or civil sanctions if the SBA determined borrowers made knowingly false statements, man. Okay, let's get some more. The largest single government loan was a $7.5 million allotment to Planned Parenthood of Orange and San Bernardino counties in California, where all the Latinos is at, trying to wipe out as many of them babies on that West Coast as they possibly can. The ones they can't get rid of across the border, they're trying to kill them in the abortion clinic. One Planned Parenthood affiliate received a loan but declined it. And remember, Black leaders used to speak against it, like I always bring out. They used to speak against it. They used to speak against it back in the 70s. But somehow Planned Parenthood and the gangsters got together with groups like the NAACP and other groups and spread that money out, and before you know it, their mouths was silenced, man. You cannot take cash to compromise God's people, man. That is not allowed, man. And the Lord gonna bring deep punishment on it. Langford, politician, meanwhile wrote that every dollar Planned Parenthood took from PPP was a dollar that did not go to legitimate small businesses. Of course it was. Tons of Black and Latino businesses shut down and really ready to go out of business, and their employees didn't get that money. But the place that kills their babies did get that money. With an annual budget of over $1 billion and the explicit Small Business Administration affiliation rules made it clear that Planned Parenthood was not and is not eligible for the Paycheck Protection Program. Like other large organizations that return monies they were not eligible for, Planned Parenthood should immediately repay the American people the money they took from deserving small businesses and nonprofits, man. It's got to go way beyond that.
And once again, that's why, man, you have to be called into being a spiritual human being. You have to be called into waking up and finding out truly, how did you and your people get to this point in this world? How did this world get to the point where 350,000 of the Lord's babies are being murdered every day, and it goes on like nothing? And not only that, here's what's doubly heinous about Planned Parenthood. What's doubly heinous about Planned Parenthood is Planned Parenthood also sells the body parts of all those babies. Lord knows what the hell they doing with them body parts. I would not be surprised if some 20 years from now, if this kingdom still goes on, or even in Christ's kingdom when it's set up, that the records come out and come to find out that they were taking those body parts and growing them in laboratories to give replacement parts to all the Edomites in Europe or in Russia or somewhere else, or right here in this country. I won't be surprised. They claim that they do this for science, but you telling me science needs 350,000 fetuses? That's how much science. That's what science needs. They're a bunch of damn liars, man. It's evil and it's genocide. And I'm gonna bring it out, of course, in the Bible. But first, let me just get a little bit of them. You know, back in 2015, they caught them selling body parts and doing negotiations and having a discussion about it. Of course, they denied that it wasn't about that, but you could obviously see that that's what it's about. So you got to read the words. This is from back in 2015. I think it was CBS that actually aired it. So bear with me 1 second. Let's see if I can get this sound right.
Planned Parenthood is on the defensive this morning, facing an investigation of its practices. An undercover video alleges the reproductive health organization sells body parts from abortions. The group says the claims are flat out untrue.
Frankenstein.
Jan Crawford is in Washington, where 3 congressional committees are now getting involved. Jan, good morning.
Well, good morning. So the video was secretly recorded by the anti-abortion group as part of a 2.5-year sting operation. Here, 2 members posed as employees of a biotech firm to get access to a top doctor at Planned Parenthood, and over lunch, they recorded the whole conversation.
A lot of people want to
In graphic detail, Planned Parenthood's Senior Director of Medical Services described how to preserve valuable fetal tissue during an abortion.
We've been very good at getting parts on the lard because we know that so I'm not going to crush that lard. I'm going to basically crush below, I'm going to crush above, then I'm going to spread it out.
Over wine and salad, she answered questions about the organization providing fetal tissue to research.
Wait a minute, y'all had to catch that for a minute, man. I know y'all heard that. She said, because people want hearts these days, I'm not going to crush them parts. I'm not, meaning when they taking that baby out, they crushing that baby to death. And as they crushing that baby to death, they making sure they don't crush the parts that they make money off of. They're going to make sure they crush only the parts that'll kill the baby, but without, of course, damaging the parts that they trying to sell. Like, this is Frankenstein, brother. This is Frankenstein. And which is why our sisters, man, if we got to starve, if we got to eat oatmeal, man, every single day, if we got to eat gruel every day, our people should never, ever, ever participate in this kind of genocide. And how could you ever believe that the Lord would get on your side and support you and back you up if you sitting up there listening to their lie that you got a choice, that you could do what you want to do, and you murder your baby? I don't get how you could even think that way, that could be okay with the Lord. Let me finish up the tape, okay?
Researchers, typically for a fee.
I would say it's probably anywhere from $30 to $100, depending on the facility and what's involved.
The backlash was immediate. Republican presidential candidates pounced.
I just think it's outrageous and disgusting.
And Congress announced it will investigate.
I don't care how much political weight Planned Parenthood throws around this town. No one is above the law.
But
and now remember that this was back in 2015. Here we are now in 2020. They're getting $80 million from the government and small business loans, and nothing has happened based on the abortion. Not a thing has happened because, of course, they got together with all their Democratic cronies, your black leaders, your Latino leaders, your Native Indian leaders, and they squashed the whole thing. They are selling our body parts in the open market. I mean, she was having salad and wine. You see them in these cafes and out eating and having a good time and looking like just the most righteous people in the world. Meanwhile, they over that salad and that wine, they're discussing how much they're going to sell your baby's body parts for. It is insane. It is insane that this goes on, man. And our people have allowed it to go on, and this is why it's been such a horrible, horrible walk. But it's a very deep biblical part to this. It's a very, very serious biblical part to this that we got to get into, man. Let me read some of this, okay? And add this to the game. This is what the Lord said, Exodus 13:2. He said this, sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whosoever openeth the womb among the children of Israel, both man and beast, it is mine. That's what the Lord said. He said that baby, that's his baby. That's his property when it comes to blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians, man. And so no sister has the right to take that baby and murder it. You don't have that right biblically, because the Lord said it belongs to him and that you're not supposed to do it. And listen, and for the sake of your people, why would you do it anyway? Let me tell you something. Every time in the Bible, a nation has tried to set up abortions in a nation or kill the children of the 12 tribes of Israel, it has always been out of fear that either a king or a ruler or our people would in some way rise up and become more powerful than them. And this is no different. This is no different. You may not be in the secret halls of the White House or in other secret places where they discuss these matters at, but this much you should know from just reading the Bible. From reading the Bible, you should know that whenever you see this kind of mass genocide of God's chosen people, that it has some link to the empire ruling over them and some fear that that empire is going to somehow, take over. Let's get it. Let's get the story of it if we could. This is Matthew's the 2nd chapter, 2nd verse. Okay. Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem, Judah, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem. This is right before he was about to be born. These men came from the east, saying, where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east and are come to worship. Meaning these guys were guys that worship the stars. They were like, what do you call them things? Astrologers. They would read the stars. And here's what you should understand. You think that doesn't go on today? You think that why you think they're watching every comet, watching every constellation, got giant telescopes out there in space. They tell you they're looking for the Big Bang and the theory of life and this and that and how life began. But they also out there trying to read them stars, trying to read them signs, because that's all the heathens had. The Lord decided to deal with the 12 tribes directly. But all the other tribes, all the other nations on the earth, they don't have anything but either a false god or the astrology they look into. And these men came from the east, and they were looking at that astrology and saw that Christ was to be king, man. Okay, so here's what it says. This is the 3rd verse. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And this is heavy. It said he was troubled and all Jerusalem with him, meaning not our people, but all of his people that were ruling over our people in Jerusalem. All those who were loyal to the Roman Empire, they were troubled, man. They were troubled. And you can best believe all them that love the empires of this world are very worried about you coming out of slavery and becoming the next rulers of the world. They're very worried about that. And so who knows what they've enacted? This much we know, that they've enacted a amazing plan to kill 350,000 babies in the abortion clinic and sell the body parts and make $1 billion while they do it. Amazing, man. Amazingly wicked, evil thing to do to the Lord's chosen. Let me get some more. This is Matthews 2:4. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. He went and got all the religious leaders, meaning all the ones that he had been paying so long. That's why he was able to demand it. Why you think he was able to demand demanded from them because he was paying them off. And the same goes for your leaders. They're being paid off and ready to explain to the slave master exactly what is going on and what the biblical prophecies are so that he can attempt to stop it. That's what you listening to right here. You listening here to an attempt to stop the emerging of Christ's kingdom, man. And this attempt is often done through the murder of our babies, man. And Planned Parenthood right now is the tip of the spear of that event in 2020, man. You wonder why the coronavirus is here. You wonder why the Lord is bringing these curses down. These curses are coming because of this very thing that we're reading about right here, man. Let me get some more. I'm reading 4th verse again, Matthew 2 and 4. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. Matthew 2 and 5. And they said unto him, in Bethlehem, Judea, for thus it is written by the prophets. Matthew 2 and 6. And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. And so they went and pulled the prophecies up for Herod. They went into the records, pulled the prophecies up for Herod, and scared Herod to death. Matthew 2 and 7. Then Herod, when he had privately called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. Meaning, give me the understanding of this. Give me this, break down this thing in this constellation that lets y'all know that this is the king coming to rule over these people. Once again, they don't want no rulers over us. They pretend like they want us to get our thing together and stop crime and get off of drugs and clean up together. But they do not want that over you. They don't want it, which is why you got to do it, which is why you got to resist being a criminal. You got to resist going into the left-hand side of the world because it's what they want. It's what keeps you leaderless. It's what keeps Christ from returning and getting you right, man, and delivering you out of this place, man. And one thing you should have learned from the coronavirus is that the Lord controls all things. He could stop any kingdom anytime he gets ready. Nothing can move against him, man. And you need that. So let's go on. Matthew 2 and 7. Then Herod, when he had privately called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. 8 verse, Matthew 2 and 8. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, go and search diligently for the young child. And when you have found him, bring me word again that I may come and worship him. Okay. When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. Meaning, as they reading this thing, they reading it to right back where to Christ is at. And they reading it right back to Christ, and they get there with Christ, and they begin to see, yo, it's true that what they saw was the return of Christ to be set up in the earth. I'm gonna jump down past that part. This is Matthew 2, and this is the 12th verse. And being warned of the Lord in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. They got slick. They were warned by the Most High. Don't you dare try to come and kill this king, which is what black leaders already know. Latino leaders already know. Don't you dare take the lives of these young black men and black women and Latino men and Latino women, because these are the chosen people of the Lord. Don't you dare do that, man. Don't you dare open up that gate. Don't you dare try to move against them. But instead, it's happening to you because you are the lost 12 tribes of the children of Israel. That's who you are. And it's going to become evident after a while in this kingdom, man. Okay, let's read on. 13th verse, Matthew 2 and 13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, arise, take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him, man. So 14th verse. And when he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt. So they got the hell out the country. They had to leave the country for this boy to survive, man. For this boy to survive, because of course they knew that this genocidal maniac, like Planned Parenthood, would go out and kill at any cost to make sure that their empire wouldn't fall. You understand? See, when the Lord puts you in captivity, man, and puts you in punishment, it's for a time. It's not for forever. And when that time comes up, then it's time for the Lord to raise you back up. But the other nations don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that now you're going to get out of captivity, and now you're no longer going to be a slave. You're no longer going to be a drug addict. You're no longer going to live in poverty. They're no longer going to eat continuously off of your destruction. They don't want to hear that. So of course, they'll do whatever it takes for them to get around that. Let's read on some more. Matthew 2:15. And was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, out of Egypt have I called my son. 16 verse, Matthew 2:16. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, he was exceedingly wroth. He was pissed off that those wise men didn't come back to him and show him where Christ was so he could kill Christ. They instead slipped out the country another way. He's pissed off now. Here's what he does. Here's what this animal does, man. And listen, today, when you go and look up about Herod in history books, first thing they'll say is there's no proof that happened. Then they'll go into all the things he built in Jerusalem, and they try to change his character to turn around and make him look or appear as though he was actually a noble person, actually, a Renaissance type of person, that he was actually helping and building up their empire, when all of that's a lie, which is why you got to trust what the Bible say, regardless of what other history books say. People spin history all the time, but the Lord put these records together for our time in this day, for us to wake up in this day and to see a path clear back to the Father and what it is that we're supposed to do. Let me show you some more. Here's what it said. Matthew 2:16. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceedingly wroth, and sent forth, check this out, and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem and in all the coast thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. Meaning he sat down with them wise men and he inquired with them about all that they was trying to read in the star. And he got it all, meaning they had a serious summit secret discussion about killing Christ. And they sat down and they said, and they gave him the information he was looking for about what time he was supposed to be born, about how old he would be at that time. And he looked at all of that, and from everything that he saw, he said, just to be safe, I'm gonna kill every child that's 2 years and younger. This way I got a good chance at killing him off so that he does not become king. See, they'll pretend to you like God doesn't exist. They're atheists. Okay, it was all men writing the scriptures. It had nothing to do with anything. When every last prophecy in this Bible is true, and every last thing that it said would happen is happening right now. And don't make no mistake, the coronavirus is part of that deep biblical prophecy, man. And they said, and so they would act like they don't think, they ain't even thinking about it. When, believe you me, they must be thinking about it, because they're killing 350,000 of our babies, not one time, constantly. Like the attempt at stopping Christ's kingdom in these last days have gone even beyond Herod. It has gone to the point where it is mass genocide, man, that is happening in this empire, man, and around the world. Let me get a little bit more. Okay. Middle of 16, Matthew 2:16. And slew all the children that were at Bethlehem and in all the coasts thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. 17th verse, Matthew 2:17. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, 18th verse, Matthew 2:18. In Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted because they are not. Rachel mourned for having some children, mourned that she would have some babies, man. You understand? And eventually the Lord blessed her through her handmaids to have them. But her herself suffered terribly in her heart that she couldn't bring them children forth. And let me tell you something. The same should apply to us. We should be as Rachel, man. We're supposed to be sorrowful that our children are being killed in an abortion clinic, and our wives and daughters are being taught and brainwashed to not bring forth these babies, when these babies, you don't know who they are. You don't know who they are. You don't know what the Lord would do with them. Joseph and Mary were poor at the time they had Christ. Just because you poor, that's not an excuse to wipe out your baby, man. You don't know who you bringing forth. You don't know what great person among God's chosen people you bringing forth, which is also another deep brainwashing understanding that I will just touch on for a second. Part of your deep brainwashing in the empire is to make you think that you're nothing, make you think that your people are nothing, make you think that the children, that your people as a people are the evilest people in the world. Many of us hate our own, deeply hate our own, deeply blame our own, deeply are intolerant of our own. Okay, love other nations more than ours, would love to change our identity, take on the identities of other nations. We learn their languages, learn how to be like them, take on their garments. We do all that, man. We do all that. And as we do all that, we lose us. And as we lose us, guess what? They turn around and treat you like garbage. And then they can tell you anything. Then they can tell you you don't need to have that baby, because of course they're not teaching you that that baby is amazing. That baby, they teach you that baby just gonna grow up to be a criminal, right? That baby, you ain't gonna be able to take care of that baby. Margaret Sanger's philosophy of genocide has permeated through the black community, through black religious leaders and black people that hate black people. And they hate, and this is the only reason they hate other black people. They hate other black people because they want a part of the empire and the slave master's plate. The Nazis did the same thing. The Nazis had a thing that they used to do. And boy, one day I'm going to find this film and I'm going to do a tape on it. They had a thing where they would go around with a film crew and they would go into the most poorest areas of Germany, where the poor white Jews were at. And they would go in that area and they would take people who were better off, well-to-do Jews, and they would film them and talk to them. And while they filming them and talk to them, there was people laid out starving on the street, laid out, half dead on the street. And those that had some would actually be blaming the poor white Jews. They don't like to bring that out because they want to seem like the Jews were all unified. They were not unified. You better go back and watch Schindler's List again. They were not unified. Many of them worked with the Nazis and got rich working with the Nazis, man, and came over here to this country later on and changed their name. But that's their story. You understand? My point being is that's propaganda. That's how you work propaganda. You make it look like the people that are destroyed because it's their own fault. And you use many times their own people to accuse them of it, which is exactly what's going on. But here's the thing. We got the Bible now. We got the Bible. And because we got the Bible, guess what? We no longer got to be asleep to any propaganda, any lies, any game. It's no longer we got to wonder what is right and wrong anymore, because we got our records from thousands and thousands of years ago on really how life was and what God wanted and didn't want. And that is a blessing that I can't even begin. That's a tape within itself. I'll be here all night, so I'm going to leave that alone. So let's go down to the 19th verse real quick. Okay, but when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, arise and take the young child and his mother and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. He went and killed every child in Bethlehem and the surrounding area, went and slaughtered them all in an attempt to stop Christ from coming back and getting his kingdom. You don't think that's what's going on today? That you think that's an impossibility? You think that's a conspiracy theory? That could actually be a plan today? Okay, you should open your eyes and see. Obviously, it is. Obviously, Planned Parenthood is a bunch of genocidal maniacs. Obviously. Let me get one more. I know we're cutting time on it. This one's short. Let me just look at here right quick. Time. It's Isaiah 56:10, and this is directly. And let me tell you something, man, why you should thank the Lord for the Israelite School of UPK. The Israelite School in UPK is the only organization that have put a serious checking on Black and Latino leadership. A serious checking on Black and Latino leadership. Okay? You stand up and become a politician or religious leader and you decide you're going to take a position in this earth, then you going under the scrutiny of the prophets of the Lord. You going under that scrutiny, man. You understand? And under that scrutiny, whatever you doing that you shouldn't be doing, it'll be called out. All our black organizations are they monsters, man, for allowing this to go on. Even Martin Luther King's own daughter, got together with Glenn Beck. You can look it up on YouTube. Got together with Glenn Beck. I was down there when they brought that rally up. I blazed up against the evil that they were trying to resurrect. But at any point, them two were down there and they had come together on the fact that black people were being killed in the abortion clinics and that the Planned Parenthood and others were financing groups like the NAACP. The NAACP show up every time a black man gets killed. Every time a black man gets killed and they make the news and it's a big investigation, they on that TV set with their lawyers and their suits on. They the same organization that's taking tons and tons of money from an organization that's killing our babies and turning around and saying, well, it's a woman's choice, not according to the Lord. According to the Lord, that baby that comes out that womb belongs to the Lord, not that system. And why aren't these religions? They got the scriptures. They know what I'm saying is true. Why aren't they doing something about it? Why aren't they saying something about it? Don't worry, though. The Lord is raising up a whole new level of priests that will enforce the righteousness of the Most High in your heart, that will give you what you need to really become a servant of Christ. You might look at us now like we a bunch of thugs and all of that, but you better go back and read the Bible. The priest of the Lord left out the temple many times and went with the people to defend the people against the evils that was destroying them. They got into the mud with the people to deliver the Lord's chosen people. And then when all became peaceful, they went back into the temple, man. Cleaned up the temple, fixed up the altar. There are many stories about it. The Maccabees, many other stories where we did these things, man. So right now, the priests are not in the temple because the children are dying in the streets. And so they done put scarves on their head. They done put on boots and they left out the temple and they out here dropping this knowledge to bring the nation back to the order of the righteousness of Christ, man. ISUPK. Let me read some more of this, all right? I'm almost finished. Isaiah 56:10. His watchmen are blind. They are all ignorant and they are blind. Meaning this, they're intelligent people normally. They're savvy orators. Excellent cats in the scriptures. But the Lord look at them as blind because here's what's blinding them. Their pocket has made every ounce of their intelligence go out the window. And that's why the Lord said they are all ignorant. Because now they get played by the other nations because they can't see what's happening to them. And the whole reason they can't see it is because the lust of their mouth, the desire to gobble up everything they can get from their slave master's table. Let me read some more. The middle of 10th verse, Isaiah 56:10. They are all dumb dogs, God's words. They are all dumb dogs. They cannot bark. A dog is supposed to bark, man. If you got a dog, man, that don't bark when somebody come near the house, that's why he got extra sensory hearing. Why did God make dogs to have a special hearing? They got that special hearing so that when an intruder comes that you can't hear, they hear it and bark. Okay, that's what their job is supposed to do. Okay, a lot of you go get a dog that don't bark when I don't even understand why you do. When the whole point of the dog is supposed to be part of your alarm system. A dog is part of your security circle. And back then, when there was no such thing as an electronic alarm, that was all you had, was the dog to answer the call. So you would never go out back in ancient days and get a dog that didn't bark when a stranger came along. That's why he has those ears. That's why he has that super sensitive nose. He can smell a mile away in many cases. He can smell in open field. He can smell long off. And other animals too. But the dog is to do that for you. He smells far off. And when he smells far off, he barks. But the Lord said, our watchmen, man, our leaders, the men that's supposed to be watching over us, they don't bark. They're like a dog that just sit there while you being taken out. Middle of the 10th verse, Isaiah 56 and 10. Sleeping, lying down, loving the slumber. They had sleep. They sleeping, man, while we on the job here getting it done. Waking them up, bringing the brothers back. I mean, again, I always say this. I know y'all hear this on every tape practically that I make. I always talk about it because it was so amazing. You had to be me and the men that was with me back in the 80s when we were standing on them corners and it was just a few of us and we would speak these words, and in our mind we would think, even though we were speaking them, we was young and doubtful, and in our mind we say into ourselves, ain't no way nobody gonna listen to this. Even though we knew it was right, we broke it down to the scriptures right, we followed what the leaders said, but we said nobody gonna hear this, man, because that's how asleep everybody was. Everybody had the impression there was nothing you could do with black men. There was no hope for them. There was no hope for black and Latino people, period, until the prophets came along. While you filled your churches up with women who had jobs, who could pay you money and buy you a Rolls Royce, the Lord sent us out there, man, and we went out there and woke up the brothers, who were also waking up the sisters. And it was so righteous and amazing to see, and to see the transition from then to now is amazing to you. And if you a brother or sister that was out there back then with us and was a participant, man, just take a second right now and pat yourself on the shoulder. Pat yourself on the shoulder and tell yourself, job well done, regardless of what you at or where you at right now. Tell yourself, job well done. Your brothers are still here. We still doing it. And it was amazing what you did back then and continue to do every day. And forget about these young brothers up in the ISUPK now. Oh my goodness, you got to see them in action. They are phenomenal in 2020. I always was under the impression that even if men came in later on, that it would be so evil in this world that they would never attain to any level of real righteousness, but maybe they could help out. But what they amazed me with was they went beyond that and became amazingly righteous. The more evil came on out here, the more they changed their life and became more righteous. It's incredible, man. But I don't want to divert too far. Let me read on. This is Isaiah 56 and 11. Yea, they are greedy dogs. This is the Lord's words, which can never have enough. And they are shepherds that cannot understand. They never have enough. They're so busy gobbling up for themselves. They could never understand the danger that they're putting themselves in and the Lord's chosen people. All the people who did not listen to Christ when he walked this earth and did not go up into the mountains, but was hobnobbing and having a wonderful time with the Romans, they all died in 70 AD. All their children died in 70 AD. All those that thought that they would not listen to Christ and have their own revolution. You know what I mean? We're going to pick up arms and get our own revolution. You do a revolution without Christ, you're going to die. You do a revolution without these scriptures, you're going to die. And that's what many of them did back then. And they did that during the time. Christ said, nah, head to the mountains. This is how we're doing this. Okay? They said, nah, man, we're going to take the Romans on right then. They all dead now. Okay? People digging up the records about them now, trying to rehash their heroism, man. When the Romans trampled all over them, stomped them, murdered them, man. And many of them turned traitors and became part of the Roman Empire and part of the Roman strength after 70 AD. The Romans took all the wealth and gold and jewelry and diamonds back to Rome. Half of it sitting in the Vatican right now. The so-called Jew is something up there arguing with the Roman Empire right now, trying to get some of them artifacts for themselves when it don't belong to none of them. Belong to the Lord's chosen people, and in due season they'll be put back where they need to be. You got a great leader in Christ. Don't be a fool like so many of our people were in the past, who would not open their eyes and see the path he was setting up for you to get right, for you to get delivered, for your life to change, and all the brothers and sisters around you. Let me finish, man. Isaiah 56, middle of 11, top of 11. Yea, they are greedy dogs which can never have enough, and they are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look to their own way, every one for his gain from his quarter. 12 verse Isaiah 56 and 12. Come ye and say, I will fetch wine, and we will fill ourselves with strong drink, and tomorrow shall be as today, and much, much more. Yeah, meaning they filling themselves with desires. It don't mean it's wrong to drink. It means that they filling themselves with desires, that they're going to have wine and have a good time and party and have a wonderful world while the Lord's people are dying and being trampled over. They driving Rolls Royces, living in mansions, unconcerned, telling people that even though the coronavirus is killing your family, make sure you get that money to them. It's an evil thing, but it will end. It will all end because we are in the time of the end, and the prophecies are coming to pass every day in this place. So hold on. It'll happen. I'll catch y'all on the next one, y'all. Y'all take care. Hope you and yours are well. Shalom. I want you to stay strong in the spirit of the Lord. Hey, listen, if you like this tape, hit the like button and share it, man. Hit the share button. Everybody share it to their own personal Facebook accounts. Share this video, man, to wake up brothers and sisters all over the earth. Hit the like button. Check me out Monday night. I'm live every Monday night. I bring the heavy hitters in. We do it up live right on this same channel. I'll see you then.
Washington, D.C., I'm with the soldiers.
That's right.
Soldiers.
That's right.
These soldiers willing to show up. We damn near like street Israelite SEALs.
That's right.
These are the D.C. mob right here, man. ISUPK under Commander General Yahana. This is my D.C. mob been rolling with. Look at these brothers. These brothers get down.
That's right.
These brothers getting down. We coming up to New York December 9th. Remember that. D.C., all of us is coming up. Straight up. Ain't nobody gonna lay down on December 9th. We all coming up.
That's right.
And that's what we do. Hey, shalom.
That's right.
You know, I learned a lot of things down in Texas. You know, some things that I didn't know before, but I know now. One of the things that I learned in Texas is if Captain Yachtazak is feeling down and, you know, his head is not really in the game, all you got to do is put on Southside. One thing also I learned down in Texas is that the sisters can sing. Did y'all hear that sister sing? Man, play the next video. Hey, so what do you think about the performance?
So what is all the
to everybody that told me she was singing. I would have never known if I never told you. See, down in Texas, they like the line dance. And if you don't know how to line dance, they'll help you out.
This me, the missus, and I'm turning, dog. And these for myself, just smoking, dog. This me, what the fuck hell wrong with y'all? This me, don't you see me riding, dog? I can't wait, just know. Yeah, the chain, get it, go up high, and y'all know, chain, wait, I do the thing. Get off the chain, get it, now here's your chain. Can't wait with it, can't wait with it, can't wait with it, can't wait with it. So clean, so clean, so clean, can't wait with it. Can't wait, can't wait, can't wait. So please, so please, can't wait.
They also like to have shows down in Texas too. So you can always find somebody up on stage singing, even if it's this dude right here.
That shit made me cry for real. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Or this dude right here.
Keep hearing footsteps, baby, in the dark. This me, the missus, and I'm turning, dog. And these for myself, just smoking, dog. This me, what the fuck hell wrong with y'all? This me, don't you see me riding, dog? I can't wait, just know. Yeah, the chain, get it, go up high, and y'all know, chain, wait, I do the thing. Get off the chain, get it, now here's your chain. Can't wait with it, can't wait, can't wait, can't wait. So clean, so clean, so clean, can't wait with it. Can't wait, can't wait, can't wait. So please, so please, can't wait.
They also like to have shows down in Texas too. So you can always find somebody up on stage singing, even if it's this dude right here.
That shit made me cry for real. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Or this dude right here.
Keep hearing footsteps, baby, in the dark.
Hey, Shalom Israel. This is the ISUPK Atlanta under Commander General Hanna. You know what I'm saying? It's the ISUPK Atlanta Food Department, man. Check this out, man. We got more food again. We're doing it again. You know what I'm saying? Check us out, man. We got cakes, cookies, we got pies, we got bread, we got chips, we got a lot of stuff, whatever you need. You know what I'm saying? And if you're in need and you really need it, man, come to our Atlanta school. It's 3353 Glenwood Road. You know what I'm saying? 3353 Glenwood Road in Decatur. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, come to the school. You know what I'm saying? And we'll try to give you whatever we can give, whatever we got. We have no problem doing that because we out here to feed our people. You know what I'm saying? And with that, I'll say check out ISUPK Atlanta. Definitely check out ISUPK Atlanta. Check out ISUPK St. Louis, man, and hold on. Captain T.K. the Goggle Bar holds down a radio show every Sunday. Matter of fact, that's tomorrow. Y'all check that out. It's called Sharpen the Sword Radio. Hey, it's fire, I'm telling you. I'm going to be there. I hope to see you there. Check out ISUPK.com. And with that, I'll say shalom.
Washington, D.C., I'm with the soldiers, man.
That's right.
Soldiers.
That's right.
These soldiers willing to show up. We damn near like street Israelite SEALs.
That's right.
These are the D.C. mob right here, man. ISUPK under Commander General Yohana. This is my D.C. mob been rolling with. Look at these brothers. These brothers get down.
That's right.
These brothers getting down. We coming up to New York December 9th. Remember that. DC, all of us is coming up. Straight up. Ain't nobody gonna lay down on December 9th. We all coming up.
That's right.
And that's what we do. Hey, shalom.
That's right. And I appreciate
Oh, yeah?
that. Got a lot of people appreciate that.
You know what I'm saying?
That's all I need. You know what I'm saying? Anybody checking out my shoes? No.
Y'all got criticized.
Let
me get that another video.
There's another one in there? Hey, look, man. Back at the New York school with it. Back at the New York school with it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you got it? We're having a drink, eating some good food. Yeah, man. Hey, you know what's up, man. You know. I got to. I'm saying. Yep. I'm right at New York.
I'm not letting nobody sell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you are a black man like me. And it's worth something.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General Yohana, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man he made man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
You don't need a black man in the White House. You need a black man in every black house. For many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was. You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
Going on Israel, ISUPK.com's website. I'm Commander General Yohana. I got the helm, got the heavy hitters in the building with me. General Muhammad, General Makala, General Hazayan, and Officer Marah with his whole powerful team, getting big as they can be. Hold it down. Let me tell you, man, these brothers been holding this down for a good while. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, boy, y'all hard as nails. Yeah. I got a half line out of them for y'all. I appreciate y'all, brothers, and the hard work y'all do.
Damn right.
You drag a ship out the ocean with these like, what took so long? I was just joking, man. These brothers are highly appreciated by all the generals, captains, and officers. You know, man, and all the brothers in the school. Oh man, can we big up General Kathum Gabar and all the bad cats that was with it. You can't never do it by yourself. But boy, if you got some good cats with you, you can get something done. You can shake it up. You know what I'm saying? You can shake it up real good if you got some brothers rolling with you. And boy, oh boy, did General Katham shake it up. Did he not, y'all?
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? He shook it up strong. He got, I mean, so many people was clothed.
Yeah.
I don't know if the footage is out already, but the sisters were crying as the brothers was giving out all of the things they was giving out. I mean, them sisters was crying. And here's you want to hear something heavy. The night before will show you how much, listen, man, UPK, y'all better pay attention.
That's right.
The Most High is in the UPK.
That's right, sir.
I ain't gonna say it but too many more times. Because here's what happened the night before. In that shelter, which held thousands and thousands of brothers and sisters all throughout Central South America and all that, they separate the blacks from the Latinos. Anybody that's like Haitian or Caribbean or African, they put them in one side, and all the Latinos on the other side, about 2,500, about 5,000 all together. The night before we got there, they had a full-fledged riot in the shelter. The riot was between the Brazilians and the Venezuelans. It was rioting in there. The next day, they were so distraught and angry with each other that when they came out to get the stuff, they was mad at each other and they start, getting hostile and jockeying for position. And badass Captain Ashapari, big up Captain Ashapari. Captain Ashapari, yo, he stepped up there like a pit bull. He dropped it in the Spanish. I can't do it like he did. But he jumped up in there like, hey! In essence, he told them, we ain't having none of that out here. We family. We ain't gonna be fighting each other out here. And they backed down. And then I think a card or somebody called up the brother, and they everybody chill. And brother, they start giving it out. You know what I'm saying? We show you they had to fight the demons just to get to do the work of the Most High, brother. You know what I'm saying? And Captain Mashak Mayan, I heard Captain Makad Abarayam, give it up for him. I don't know. Oh shit! Excuse me, y'all. I don't know all the main players. I'm doing water. I don't know all the main players, but I know that every single brother, all them captains, man, that came in from out of town. Captain Malquad and them came in. They came and had cheesesteaks with me. They said, yeah, we gonna rock that that thing up there for them. Meantime, we gonna go have a little cheesesteaks with you. I said, y'all off the hook, man. Like they ain't even sweating. There it is. Woo, that's a hot picture. Put that full screen though. All right. You know what I'm saying? Put that. No, go back. Yeah, go back to that one. Hold that one. Full screen if you can. Oh yeah. Give it up for the eyes. Okay. You understand? And what was so beautiful, man, was again, they was giving it out. They got it all in order. And the sisters started crying out as they was coming off the line. They was grabbing for them heavy coats, Pampers, different things. That's why TikTok, y'all supposed to support us in every way, man. Big shout out to Hadaria Allah, another captain came all the way through. These brothers came all the way from the Midwest. Big shout out. Huh? Houston was up there too. Damn, big shout out to Yatazak all the way from Houston, Texas, holding it down. You understand? Big shout out to Captain Tazariak, held it down, did it right. He rocks New York. Who else? What other captains and they men were out there? Captain Ariel was out there from Philadelphia. I heard Tawar too. Captain Tawar was out there too. Azania came down from Syracuse. Delaware. Oh yeah, of course. How can we forget Taziawan from Delaware? Captain Taziawan and all them brothers came down. Captain Nayathak, badass Captain Nayathak from North Carolina.
Not the Zakabar, South Carolina.
Not the Zakabar from
from no, not the Zakabar.
No, I'm sorry,
Not the Zak. Not the Zal from South Carolina also came in there with a monster crew. Them brothers came from all over the country, man, and fed them brothers and sisters out. I mean, you know, clothed them, gave them everything they needed in that shelter. And brother, they started crying. They was fighting the day before, but that day they was crying.
That's right, Joe.
They saw righteousness. Yo, I wish somebody, if you could, somebody get Captain Akkad on the phone, if you can. Because Captain Akkad was telling me how, yo, the NYPD's response to us was amazing. They were shocked. They were shocked to see what the ISUPK was doing. And they were so glad to see us. It was like, damn, finally somebody care about these people in this big old city. And Akkad was breaking it down for me. You know, he was running the cadence and all that. And them cops was looking at him like, yo, I see y'all about what you say you about.
Right, sir.
You know what I'm saying? So understand this. The Lord is working in the ISUPK. Yeah. Like that was, we went out there to do something righteous for no self-gain.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? For no self-gain in the middle of December. And brothers went out there, man, and it was amazing.
And meanwhile, General, on the news, they trying to put it out there like all the immigrants coming in now, they getting the free food and the free turkeys and the free this and try to pit black people against them because now they taking all the food in the shelters, you know.
Yeah, and here's what's so evil. I'm glad you brought that up. Because here's what's so evil about it. First of all, the black people who feel like they getting shorted, okay, and the West Indians that feel like they're getting shorted, you getting played. Yep. Because the Democratic Party can't have you embrace them brothers and sisters. And here's why. If you embrace them brothers and sisters, the Republicans get away with it. Remember, the Republicans are shipping them into Democratic cities. And they're doing it to cause a fight. Right. So now the Democrats got to step it up and put some pushback on those Republicans. But that ain't the Lord's program. He don't care about that. The Most High care about just what he said he came to do and just what the hell he hired you to do, which is to wake up the 12 tribes of Israel and to bind them together in one stick, right, just like them scriptures said. And let me tell you something. That's exactly what the ISUPK did. So I understand them brothers and sisters. We've been suffering for so long. You got them on the line? I'm coming to them right now. We've been suffering so long that, of course, you don't want somebody else to come and steal the last crumb of bread out your mouth. I understand that. But at the same time, once again, your preacher didn't teach you how to not lose that crumb in your mouth and how to end up getting more than a crumb for you and a crumb for him. And here's the part, I'm coming to a car right now. Here's the part that burns me up the most about it all out. And this is why I so salute General Katham Gabar for having the strength that he had. Because you got to have strength to break through these demonic forces that want you to hate your brothers, hate your sisters, separate your tribes, separate Christ's nation. This nation belongs to Christ. Right. You got to fight to bring this nation together and to make it one. And every force in hell is going to seek to break you. And here's what brothers got to figure out. You got to figure out that there is a way for both of us to eat. And here's the way for both of us to eat. You ain't going to like it, TikTok, but I'm going to say it. The way for both of us to eat is to look at who is really starving us. Look at who is really, like, why do we as Black people in the richest country on earth that just is in Congress right now trying to get $100 billion over to Ukraine and Israel for war campaigns, but we can't feed ourselves? When do we blame him? Right. We never blame him out. Right. Instead, they know something about all 12 of these tribes. All 12 of these tribes will turn on another tribe in the drop of a dime, and they count on it. They count on it to keep us separated and keep us destroyed. Well, General Katham Gabar, he ain't listening. The propaganda don't work on him. He too hardcore UPK. The propaganda, it bounces off of him. It don't even register with him. You understand? He went up to New York City, cracked through everything, pulled all the tribes together in the UPK, called up the soldiers like a real general, got them, worked it out with them. They all rolled into the city. Some flew, some drove, some trained, whatever. They got there, they answered his call, and brother, thousands and thousands of Latino brothers and sisters got clothes for the winter. Right. Jackets on their back. That's right. Babies got clothes, pampers, hats, boots, shoes. I ain't even gonna get to the part about the sisters because I got a card on the phone. But the sisters that came through that sent bags and bags of clothes. Some sisters went out and bought new clothes. Just went to the children's store and bought new stuff with the tags on it, put it in a bag, and told their husband, send it up there to General Kathumga Ball. Right. And he came up there with tons of stuff. Brother told me they got 75 pallets worth of stuff for the next run. 75. That's 3 tractor trailers for those of you that may not understand. That's 3 tractor trailers worth of clothing and things, Pampers and sanitary napkins for the sisters, and underwear and socks and shoes. They got 3 truckloads of it. And I'm saying this to all you, tell a card, I'm coming to him right now. Bear with me. I want to say this to all you rich among the blacks and Latinos. All you rich niggas and all you rich Latinos, you've been hearing and seeing me. Y'all know who the hell I am. I've been on these streets for 40 years. That's right. You see what the hell my boys are doing out here. That's right. You better come see me, man. Right. You better come see me and get right with me, man. You praising these child molesters. Now it's coming out. Now the white man won all these record companies. So now he bringing out all the dirt and lasciviousness and destruction that these brothers in the entertainment world been doing. They've been destroying people's lives. We're the ones who got to fix them people. We got to clothe them. We got to feed them. And you Negroes that done got rich off of it, what you waiting on, the white man to give us that money? You break yourself, man. Pay your tithes to me. Don't pay no tithes to no goddamn church. You understand? My boys just fed 5,000 niggas, man. That's right. And Latinos in New York City, 5,000. Okay? You come see me, man. It ain't right if you don't do it, man. And that's what it takes, man, to break through this place. I got more to say about it because it was amazing. Again, big shout out General Kathumga Bar and all the captains and all the officers and especially the troopers, man, who had the heart to just do the job and follow them orders. Big shout out to all of them, man, and especially my team in there. General Muhammad got in there, helped counsel them. General Maya, General Haas worked out sticking with them. Oh yeah, the sisters, forget about it. They was the backbone of getting the clothes to them. Put a card on for me, please. You got him patched in, or you handing me the phone? He's patched in. Will we get to hear him? 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me, Cap?
Colonel Wakasa, y'all watch me over shot brother thumb.
What's going on, Cap? Cap, I had because of what you told me that when you was out there, man. I'm gonna give you the floor, man. Break it down. Somebody get the ball on there too, if you could. Get Kathumga Ball on the other line. General Kathumga Ball. Go ahead, Cap. You got the floor.
Most High Christ, General Thawada, sir. First, I want to say Thawada to you, sir. You know what I'm saying, for holding on to this truth. You know what I mean, and dedicate yourself to this truth, so that men like myself can have strength and courage to do what we were ordered to do this past Saturday. You know what I mean, and big up to all the brothers, all the captains, and all the officers and the troopers that came out to support and to complete the mission. And to stand for the Lord and the brothers.
To all these generals and their strength, why we here today. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Cap. I ain't mean to cut in on you. Go ahead, get it in.
Lots of Tawabs. So when we were down there, we prepared. All the brothers got in on time. We had locked down the whole zone down there on 2nd Ave. So even as the actual clothes drive was going on, and General Thumb and his team, and so I get big up the officer 5,000, Ashar Gapon, even while they were up on 3rd Ave giving the clothes away to all the tribe, all the Latino brothers and sisters, the refugees. We were down training, locking down the zone down there. And as we were, getting to the actual location, moving to the actual location, the actual New York police force was in awe at the discipline of all the brothers. Like as we were moving, sir, as we were moving, when we finished, I got reports from the other captains saying how the New York Police Department was looking at us in awe because they never seen brothers come together with so much discipline and honor, and how we locked down the zone. I mean, they were working in complete sync with us because of how we showed ourselves to be right in the spirit and how we were moving as one. I mean, we shocked everybody out there.
Damn right, Doc. Damn right. Go ahead, Doc. Let me tell you, this is the job that Christ hired us to do. Go ahead, Cap.
One thing I would like to bring out in that while we were there, what General Katham had said was, you know, of course, our brothers from the tribe of Israel, of the Latino descent, man, Issachar and Shemawan, the Dominicans, and all those refugees up there, they've been in hell dealing with the system up there in New York City, trying to get any type of social services and work and confusion. So when the relief came from you, sir, and General Katham Gabar with the clothes, at first it was a lot of confusion, you know, of course, you know, maybe the carnality might have came out of them, you know what I mean, momentarily because of the support we was given. So they had to jump at the opportunity. So they were saying people were cutting in line and the brothers and sisters was kind of rushing the tables. But sir, if I may, when the brothers marched down, General Katham said everybody got in complete order. When they heard the brothers marching up the street, everybody got in complete order and got right. So lock
They rethought themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how you do it. That's love. That's love. You know what I'm saying? That's how you show love, man. That's real love. You know what I mean? You don't let nobody brainwash you to separate you from the other tribe that the Lord revealed himself in Genesis, the 49th chapter, and revealed in all the prophecies that have come to pass ever since. You're going to let somebody game you up, and they already lied about who the people in the book was in the gate. So you're going to let them game you up now and try to get you to separate from your tribes that you could see the history in. I'm not that weak-minded, man. Right. My mind ain't that weak. You know what I'm saying? And neither is General Katham, and neither is all them badass soldiers that rolled out there with him. I mean, everybody sent up soldiers. Even if they couldn't come, they sent soldiers up. You know what I'm saying? Everybody came through. It was absolutely raw, man. That was how you do it, brother. You know what I'm saying? And now we got to start thinking about housing, food. Yeah. We got a lot of people now. The Lord's sending them right to us. They come into all the cities that we've been teaching in for years. You better understand the prophet when you hear him, brother. You understand? Like now we're going to think about housing, food, clothing, everything. Because guess what? If the city can't handle it, we will handle it, regardless of what state we're in, regardless of what we suffer. We ain't got nothing. And that's what's so heavy about what y'all did up there, Cat Makad Abraham. What's so heavy about what y'all did up there is you did not be a slave. See, a slave can't think to help himself when he down. A slave begs the master for a crumb. But a man in the dirt will use the tool the Lord gave him, which is his brain, and he will figure out how to come out the dirt. And he certainly will do it if God is with him. And that's what you brothers did. You did not get bent by the captivity, man. And you went down there, man. And listen, brothers in them ranks going through hardships too. They struggling, had to get back to slaveries and all that. But they thought not of themselves, but instead thought of their brothers out. That was biblical what y'all did out there, man. I'm telling you straight up. That was biblical, man. You know what I'm saying? That was biblical. I saw on that tape crying. I couldn't believe it. Go ahead, Kyle. I want to steal the floor from you.
Blah, so not at all. So it's just one more thing I wanted to add, sir, if I may, right? Another thing that was real heavy when we were out there, once again, coming from the New York Police Department, one of their captains actually approached Captain Nazariak And he gave us the report. After one of the captains approached Captain Zaryak and said, I've seen y'all on the streets before, but I ain't know it was like this. He said he said so verbatim to Captain Zaryak. So he said that this was needed out here. He said they needed to see y'all face. Meaning they needed to see, their brother's face instead of, our oppressors who they dealing with, trying to scrape and scrunch for some type of compassion and humility, you know what I mean, to be able to support their family. He said they needed to see y'all face out here. That's what they needed. This coming from the NYPD Police Department captain, so one of their captains.
Give it up, y'all. Give it up. Give it up, Doc. You know what I'm saying? Give it up. And once again, Doc, if we could do it, the fact that we do it is proof that they definitely could do it. We on the bottom of their kingdom. And we able to do it, they could damn do it. Yeah. You understand? But there's no incentive because they too busy fighting the Republican Party, man. You understand? Politics in Democrats or Republicans is not necessarily politics for us. We got to think of us as a people, man, and then we'll get something done, man. Like what y'all did out there for them brothers and sisters. They was rioting the night before. God, tell them about that, man. Go ahead, Doc.
Go
ahead.
So like I said, so we had got the reports about the night before about, what was going on and all the confusion and everything like that. Which was, if I could say, it was what you have taught and trained us to deal with, Salaki. You know what I'm saying? So when we got up there that next day, so I mean,
we got up in here, man.
Colonel Wakan, sir.
Hyman, give it up. General Ma'Ka'ala, give it up. General Hazai Young, give it up.
All right, sir.
General Shalmar, give it up. General Kathum Gabar, give it up. And General Kwabala Mob, give it up. They might all be crazy in some way, but they're good together. Together they work. And I keep them glued together. I joined them at the hip, God. I sew them together. They work this damn thing. And it goes where it gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Through the grace and mercy of the Most High. Like, boy, oh boy, you don't know how moved I am behind that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm humbled behind so much of what y'all did that day. And listen, I'm humbled by just the fact that you got the spiritual strength to push through all that they do to press down the Lord's 12 tribes, to go out in a city you don't live in the cold of winter, with shopping bags filled with stuff to feed people you don't even know, who you know are suffering, who you will get no gain from, who will probably hate you after you've given them everything that they need. I am impressed. Like, that's why I'm not listening to no nigga in no church. Do not even try to get me to listen to no preacher. I don't even want to talk to them. They called me up and said the other day, said, "Gentleman, this preacher said he want to debate you." I said, "Nigga, please. I'm totally not interested." Like, it's like, I don't even want to, you know what I'm saying? Send the troopers to him. They'll handle him. The officer, whoever. They'll smoke his ass because y'all faking the funk. Yep. These brothers ain't faking the funk.
That's right.
Hey, Marab, pull that picture up with them brothers lined up. Everybody if you're watching this show on the phone, there's 1,500 people on this channel alone. With everybody else, there's thousands of people on these channels. Everybody, put it up big, Marab, on my screen. Like you got, like you got it up there. It'll come up in a second, right? There it is. There it is. Everybody who is watching this show on a cell phone, take a screenshot of that right there. You hear me? And share this screenshot with everybody you got on Facebook, and repost it on YouTube as well, and Instagram, and put a caption in there based on what you know just happened. This was an act of God that got taken. This was an act of love on a grand scale. Here's what made it so great. Can I tell you what made it so great? When the woman came in and dropped her 1 pence into the treasury, what did Christ say? Christ said her gift was what? The greatest The brothers on the bottom did this. The rich didn't do this. Jay-Z didn't do this.
That's right.
50 Cent didn't do this. You understand? Give me some more of them names.
No reparations did this.
No reparations did this. All right. No welfare checks did this. No Oprah did.
That's
All
what I
right.
was about to say.
Oprah ain't do this.
Michael
Oprah and The
Jordan,
Rock ain't
Michael
do this.
Jordan.
They didn't do this. Michael Jordan didn't do this. Charles Barkley didn't do this. Give me more.
Gayle King.
Gayle King didn't do this. They didn't do this. That's right. Who did this? The ones with 1 pence. That's who did that. That's who did that right there. Take a goddamn screenshot and send it to every celebrity in America, man, and tell them what the hell is your problem, that you will not help these brothers fix the 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel. They're giving their life to get down and help these people, and you sitting in your mansion in Maui, some goddamn where, counting your money. May the Lord take your money from you if you refuse to be a heart-filled person and do the right thing, man, and support these brothers and sisters, man. You understand? Kyle, go ahead. I ain't mean to take it from you. Go ahead, Cat.
Nah, sir, not at all, sir. What you said was heavy, sir. You and all the sir, the water, all of you, sir. You know what I mean, for your example and all of your leadership. You know what I mean, and the reason we got our job accomplished out there, it was a privilege for me to even be out there as well. And once again, I just want to say, the water, you, all the generals, all the brothers, all the captains, Captain Azariah, Captain Mashak and his team. You know what I mean, all the captains that came down. To handle and stand on the Lord's business, sir. The water, sir.
Damn right. The water to you, Cap. The water for you for rolling with us so we could get it done, man. And we're going to do a whole lot more. Y'all get ready, brothers. Y'all get ready. I told you already. First of all, everybody should be coming to hang with me next Friday. I'm going to be in Durham, North Carolina next Friday. And yes, we talking more third world war stuff. I'm trying to tell you, they ain't hearing me, but how they think I'm playing. Y'all think I'm on some conspiracy late night shit. I'm trying to tell you what's about to happen in your world. 2024, you about to catch a bad one if you don't know what I know.
Right.
Durham, North Carolina, next Friday, 7 p.m., absolutely free. I'm holding it down. Get your butt in the zone because they're going to try to do stuff. And you got to get your head right. And now, these brothers in the UPK, right when they should be scuttling to help themselves and hide and put an acorn under a rock somewhere so that they can feed themselves tomorrow, instead, they throwing it all on the line for the brothers and sisters today. Akkad Salaki. I keep cutting you off. Go ahead, Cat. Go ahead.
Nah, sir, it's too wild, sir. I'm coming, sir, but it was just an amazing day. I mean, not only did the people, our brothers, need to see us as soldiers, you know what I mean, for the Lord, we needed that day also. Just hearing it amongst the ranks and seeing the countenance on the brother's face, you know what I mean, at the work we was doing, you could tell that we also needed it. We also needed it, you know what I'm saying, for our spirit and our zeal as well. So the water again, sir. And that was it.
Damn right, Warrior. Damn right. That was great work, brother. Great work. You know what I mean? I'm going to let you go, unless any last words you want to put up in there.
Nah, sir. The water for having me on, sir.
Get damn right. Damn. Hey, just all in pain. I ain't know you spoke Spanish. Go ahead, girl. All right. You know what I'm saying? She's dropping in English and Spanish on y'all. Hey, Cap, I'm going to salute you out, man, with nothing but honor and respect, man. You know what I'm saying?
Most High Christ, sir. The water, sir.
The water.
How about Shabbat
Damn right, Shalom. Like that's how we do it in the UPK. And once again, this is why this is so significant. Because many more missions like this is going to be necessary. Yeah. Because this is what I've been telling you that the Lord is getting ready to do with this world. This world that you living in is about to fall apart. But there is going to be there it is. Marah got it up there. Look at the sister crying. Go back, Marah, for a second. Go big screen. I'm getting right now. Put that up big screen for me. Look at that there. Look at that there. They so traumatized, so neglected, so hated up in there. Other tribes fighting against them. Them sisters feeling vulnerable in there with their babies, going through hell. You understand? Don't know what the future is, far away from home, don't speak no English. Who gonna have compassion on them? Who cares about her? Who cares? I'll tell you who cares. Christ cares.
Right. That's right.
I'll tell you who cares. The King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
That's right.
That's who I work for. That's right. And so do the men that are with me. And brother, we obey that king, because that's the king you should fear. That's the king you should worry about. And what he wants, you should run and go get it for him. Because if you don't, you're going to die here, and everything you thought you were going to do is not going to get done. But these brothers that do this, they making that king smile. That king is smiling at what they do. You understand? For the suffering that the Lord's chosen have gone through. Them sisters vulnerable as hell, man. They're up in them zones. But guess what? It's enough for us to easily feed them.
That's right.
And let me add, can I add, Katham, I'm coming to General Katham right now, but I got to say one small thing if y'all let me. Y'all sleep on the wheel. You got all the Latino tribes in these shelters. Do you know how innovative these people are, man? These brothers and sisters built Egypt. They built the goddamn pyramids down there in Mexico. These are God's chosen people. Now, in a minute, I'm gonna tell you the future. In a real quick second. In a minute, they're gonna be building shanty towns in these parks and in these outlying areas. They're gonna start moving into them areas. And they're gonna start living in them areas. And they're gonna start being innovative in them areas. And as your world falls apart, you're gonna meet them in that park, because you're gonna become homeless too. You're gonna lose the white man's support too. And you're gonna slowly end up in the same situation as them. And then guess what? Just like they did when you ran away as a slave, they taught you how to eat.
Right.
They taught you how to clothe yourself. They taught you how to survive. And let me tell you something. I said this years ago. I said, brothers, we should go out all and marry nothing but Mexican women and get them their papers. And all the sisters should go out and marry the brothers and get them their papers to come into the country. Guess what? The Lord, you didn't do it. The Lord didn't care. He said, oh, you don't want to do it? No problem. Now they on your doorstep.
Right.
You didn't do it back then. You could have did it then. Now they on your doorstep. Okay? And you better get ready, because if you don't feed them and clothe them and get them right, they are the 12 tribes. They know how to go to war. They will scale your building. You will be on the 13th floor and an Issacharite coming in your window trying to rob you because he's so goddamn hungry. But instead, you could bring them on in and have them serve your house shot. Yeah. And we feed everybody because they know how to do it. Good Lord knows. I just had me 3 steak tacos before I got up in there in honor of the Spanish tribe. Listen, Haas ain't want to eat nothing. You know Haas be on this diet, eating warmed up. I went and got Haas 3 chicken tacos. I said, man, you got to come on, taste these. Haas had to have a chicken taco with me. I'm not playing. You got to come on with it with these tribes. The Lord is putting them in our hands. And go ahead, Joe, please.
You say that because it's already started.
Yes.
You know, they just got the brothers from Brazil. There was an organized system of plotting on affluent homes.
There you go.
Because once again, if you can't get it, you know what I'm saying, you got to go get it.
Yes, you ain't got no choice.
Good.
So what y'all gonna do? Listen, and the Lord ain't waiting. He ain't he got his program. You didn't want to go marry them off and get them back then. Now they're here. Now wait again. Wait a little while. While all the brothers and sisters who don't know better, I can't be mad at them. They've been oppressed so long too. They mad and cursing them out and all that. Just wait a second. In 2 seconds, you're gonna be living right next to them. In 2 seconds, and then let's see who you mad at then. Mm-hmm. Let's see who you mad at then when she got to make soup to feed your babies. Let's see who you gonna be angry at then. Nobody wants to blame the real oppressor that has done all of this, man. Which is why they're short and you're short. But Christ is gathering them together. Please put me in with General Katham. Okay.
Slogger, sir, you on, General, sir?
General Katham, you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Hey, shalom, y'all. Bashem Yahweh Barakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Barakatah to everybody and the generals above me.
You the man of the hour right now, Hebrew.
Hey, you the man of the hour. You raised me up, sir. I'm gonna tell you, if I didn't have that camp experience, it would have been a melee out there. I had to keep the brothers calm and just say they gonna try to bum rush us, you know. But let me say this, General Q was with me, rolling hard with me also.
Give it up for the Q Nixon.
You know, and I want to give a shout out to Ashar Kapan. Yo, that brother had like real good intel on everything. You know, when we first got out there, they were supposed to give us some tables, and the brother that was working there, he said, "Listen, it ain't me." He said, "The powers that be told me don't give y'all none of our tables."
And they was in the shelter.
Yeah, it was right.
Wait, the shelter would not give you tables to give out clothing for the people in the shelter. Oh my God! You see what I'm talking about?
God.
Like in prison, you can act. Listen, you can act tough as a motherfucker wants. Excuse my French, but I'm so not impressed at how tough you are if you can't do this. Right. Like this takes goddamn strength. Right. I don't respect you if you can't pull off something like this. Right. Like this is deep here. Salakia, go ahead, General.
Hey, no sweat, sir. And and the day before,
help you.
Mashak called me, and I explained to Mashak. I said, New York system don't give a damn about nobody. I said, in there, you're gonna have some goons, you're gonna have cliques, and you're gonna have different people with different countries, you know, siding together and then fighting against one another. And then I said, in New York, don't give up the things that we're gonna give them. I said, whatever you got, just go ahead and give it, and we'll do one down in DC on our own at a later date. But let me tell you, General, I want to say the water to the entire nation of the ISUPK, because the brothers that didn't come, it contribute to the brothers that did come, the sisters and the brother across the country.
Damn, that's like David right there. Yeah, right.
Khan. I got to give them props. They came through, and I'm gonna say this, sir. They was grabbing everything that they could, and I was just giving them as much as they wanted. Wow. Like it wasn't a problem. Like I was telling the brothers, that's what they're here for. They don't have nothing. We just gotta let them come through 8, 10 at a time. And they trying to get what they can get. And then, General, when it was over, Mashak said, all the brothers said that they felt something.
Wow.
I mean, it was a sight to see. All the captains, they came up, saluted me. LeBron from Detroit, he came up, he came through there. You know what I mean? Everybody came through.
Let me tell you, Salaka, go ahead, kid.
But it was what they wanted, it's what they needed, and we need to do a little bit more. That's all, you know. Yeah, I mean.
Are you trying to tell me what? Are you trying to tell me you want to go back and do it again?
Listen, General. They said after we was packing up leaving, the other people that was inside that didn't want to be filmed, they came out and was just taking what we thought that they didn't want and started bagging and taking all of it back inside the shelter.
Wow.
And I just want to again give a shout out, Kathum, to your soldiers, because I know they was up 4 a.m, man, collecting bags of clothes. This is just in Philly. It's just a couple of sisters I know of. Bags of clothes, by maybe 6, 7 full bags of clothes, just 4 a.m. Your captains is running around grabbing it, before they headed up to headquarters, man. It was, and I know with all the cities that came through, they was doing it in all the cities. And like you said, shout out to the entire nation, because you put them together, Katham, and they came together and they rolled with you, man, and it sounded like a success. I'm still impressed over what the police said. You understand? That's a good thing.
God, and I want to give a shout out to the officer of 50, Lakumya Allah.
Okay.
Man, he was keeping crowd control. speaking Spanish, telling them slow up, hold up, let this group go. You know what I mean? I mean, he was running around making sure, hey, all right, you got enough. Let some people come. You can get back in line, but let these other people come through. People were getting back in line 3 or 4 times.
Wow. Show you how much they need. You know what I'm saying? Show you how in New York City, with all the billions that come through Wall Street, with all this money that's there, with Park Avenue and Fifth Avenue and Madison Avenue and all them different areas, Sutton Place. You understand? Where all that wealth is, Soho, where those what they call them lofts, cost $15 million. Penthouses, all in the 80s, all them penthouses, all that. The goddamn UN is in New York City. The United Nations in New York City, and thousands and 5,000 brothers and sisters sitting in homeless shelters. And the UN is sitting right down there on the river, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't respect you, man. I don't respect y'all at all, because you don't understand the job that Christ called. But that's okay. I'm getting me a crown off your neck, off your back.
Right.
Off your slackness, I'm stealing me a crown. Get me a crown off of your neck.
Damn right.
And it just shows, I think Gentleman Hyman brought it out last week. It just shows who should be in charge of the earth.
That's right.
Who should be running this earth? Who should be making the worldwide decisions on everything, man? Right. You want peace. You want to be fed. You don't want to be homeless, and you want to have shelter, man. There's only one group of people that love you on this earth and that can accomplish this, and that's the soldiers of Christ. Commander Johnny Yohanas and all his warriors under him, man.
Most High Christ. Damn right. Damn right. And,
man,
and one more thing too, General.
Please, go ahead.
And listen, the people that wasn't getting any clothing that was passing by, they were thanking us.
Dang.
But even before the march, they was like, that's a good thing y'all doing. He was, yo, man, that's nice that you're doing this. Brothers and sisters. So
I know y'all was telling them where the headquarters address, right?
Listen, we was handing out flyers. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. What was the thing that we dropped the ball on is that when we marched, we should have had brothers with flyers walking beside them. That was the only thing that we dropped the ball on, and it won't happen again.
You ain't dropped the ball, Katham. You know why? You ain't dropped the ball because you went out there, man, to put clothes on babies' backs. And that's what the hell you did. You went out there to give sisters Pampers, to give brothers a jacket in this horrible winter. Like that, like what good was that flyer gonna do when you freezing to death in a sterile ass shelter in the middle of February? You wouldn't have been thinking about no damn flyer. So what you did is what you needed to do. Trust me. If they got any soul in them, they ain't gonna need no flyers. They're gonna be asking everybody, who the hell was them niggas that that was the flyer. You gave out all the flyers you need to give them.
God,
sir. Need a piece of paper after that. They know exactly where they find you at.
The water, sir. The water. I appreciate it. And to the generals who I called throughout the week getting that help, especially General Muhammad, shot all my ideas down and tweaked everything. He guided me through this fire. The water.
All
right.
Nice work, General. We look forward to seeing when you're gonna do the next one, man.
Karawaka, yes, sir. Tawada. All right, sir. Shalom. Yabba Shabbat. Shalom, Yabba Shabbat.
Like everybody's supposed to see that, man.
Right.
This should be shared everywhere. This was a biblical event. Tawada. Shalom, General. We off? All right. That was heavy. Let's move on. What you holding, you dad? Let's get it in. We still got a good hour. We started nice time. Go ahead. Y'all like it? We on the top of the hour.
Or the little boy, whichever one you prefer.
Either one. I'll take any one. Mm-hmm. Break it down. Amazing job the brothers did. Pay your tithes.
Yeah, right. The scripture say when the righteous don't rule, the people rejoice.
That's what it said.
Yeah.
You ain't lying. People thought the UPK was done.
Right.
People counted us out.
Right.
Oh, it's a wrap. They out. Woo. Wait, did you sleep your house?
Yeah, right.
You slept there.
Lord always reserved several thousand men that never bow their knee to bow.
Damn right.
Damn right. Damn right. We don't bow on our knees.
Damn right. You know, man. Sure. Brothers doing everything they possibly can to help brothers and sisters in here, man. In every facet. Every brother in every facet. We doing jobs we never thought we would do. You know what I'm saying? Sure. I used to say, well, Muhammad ain't gonna be nothing but a thug. Muhammad counseling people. That's counseling people. Nothing but a thug. I thought Haas wasn't gonna be nothing but a gun-toting nigga. And they're helping people, fixing camp, this, that. You know, man. Jeremiah just scared me.
And that's how I got through life, sir.
I don't know what you're saying. Meanwhile, he's giving nothing but love and brotherhood.
Everybody always used to tell me, you can't do that. You can't do that. I said, watch me. You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that. It's going to work like that now.
You know what I'm saying?
Very right, Joe.
Put righteousness first, man. Like, this is the job. This is what we called to do. And we better do it. And because once again, it's going, somebody else will get the job. Okay. Them same people in that shelter, they'll be feeding you if you mess around and blow what Christ's telling you to do. Everybody, every brother's supposed to come into the truth. Stop the foulness, man, and come into the UPK. This is the home of the truth. You understand? This is where the Lord is working with. You come in here, man, and get up in these ranks and do what you need, brothers and sisters. And get up in here, man, and do what it takes to get this job done, man. All right? Let's keep it pushing. Go ahead,
Conor Khan, sir. Little James cries after seeing Gurnick grinding on his mom.
Oh, yeah, this went viral, this video. Yeah. Rough video here. Look at that here.
I want to ask a question, sir.
Please.
To Yediah, is that cat who's grinding on that little brother's mother, is he famous? Yediah?
I'm actually not sure, sir.
Okay.
And I would like to know too for this reason. Mm-hmm. He was befuddled like the girl was his woman. Like if you notice, he's like a little aggravated as though the girl is his woman. They obviously at some formal event, he's got a red jacket on. It may have even been their event. Say again?
Conor Khan, sir. He's a Instagram and TikTok famous, sir. He has over 1 million, close to 2 million followers.
Oh, so he think what an arrogant bastard. He think he should have the liberty to grind on any woman that want to grind on him.
And so does that mother.
And making an Instagram video. I'm assuming that's he was making the video.
And you know, sir, that little boy is I've seen him before somewhere.
Damn.
That little boy did a lot of memes or something like that.
I think he's like an influencer. From what I saw
he's
today.
an influencer. The little child.
The little child is.
The child makes videos, and I think he's made them for years.
Wow.
So his mother, they must be at some influencer event.
Okay, we're all
internet influencers.
Yeah.
He finds out the truth about his mother that day.
He sure did.
And broke his heart.
Broke his heart. Did they show the part where he was crying afterwards?
Yeah, that broke me down.
That shit broke his heart.
Right there. that just broke me down.
Like he damaged for law. And look at the stupid broad behind him.
Yeah.
Get the shot of the stupid bitch behind him laughing.
Yeah.
That think it's cute.
And his mother's still next to him,
Yeah. Nasty ass bitch. And he's a clown, this guy here. Boy, that brother got so much integrity. And he acting like, what's his problem? He messing up the video. Like he messed up and backed him the hell up off it. And let that be a lesson for every dumb hoe bitch out there.
Yeah.
Don't destroy your son by being a stinking hoe before the world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You so dumb. Some of you so dumb. You let the colonizer tell you free. You could be yourself. Don't no man tell you nothing, yada, yada, yada. When that freedom going to destroy your son, you dumbass. Why don't you let your son hold on to something that he's supposed to believe is holy? You breastfed him. You fed him from a baby. He looks to you like you are his, righteous savior. He looks to you for purity in a world that is filled with evil. And what do? Join the evil. Her and every dumb bitch in there, especially the dumb one behind her. She's sitting there laughing like, when that boy right there, he's damaged for life. Yeah. Let me tell you what he's going to do. The first girlfriend he get, when he's about 14, 15, 16, something like that, he's going to get him a girlfriend. And the day that his girlfriend playing around starts twerking in public, he going to beat the shit out that bitch. And when he do, then you're going to be like, what the hell is his problem? He's a damn nut. What's wrong with him? He's going to stomp that bitch into the ground. You know why? Because that twerking is going to remind him of how his whole heart was shattered when his mother went out there and whored herself before the entire public world for absolutely nothing. Okay. He's going to remember that pain. And every woman that twerks in front of him from now to the day he goes in the grave, he's going to have an ounce of hatred for that woman. And here's the part that you got to pray and hope does not happen to him. You got to hope that he does not develop such a hatred for women based on you shattering his image of his mother that he eventually begins to look at men as an alternative because he's so hateful and angry at women. Then he becomes a man of alternative lifestyles filled with pain and suffering. And what is your dumb ass going to say? He has a right to choose. He can be whatever he want to be. You're not even going to recognize what he went through. You understand? Let me tell you something. 50% of fixing brothers in this truth is based on, you got it? 50% of fixing brothers in this truth is because of what they experienced as a child. I'm not saying it's all the women's fault, but what a grown man suffers as a child will damage him for the rest of his life. And it is important for us to fight to try to change that around. That's why Kathum and them went out there and took care of them brothers and sisters, because their children got to suffer in them shelters. You understand? And they got to get through that and still grow up to be a productive adult and not destroy their own tribe based on the pain and the suffering that they went through. They don't even count the statistics of how many children in foster care are molested in this country. I mean, damn near every child in foster care is preyed on. Every child molester is becoming a foster care parent or becoming a foster care counselor or working in the foster care system, because that's where the children are. So they go and join and get those jobs and they prey on them. And the Black community doesn't report nearly none of those incidents that take place in these places, man. Like, God damn it, can we care about anything? You selfish, stinking, rotten pig. Can you care about anything, man? I'm going to tell you something. I got a major handicap, and I ain't scared to talk about it. I'm going to tell you, you know why I got a major handicap when it comes to women? I say it all the time. I got a major handicap because I had a fucking excellent mother. I had a mother that was like a goddamn saint, Okay, and so I don't see nothing but good in women. I can't see no harm in them. Bro, I be wondering what brothers all mad about. but I should think that way, right or wrong. I should be able to think that way because I should see that in all the sisters. Yeah. But when you don't see it in those sisters, especially as a child, you grow up so warped and so damaged. You be fucked up. You understand? And this should be a lesson for all of us. I see you dying like he know what I'm talking about. We've talked about it, matter of fact. That over there by Long Lane and all that bullshit. We've talked about it. Like you gonna fuck a young man up, excuse my French, TikTok. You gonna mess him up. Go ahead, you die. I know you trying to say something.
Salak said, I made with Commander General Yohana saying it's so heavy. It was one brother on Twitter that started a trend, and I had to like it. He said, when I saw that, he said, I thank the Lord for my mother every day that she doesn't have an OnlyFans like Blueface mom, that it's not being promoted, that my mom had some dignity and did the best she could out here in the world. So like I said, what you saying was so heavy.
Listen, what you saying is so right. And let me tell you something. That's why I want nothing but women to come into the UPK and be brand new mothers for these brothers. Some of these brothers is grown men and need a new mother because the one that they had failed. I'm not charging her for the failure. God knows what happened that she failed. But damn it, we got the truth now. We got to now at least stop the bleeding and turn the shit around before we lose every damn body, man. That's right. You understand? When Moses took us out of Egypt, the Lord said that Moses gave us a bill of divorce for the hardness of our heart because of everything we had suffered in Egypt with our mothers and fathers and families and cousins. We was hard towards we hated our women because of that. And brother, that's what has happened to us today, man. That's what's happened to us in this stinking place today. You understand? Like, boy, we should turn this around. Sisters should come in the truth, try and be a great representation for their children. Don't be seen half naked. Don't be seen unseemly. Damn near don't damn twerk in public. You know, give a damn about that baby. Give a damn about what is going to happen to his mind. At least understand that his mind can be destroyed if you don't operate in a certain way. At least understand that. Like that brother right there, he's supposed to go straight into therapy right now and probably be in therapy off and on for the rest of his life. But of course, your dumb asses don't think it's nothing. Oh, she was just playing. He was overreacting. You saw the rest of them dumb bitches. Plato, I want you to see, this is the one that burns me up. The mother's bad enough. But that dumb bitch in the back is the one that burns me up the most. Her, right there. Look at this. Look at her. She thinks it's a comedy hour. That is the dumbest bitch you ever saw. You see how to her, it's a big joke. He's in tears over seeing his mother twerk on this man and have this man make videos of his mother's ass. And she thinks it's a joke. This is the problem. This is what the UPK should be fighting. And we fight it. Big shout out to General Muhammad and his counselor.
I didn't notice her, but now I would love for someone in the chat to explain. There has to be a sister out there that understands her.
I would love to hear.
Okay, what is she laughing at? Like, what is she seeing that we're not? There has to be some sister that was in the world or is in the world that could make us understand what does she think is so funny? Oh, damn. Yeah. I'm sorry. I was asking Commander Juliana a question because I did not notice that woman.
Yeah.
Just now.
I don't know why it jumped out at me, though. It jumped out at me, man, when I saw the tape. When I saw the tape, my whole mind focused on her like, what?
Because she saw the crying.
Yes.
Right. And she's laughing.
Yes.
I would like to understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, okay, what is she? If there's a woman that is,
I can tell you.
Come on with it.
It ain't gonna be nice.
Oh boy.
But I will tell you. Go ahead. I'll tell you. She is laughing because she has been so violated and so molested that what the boy is crying over, to her, it's just he's a baby and he can't handle it. Like you tell a baby they got to go to bed and they start crying. Or you tell them they can't have their bottle and they start crying. To you, it's like, oh, they're
immaturity.
Yes, he's a baby. He don't know better. But what she doesn't realize is that the rape and molestation that she has experienced is why she does not see that it is a problem. You understand? Like she's destroyed. So she don't see that this baby is, that this thing is traumatizing this baby. She can't see it because she had to get past her own molestation, her own violations, which is how the cycle continues. That's why the mother did it in a full room full of people.
And when there with the
child right there.
Sitting right there.
But worse, when the child interrupted, nobody jumped in like, yeah, sis, what are you doing? Nobody said that. Everybody, you see it, if you go back and play the tape one more time, big screen for me. Everybody was just in a disarray, like, oh, he interrupted the shot. They wasn't looking at it like that. He interrupted the shot. Oh, poor brother, man. Poor, look at her. She's still twerking. She don't even see it. Watch. Look at them sitting around. They sitting around. Here he comes. He's coming in. Boom, he interrupts, stops her. He don't even understand. What's his problem? The girl next to him is checking him too. The thin girl next to him is checking him. Boy, he had to be strong to stand up. Look at everybody else. Nobody's paying it no mind.
The videotape.
Yeah, he was making another video. This is what this is supposed to be about. Influencers making videotapes. He pushed him back again. Like, the brother had to be strong.
And the mom laughed again too.
Yeah. Oh, she sees nothing. The mom's a dummy. She's a dumb, stupid broad. You know what I'm saying? And look at the girl sitting behind, laughing, like, oh, he's so silly.
Like sexual violations is normal.
Yes.
To them.
It's like not a big deal.
And it's like he is crying because he's a baby. He don't understand yet. He's immature. He's still a kid, but he will understand later.
Like, right. He wouldn't, if he was older, he wouldn't see this. If he was older, he would have knocked her fucking teeth out. If that was his woman, he would have knocked her goddamn teeth out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what he would have done. And then it would have been like, he's overreacted. Yeah. What's his problem? Like, they don't get it because we've been so destroyed here. I didn't mean to steal up the whole chat. It's a lot of y'all. But this shit right here is,
that explains everything.
That was a heartbreak.
That's it. And then there's like, can parents do that? And they look at it like, well, he's a kid, so of course he's protecting his mother. He's a kid, of course he's not used to it, not knowing that they're creating the kind of person you're going to be when you get older. They're making you. And they think it will just happen. You'll just get used to people grinding on your mother. And you will, because they are going to sexualize you. They're going to change your opinion of your mother. They're going to change how you look at your mother, how you look at your women, and then you will be used to people having sex with your mother.
And twerking is to be made so public that it's not really a big deal. It's damn near like he's too young, so he thinks it's something important, when in fact his young innocence is exactly what is going to help everybody if they go there.
And she's stealing it.
She's stealing
because this thing, because of today, nothing will be pure again.
Boom.
Nothing. He won't be immature again.
That's it.
He's going to grow up.
Muhammad,
he grows up today.
Muhammad, you're the king of teaching us to watch how we act in front of our children. You're the king of it. You know what I'm saying? Give it up, man. You push.
Sure. I don't understand them. I gotta ask them.
Yeah,
but that makes sense with everything.
Yeah.
That is like, he's young, he's a kid, he's a baby, he'll get used to it. That's that.
Yeah.
That's what's in it.
Like we might not know everything, but for sure you be pushing, like, watch how you act in front of these kids. Watch what you say in front of these kids. Don't be arguing in front of these. I hear it in all accounts. When I go back and listen to the tapes, I hear it all the time. Don't be arguing in front of these kids. That is important, man. If we're going to get any chance of getting the hell up out of here in one damn piece. If we don't want to lose more brothers, and thank the Lord for all the brothers and sisters who fought through their tragedies. Thank the Lord for all the children that fought through their tragedies and came into the truth with their parents and are making a brand new change. Big shout out to all of them and the sisters too, who've been through hell and high waters. You understand? Like, it's like you being a mother in the truth is more than just you, sister, you got to obey your husband. It's more than that.
Right.
It's more than that. Like, you have to be a representative to attempt to give brothers a new sense of motherhood, and the brothers as well. You understand? You can't be a man that can't control yourself and you arguing with your woman all the damn time like I do. Slock. I'm joking, of course. I'm joking, of course. listen, you have to try to do that in a different place, man. You know what I mean? Like, we got to be better than we was. And listen, and that UPK showed it out there in New York City. It showed that we could be better.
Yeah.
And once again, man, I don't know, you know what I mean? Being in New York, I don't know if it's that or it's just the mercy of the Lord. I ain't never been a cat that could really conform to the stuff they telling me to conform to. I always knew that the game was on us and we had a better way. You know what I'm saying? And these scriptures, man, is our better way. And we should stick to it. So I'm off of it. I don't mean to hog it all up, y'all. So like,
if I could give one little thing,
please,
good to live by. It's a phrase I learned years ago when I began to counsel for Commanding General Yohana. Premium non nocere.
Premium non nocere.
Premium non nocere. That means first, no harm. That's the oath that doctors take when they become doctors. And certainly when I started to counsel, trying to learn how to do it, trying to learn what to say to this day, the major thing I'm trying to do is not make it worse. Like, that's more important than fixing it. Just don't cause harm. Don't you be the reason that this child loses his innocence. Start with that. Like, damn it, just start with not effing it up.
That's right.
If you could damn it start there, the solution will come. But parents don't care about, don't let the trauma come from you, mom.
Right.
You can't guarantee this world won't give your child hardships.
Right.
But damn it, I ain't got to give him nothing.
Right.
You know, I could try to make sure that his traumas don't come from me. That her traumas don't come from me. That's first. That's a premium. That's the first above everything.
Damn right. Figure everything else out later.
Come on, we got time. You know, we'll work on that. But damn, don't let the thing happen. I did it to him. It happened from us.
Damn right. Good shot. All right, let's go, Morale. I mean, you die, Salaki. Where we going?
Concert. Charleston White involved in on-stage scuffle after throwing prop at heckler.
If I could say, this story was, you know, this is an entertainment story, which is really the story.
They've been trying to get old Paul Charleston.
I'll tell you, the story is, show the video to Commander. I'm sure he hasn't seen it. Charleston White is an internet influencer, right? And he's gotten very popular because he's a popular internet entertainer.
Right.
Now he's a comedian.
Right.
He's out doing comedy shows, and this is what happened at one of his shows. Please, sir.
Talk right.
I already got the back here. I already got the back here. I don't give a damn about getting known, nigga. I done already got paid. You paid to see me, nigga. You paid to see me. Lakers, Jazz, and Warren ass, nigga. Pull out some money, though. Pull out some money, though. Pull out some money, though. Bitch ass, nigga, pull out some money. Pull up. I'll hit you on your goddamn head, nigga. Pull out some money, nigga. I'll hit you on your goddamn head. Pussy ass, nigga. Hit you on your goddamn head.
What she saying?
Pull me up. Somebody to bring up so she gets up.
Help me with all these.
Help me up. Bring my ass up. Somebody get down there.
What happened to all that racist stuff that he's supposed to be talking? All that racist shit.
I think that's the story, General Hyde.
Like, what's up with all that racist shit? He talking about how black people don't come together and X, Y, Z. And look at what he's doing. Where all that come from? What's going on?
Well, he's a comedian.
CW, baby, what's the deal, baby?
He's a comedian, and he's funny, and he has a good time, and people come see his shows. He's a comedian. And that's it. I think that's the story of the whole thing. There's so many people like him. I tell you, okay, what's more important is that you see a basketball player and think that he's a racial leader. Right? Come to find out, Charleston White is a comedian that does comedy shows, and you can buy a ticket. And he gets heckled. Like comedians get heckled. Sometimes they get in fights just like Will Smith smacked Chris Rock.
Right.
It happens at comedy shows. He's a comedian. And let me tell you something else. People online, sir, trying to describe whether he got beat up, who won the fight. That, of course, is irrelevant because this is entertainment. He is going to benefit from this. because this is entertaining. So whether he loses a fight, wins a fight, whatever, it doesn't matter because this is entertaining. This is entertainment. And as long as people can know that, you can enjoy it. You can enjoy this. You watch a basketball game, don't look for the civil rights leader on the court wearing shorts. You're looking for an effing civil rights leader. I know you know about this, sir. There was a meeting back in the 60s between Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Muhammad Ali, Jim Brown, and all of them had white women as wives. And say again, Bill Russell, all of them married white women, and they thought this meeting was going to be a revolution. Come to find out, it was a lot of men in shorts in that room, and a lot of white women that had husbands in that room, and nothing changes because they're entertainers. Bill Russell is an entertainer. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with his countless white women is an entertainer. Muhammad Ali with his white women, all white children with white women, was an entertainer. He wasn't going to revolutionize anything. Charleston White is just the same. He's a good entertainer. It's funny. It's entertaining. You can go see his show if you enjoy it. That's fine. You can watch his clips, just like you can go see LeBron James, just like you can go see random football player USA,
Dave Chappelle,
Kevin
Hart,
Jay-Z, Kevin Hart, nameless rappers who you think will start a revolution. Nas, Jay-Z, Kanye West.
Yeah.
The Purple Pigs went out to protest for Kyrie Irving because Kyrie Irving is all that matters in life. Kyrie Irving is an entertainer, and he's Muslim now, if you didn't check. He's no longer an Israelite. He's a Muslim. He's an entertainer, everyone. If you can just remember that, then you can enjoy their show.
And somebody said that he stated that he has manufactured chaos for clicks. Entertainment, you know.
That's entertainment. It's funny.
You should say who said it too. You should say who it was.
Kanaya Howard. Kanaya Howard said Charleston White is his name?
Charleston White.
Charleston White said that he stated he has manufactured chaos for clicks before. He even said that.
It's very funny. Very enjoyable. And there's nothing wrong with that. So lucky, sir.
Anybody else? That's it? I hope they didn't kill him. They look like they whooped his ass. Fucking TikTok. Go ahead.
Fox News fumes about that black woman in power at Harvard.
So that was another news story. It was on all the channels. The Congress, the House of Representatives, had a congressional hearing this week about all of the so-called hate speech happening on college campuses. All of the turmoil on the streets is starting in college campuses, with the college students protesting pro-Palestinian. And they're saying things like destroy Israel, Israel must be eradicated from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free, which means wipe out Israel so that you can have one Palestinian country.
We back. Okay. Everybody seems to still be with us.
Okay.
Muhammad still look frozen though for a second.
Okay. Good to go?
Yeah, good to go.
Well, yeah, what were you bringing out just now about the whole thing?
Okay, the University of Penn president resigned that you just brought out, but it must have been getting some heat because they said this is just one donor said they was gonna cut that $100 billion that they usually get in every year. You understand?
That one donor, I'd hate to guess their religion.
So
I'm not going to.
Their ethnicity.
Their ethnicity. But the reason it's a story now, sir, is because one resigned. the current president of Harvard is a black woman. And they want her to resign. And these are some remarks made about her from some other rich donors to
Let's
Harvard
go.
University.
They mad at Harvard put a nigga over them.
Shalom.
Y'all know what I mean, TikTok. I don't want to mess up ISUPK Philly too.
Do we have it, Mara? The statement, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah. We can't play it. Can we read it?
Reading this one. Go ahead,
Colonel McCon, sir. It says Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce on Tuesday tore into Harvard's university president that black women in power.
It's not on YouTube, this video. I think I saw it on YouTube. But YouTube means it's legit, right? We can play it.
What?
Any video.
Not necessarily.
Okay, select.
It depends on who it's coming from.
Go ahead, you die.
Colonel McCon, sir. Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce on Tuesday tore into Harvard's university president that black woman in power as Bruce referenced to her over her congressional testimony about the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Now, if they played it on any news agency, then we can.
It's on Fox.
If it's on Fox News, you should be able to play it. You know, man, you should be able to play that part if it is. You know what I mean? It's a fair use. You know what I'm saying?
Is that the term for you can play everything?
Not everything, but like for on a news article, you can because the news is for the public, so it's fair use. Do they quote when she says it, or do they say when she says it? Do they show the tape of her?
It turns out that some words actually do have consequences. Actress Susan Sarandon just got dumped by her Hollywood talent agency for anti-Semitic remarks. The spokesperson for the agency telling Fox News Digital that Sarandon is in fact no longer repped by them. The Oscar winner has attended several pro-Palestine rallies since the Israel-Hamas war began, reportedly joining in chants.
Another woman. That's what I saw.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. And this war is breaking up families.
Yeah.
This war is breaking up families. It's beginning to stir the pot up. All of this is the walk towards this whole place ending.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And here's what the Edomites about to find out. What they're about to find out is that they sat back hating us so much, and because of it, they went to sleep. And they let the so-called Jew come in and take the country. They said he's in so much seats of power, ain't no way that he is not going to be able to tell them whatever he wants to tell them. You understand? And they got to comply. Go ahead, Maya.
If I can, Steve Harvey show was bringing out how Terrence Howard is suing Hollywood over his Empire show. They compared to the money that it makes, and the contract he signed, he's getting damn near nothing. You know what I'm saying? And so he's suing him. And Steve Harvey said, man, that's a hard thing he doing, man. And Steve Harvey, no, he said, I've been in this thing a long time. He said, Byron Allen is the only black man that successfully sued to get his royalties and get control and get the proper contracts and all that. He said, now, if he said, Steve Harvey said, I'm gonna watch this case with Terrence Howard. If he wins, I'm going back for mine. You understand?
Which show you they robbing all.
Yeah, he said, I'm going back for mine, but I'm gonna just watch it. Then he said, well, let me be quiet before I lose my show. And they stopped talking about it.
There you go.
Because Jewish people run all of that.
Yeah.
So,
Not that name.
Right.
Right.
The people with the same similar names. Imposters.
And if I could just was that
I'm done.
If I could just add a little bit to what you're saying, Jeremiah, which is so heavy, that also shows you that every last one of them know. They all of them know. And they refuse to take it. And let me tell you something. David Chappelle's the only one that turned down that 50 million. People thought he was crazy. But David Chappelle was smarter than them all because, of course, they ended up with nothing. They stealing. I mean, that show, what's it called? Power? No.
Empire.
That show, brother, you couldn't even get no meat behind that show. That show, the night that show was on, brothers was just, because every woman in America was watching that show, and plenty of brothers too. That show was super powerful. They made so much money off that show. They robbed all the black shows. Okay, when you get to the Lear story, I know that's coming up. All the stuff he stole, he robbed them for. Good Times, the father, he had to quit on that one
because they wouldn't give him no money.
That's right.
Sanford and Son, Red Fox, they was robbing Red Fox, robbing Lamont, all of them. You look at all of them now, they all living regular lives. You know what I'm saying? Living in some apartment somewhere.
And if I can, the cat that he robbed, the brother that he robbed, he said when he went to get lawyers for it, he said, first of all, his managers sold him out, made deals with Lear without telling them. But then every lawyer in town said they ain't touching it.
Yes, they did.
That's how much power that those people with similar names had.
That's it. And he said to where at one point, his lawyers turned to him and said, you better lay off of this.
God.
And he was like, no, I'm gonna stay. They said, no, you better lay off of this. Like, we telling
strong.
We ain't suggesting as your lawyer. We telling you from people that's on. You better let this go.
Right. And told him, look, you better take this $1 million, because he said he was gonna sue one of them for the $1 million and let it go, but then come after the rest. But when the papers came down, it listed all of them for this $1 million. He said, I didn't agree to that. His lawyers told him, he said it's nicer than that. He said his lawyers told him, listen, take this deal or we walking away.
That's
you
right.
know what I'm saying?
That's right. Like they the real gangsters. And robbing everything from, you know how much billions is supposed to go in the black community that is not? And I bet you they robbing them ball players too. And they definitely handling every one of the entertainers. It's damn near like you get to borrow that money. You get to be Kanye West as long as you making money for them. When the money is up, you up. They running scandals on you. Listen, they acting like all that evil that Puff Daddy did. I'm not denying he didn't do it, but they acting like all that evil is so shocking now. Right. They all knew about it going on.
Yeah, I read something on that too.
Yeah, so all of a sudden now, I mean, Suge Knight in jail laying out, yo, he did this, he did that, he did that. Everybody talking about it now because, of course, the so-called Jew is ready to now take back the empire. He read all the money you had, the Rolls Royces, and you shining while they living in their quiet mansions all over the country. And then when they get ready, now we're going to take back that money from you and shame you or get you locked up or whatever the case may be. This is a damn joke, man. It's a damn joke. Go ahead, you die. Was y'all done on that? So lucky, y'all. Go ahead, you die.
We might have, that might be it right there. And I think that's a black woman.
You got
yes,
it,
it is. That's the sister that she's sitting across from before she says this.
God.
Team is telling me that right now, can we go to that live, back to that hearing? Apparently, New York Representative Stefanik is now questioning Harvard's president. Let's watch this live.
It is at odds with the values of Harvard.
Can you
But
not
our
say here that it is
values
against the
also-
code of conduct at Harvard?
Like once it comes, we embrace a commitment to free expression, even of views that are objectionable, offensive, hateful. It's when that speech crosses into conduct
Is she
that
a professor?
She's the
Do you know what the number one?
Tammy Bruce, your reaction.
It is heartbreaking to see a woman in such a position of power abandon that power. She sounds like a robot. She refuses to answer questions. Everything is at stake. The future of those young people is at stake. This nation's at stake. But she's talking about what the left has been telling us now for years. Speech is violence. And when we actually have hate speech, the calling for the genocide, something that strikes fear in Jews around the world, within living memory, the genocide of a certain people, and she refuses to answer, refuses to be specific, refuses to condemn that and act on that. She says it's actionable. What does she exactly want? Does she want genocide to happen first? So this is what the problem is that this isn't just some slogan or a chant. We would be hearing something very different if it was people in robes, in Klan robes, shouting lynch certain people, using certain words. It would be inherently and deeply unacceptable. Action would be taken. Those people would be expelled because it would be a hate crime. We've gone through years of hate crimes being defined. This is the epitome of it. And that Black woman in power, God help us, she has abandoned that power.
Right now, as we leave you, Pramila Jayapal is asking questions.
Oh, yeah.
It gets richer. I'm glad
I
you
bet.
were here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Outnumbered.
She didn't say nothing. She cut her off. She put her finger up like, whoa. Play one more time if you could.
That was not strong enough.
She said that black woman in power, if she gets power, God help us.
Good.
That's a
not
quote.
if a get power. She became herself.
There you go. She got loose.
She got loose.
crime. We've gone through years of hate crimes being defined. This is the epitome of it. And that Black woman in power, God help us, she has abandoned that power.
Right now, as we leave you, Carmilla Jayapal is asking questions.
Look at her. She's
It gets
exhausted
richer.
now.
I'm glad
I
you're
bet.
here.
Thank you, ma'am.
you.
That's
Outnumbered is
to her, a black woman in
black
power
woman?
is
God help us, she.
woo. Like that's the truth. That's the real. That's how they really feel.
Oh yeah.
That's
And people like the president. Of course, I went and looked up the president of Harvard. Her husband is white. I looked up that woman right there that she's talking to. Her husband is white.
Damn.
Both of them, and they don't know what we know. Right. They don't understand Edomites because they've given up their self to join Edomites, to join
their world. Right.
They don't even understand it. But that was her telling the truth. So like you said.
Amazing.
And trying to explain it to somebody is like trying to teach a cop out on the street the law about the freedom of speech. What those kids are saying on that college campus is legal, which is what the woman was trying to say.
Yes.
It's legal. Hate speech is legal.
Yes.
It's legal. And guess what? She said it would be different if it was the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan did it.
Damn sure
And
did.
it was legal.
Yeah.
They had Madison Square Garden and
they
marched down the streets of Illinois. And the police escorted them because the Ku Klux Klan are still around. They have websites. They put little Klan outfits on little babies. It's legal to be in the Ku Klux Klan. Right now, today, hate speech is protected speech in America. The only speech that is not protected is when you threaten someone or tell someone to commit a crime. Other than that, you can say what the hell you want here. That's what you can do. And the woman, of course, is trying to explain it, but they can't explain it because the people she's talking about have a different set of rules than us, sir.
Yes, they do.
A whole nother set of rules.
They sure
do. I'm worried about this site getting shut down right now because of this conversation.
God. That it?
Anything else?
You got some good time in there today, you died. Yeah, you ain't getting cut off today, huh?
Tyler Perry's Hartford tribute to Norman Lear goes left after fans accused the late TV producer of stealing Sanford & Son and Good Times from Eric Monte.
Man, what's the brother's name who actually wrote these shows?
Eric Monte.
Oh, so what, Eric?
Go ahead, read some more. You died, please.
Colonel McCon, sir. Colonel McCon. Tyler Perry's Hartford tribute to All in the Family show creator Norman Lear went left after fans accused the television producer of stealing from Black creators. Lear died from natural causes on December 5th in his Los Angeles home. According to People magazine, he was 101. In honor of Lear's passing, Tyler Perry paid tribute to the late television icon on Instagram, where he spoke of their meeting after Lear invited him to lunch.
Wanted to steal his show.
Colonel McCon. The Medea character called Lear one of his heroes who brought laughter and joy to him as a child. He also named other shows Lear is famous for, creating such as Good Times and Sanford & Son.
He did all the Black shows, made a mint off of us, and lived to 100 years old. And let me tell you something. Tyler Perry probably had to pay tribute to that devil, because if he did not, all of the rest of them would have probably turned on him. You know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta pay homage to them beasts, or they come after you, which is insane. You got more on it?
Take me back to that scene, the NWA movie.
Can we get where, I'm sorry to cut you off, General. Can we get where the brother speaks about what they did to him? No. Oh, let's pull that up. Go ahead, General, please.
It just remind me of the NWA movie where Jerry Heller, another one of those people, you know what I'm saying, who was over their group, made Ice Cube leave. Ice Cube got tired of them dealing how they deal with us. And then in the movie, they depicted a good scene, probably real close to what happened, where Easy finally went to him and said, "What you doing, man? You've been taking my money. My woman did the books, and then find out this is all I'm getting, and you've been getting this." He said, "Come on, Eric. Look, I've been doing you right. If what I was doing was criminal, I'd be arrested. what I'm doing is legal. It's meaning it is legal.
Right.
The way they rob us is totally legal.
Right.
But that it ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they totally comfortable in it. They really got no love for us.
Exactly.
They
50 Cent was in an interview, and 50 Cent said that they rob you right in front of your face. He said they push the paper in front of you and rob you right in front of your face. He said they ain't no different than the gangsters in the street. They just do it, nicely. You know what I'm saying? Where you got to accept the damn robbery. David Chappelle said when he went in there, the first thing they said to him is, "What do we need you for?" He David Chappelle. They went in there, will show you they play all kind of games. He said, "What do we need you for?" You know what I'm saying?
And after Dave Chappelle turned down the deal, they went and gave Key and Peele that same deal and didn't need Dave Chappelle.
And not only that, they came behind that and blew everybody out the water when they gave Kevin Hart a bankload of money. That's what brought all the comedians back. They gave Kevin Hart so much money, said, "You niggas want to rebel against us? We're gonna give Kevin Hart so much money." Every last comedian came out from under a rock trying to come back and get that money. You know what I'm saying? What you need me to do? Put on a dress, do what? Whatever you need. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what they did. They gave Kevin Hart all the money he wanted. He making so much money up in there now. They're like, God damn, the money he made.
He got a ton of little shows.
But he done went beyond the normal high of a comedian. Like, he done went past their ceiling and beyond. You know what I'm saying?
If I could, I don't know if we have some.
They so powerful and rich that they really don't need you. Even though you'll bring so much money to them, if you just act up, they really ain't gonna hurt.
There's 1,000 more poor black people trying to make it.
That's the point about I was going to make. The real robbery that our oppressor does to us is done before boxing, before sports, before comedy, before acting. It's done when they impoverish your people. Because once you're so poor, you're signing the contract. You're going to the NFL. You're going to hurt yourself. You're going to take the steroids. You're going to have sex with whoever they tell you to have sex with because they've already gotten you prepared to do whatever you have to do to get out of the ghetto, to get out of poverty. So the real crime starts in the ghetto when they rip and take everything from your people so that you will absolutely do anything to get money.
And can I just add
Please,
one other
sir.
thing? And part of that too is just like you saying, they also destroy you doing it yourself. Because remember, they did a whole Harvard study on how they could take over the black record music industry. And Harvard came back and said, if you get 15% of the black music with the money that you have, you could in effect take over the entire black music industry. And where we at now today, and they did this, in the 80s or something, 70s. And because black music was coming up so much, they knew this black music is going to overtake white music. And we won't make no more money. The blacks will make all the money. So they said, well, how do we get around it? They went to Harvard and had a study done. And Harvard came back and said, this is how you do it. They took that study and wiped out. That's why there's no black record labels after the 70s. They went pretty much. They went and took it over. We had one small chance when we came back in the 80s with hip hop, but they was already established by then. So they came in and snatched that up too. So not only, like you say, they put us in poverty, but even if you do rise up on your own, they still come back and get you. They doing it now to white entertainers. Taylor Swift and them are angry now because they taking over their concerts and charging ridiculous money for those tickets and giving the artists damn near nothing. Like them $1,000 tickets and all that, Beyonce and them getting $50 off of them tickets while they getting all the money because, of course, they setting up and controlling the venues. So they stealing that too. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot.
I'm agreeing with you in that. That's another vexation of mine. When I hate to hear black people say, black people can never have any businesses. We can never come together. We can never do nothing for ourselves. What we really can do is take bullets in the head.
That's right.
Because we've done every last one of those things. And then we get unalived. What we really can do, our clothes set fire when you set fire to us. Our necks can't take a rope. Because we've done everything that you look back on black people now and go, Why can't black people have their own businesses? They can't ever put their money together and do nothing for themselves. Sure, they can do something for themselves, but they're not bulletproof.
Yeah,
And their necks hurt when they're in nooses.
Yeah.
And the fire, when you burn down their home, affects their body like everything else fire affects. We just die like men. And so because of that, we can't have a business. We can't have a record company. We can't have a sports league. So, lock it.
Please, Morale.
Slogan, sir, if I could add one more thing, you can't have a neighborhood because gentrification, they come right at you right with that too. You can't even have a neighborhood.
You can't say don't bring them new developers in here. We're gonna take care of our own property.
They tried. They did it.
Right.
They tried.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They burned the whole South Bronx.
That's
down.
all.
You know what I mean? So what is the solution? The solution is we come together as a nation,
Right.
as a people, just like everybody else in the earth that has done that. That's the solution. Solution is we go and follow what Christ said so we can be a people, like the Lord said, holy and separate from all people. Now you can't, that you can stop everything with. You can stop every outside attack when you become something. You can't stop any outside attack when every one of your people is begging and grabbing and scraping to be with them. And here's the sad part. You don't get your people to stand up for yourselves by you going out there and prostituting yourself to your slave master. You get your people to stand up for yourselves by doing what General Katham Gabar did this weekend.
That's
by
right.
going out and showing your people that you will stand for them no matter what. Then when they come together with you, they'll turn their back on their slave master. And brother, watch black people prosper. You want to see black people prosper? Let them come together, man, and turn their back on their oppressor. And brother, you're gonna see us do something amazing. Let them Latino tribes of ours, all our Latino brothers, do the same thing. And you're gonna see something that scares the beast. The scripture said, give me that scripture you died where it said when they stood upon their feet, fear fell on the people that saw them. You know the one I'm talking about, right? I think it's Revelation. No, I could be wrong. Just wherever it is, show it to me. Okay. Give me I thought it was not Revelation, Acts.
I could be wrong.
Okay.
It's the New Testament.
Give me that one. I just read this one scripture for y'all because you got to tell them where you at.
Khan, the book of Revelation, chapter 11, verse 11.
Listen to this, y'all.
Khan. And after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them.
This is how you fix black people. This is how you fix Latino people. After they've been in slavery, you breathe what in them? Say it again, Yediah.
Khan, sir. The spirit of life.
You breathe the spirit of life into them. Where do you get the understanding of the spirit of life? In the Bible, in your records, in your history. You breathe back into them. What is the life that it's talking about? It's talking about the history of them, the encouragement of them, their motivation to be a people again. The something different than the oppressive brainwashing they received for 450 years. You breathe something new into them. You breathe what Christ said to breathe into them, the kingdom of heaven. That's what you do. That's what Katham and them brothers did, and all them captains and officers and troopers did in New York City. They went and breathed the kingdom of heaven into people who believed nobody cared about them. That's how you raise up a nation. Then what do? This is a blueprint here. Y'all playing with the Bible out there. This the blueprint.
Right.
You ain't got the blueprint. This the blueprint. Go ahead, Op.
Khan, sir. From God and entered into them, and they stood upon their feet.
And when they got that spirit of the Lord and they want to build their people and bring their nation back up, they're going to stand on their feet. What does that mean? They're going to stop living like a filthy slave. They're going to put their dignity back on, their self-respect back on. They're going to go find the righteous laws they had before. They're going to carry themselves different. They're going to dress different. They're going to treat their woman different. They're going to make different kinds of music. They're going to operate different. They're going to party different. They're going to educate their kids different. They're going to treat one another different. They're going to do business different. They're going to do everything different because now they're standing on their feet. They're helping themselves. You get up out your chair when you got something to do. And that's what that's talking about. Go ahead, Op.
Khan, sir. And great fear fell upon them which saw them.
And what?
And
what?
Colonel McCon, sir. And great fear fell upon them which saw them.
And great fear fell upon them that saw them. You know what they was afraid of? They was afraid that these slaves was going to want to be free. They was afraid that these slaves had come together and now was no longer going to be slaves. They was afraid. They was afraid that the evil that they had done so long to these slaves, they were now going to have to pay for, right or wrong. And guess what? They are. Yep. That's why we going into this third world war. That's why you should see it. That was the end of that. And let me, if I could say it one more time, I'm going to be in Durham, North Carolina, Friday. This Friday night, 7 p.m. Big shout out to Captain Nine Fock down there and all the mighty men down there in Durham, North Carolina. Come break bread with your brother for the closing of the Feast of Dedication. This Friday, man, come get down with us in North Carolina, man. We're going to look at all the Passover stuff. We're going to have a good time. They're going to pop out the grill, all that, man. You know what I'm saying? Come. So the Lord said they're going to stand upon it. That's how you get out of here. That's how we fix this. You got more on that, or that was it? You died. Most High in Christ, the water out. Let's keep it pushing. We got 3 minutes. Y'all want to add one more in there? You got something else you died? Come on.
Colonel Khan, a gigantic new ICBM will take U.S. nuclear missiles out of the Cold War era, but add 21st century risk.
Now listen, there's a good reason that this is happening right now. Give them some more, you died, please.
Colonel Khan, the control stations for America's nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles have a sort of 1980s retro look with computing panels in the seafoam green, bad lighting, and chunky control switches, including a critical one that says launch.
Now listen, they've had this since the 80s. That's 43 years. Why all of a sudden are they fixing it up now? Time to spruce up and shine up the ICBMs.
Trying to get ready to make sure it work.
Trying to bring in the power washer on them ICBMs. Go ahead.
And I certainly don't hear any debate like they shouldn't spend money on this.
Right.
The way they debate if they should spend money on immigrants.
That's right.
Right. There'll be no debate about this.
That's right.
They're getting this money.
Yep.
Yes. Go ahead.
So true.
Colonel McCon, sir, those underground capsules are about to be demolished, and the missile silos they will control will be completely overhauled. A new nuclear missile is coming. A gigantic ICBM called the Sentinel.
So that's from the cartoons back in the day.
Hey, that's the Marvel. The Marvel movie.
No, that's from the Matrix movie. The Sentinels were them things that came to
the Sentinel.
The Sentinels was
X-Men.
The X-Men, the cartoon.
But it's also in the Matrix movie. In the Matrix movie, them little Sentinel things that chase down the ship.
Unstoppable.
God.
On part 2. No, right, part 1.
Yeah, them things that, you know what I mean? Them little things that come after your ship, jump on it and start tearing it apart.
On the Marvel, right?
They saying they got the Sentinel. Go ahead,
Colonel Khan, sir. It's the largest cultural shift in land leg of the Air Force nuclear missiles mission in 60 years.
In 60 years. They ain't doing that for nothing.
Yeah.
They letting the world know we're going to polish up these nukes.
Yeah.
You think this kid, you keep putting your trust in this empire. You keep believing it. Keep thinking General Yohana's old crazy dude just talking madness. Keep on. They said that about Noah too. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? To that water came. To that, what's good? Did we bust a pipe? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, you better check out what we're saying. Like, this place is going, man. It's really going. And it's going to happen in your lifetime, Lord willing. You know what I'm saying? So it's on. Go ahead. That was it on it? Okay, so they get brand new nuclear weapons in the silos. It's about to get on, man. Hey, Durham, North Carolina, this Friday, 7 p.m., free, live. I'll be in the building, getting it on, man. We're going to talk about some stuff about what we should be doing, man, and all the things that are going to come up, man. We're going to just have us a discussion in class, close out the Feast of Dedication, Durham, North Carolina. Hope you're going to come out and join us, man. Am I missing anything else? Once again, big shout out to General Kathum and all the captains, man, that got down with him. You know what I'm saying? That motivated and uplifted our spirit, man, in the work of Yahweh Shai in such a great and critical time that our brothers and sisters needed in each and every one of these cities. I hope they all get to see it and reach out. Big shout out to the Daughters of Zion, man. You are an amazing, amazing set of sisters, man, that supported us so much in all this work. Big shout out to my heavy hitters in the building with me. General Muhammad, man, holding it down. General Maka Allah, General Hazayan in the building. General Shalmar Kathungabar, General Q holding it down. And my main man, Officer Morale, Officer Yadiah, Officer Mafaya. Yeah, close, all right. Mathumya. I'm gonna get it. Officer Mathumya, man, in the building. My main man, Ibad Hayah, keeping us libation right. You understand? And the various officers in the building, man. Hey, join Sunday night. We do it up live right here on the Commander General Yohana channel. ISUPK.com. Pay your tithe. See y'all next time. Passover. Right. Pay your Passover fee. $200. Hey, listen, it's an all-access pass. So pay your Passover fee. It's an all-access pass. You go into everything free, man, for 4-5 days. Pay your Passover fee, man. I'll see y'all next time live on the UPK fam. That's right.
Seriously, you're looking for a Christ man, one who anointed with the Lord, with the Spirit of the Lord, to do his will. I'm that nigga.
One West, 25th Street. Look, y'all put y'all faith in presidents like they gon' change this country. Run the league and let y'all play, cause y'all gon' make a money. Fuck Obama, he ain't come here on purpose. I don't like no soldiers. Still the Lord, we don't like no soldiers. Black, Hispanic, Native, they hate you as the same. Hate Christ and they image, hate you as a slave. God ain't all love. Scriptures say he hate African soft niggas. They know we not the same. School to prison pipeline to get you off the streets. Put you in the cell full of connected to the saint. Molested as a kid, she prostituted as a teen. The byproduct of Martin Luther King dream. Niggas took the yoke off, my nigga, we ain't free. We living bleak in these wastelands of poverty. If you don't know the truth, then the lie sound promising. Prophecy, gifting the curse. Killers started killing, they was sitting in church. Black folk gave them, man, this shit is absurd. You should never love your enemy, that shit ain't gonna work. Yeah, fuck dying on your knees, you better die in glory. Man, I joined the UPK, taught me the art of war. I took a nigga life like mine to be recognized. I feel that pain every day, it can't be reconciled. Pops banging, my shit prostitute. My brother got life, and somehow I still found the truth. War ready, no cowards, no excuse. Fuck reparations, you can't bandage no open wounds. Blood on the leaves, body swing hung from a noose. I was on a run in Nashville and I found the truth. I caught the school, classes being held by the shot. For my life, I want to be a gangster like a cop. Do this for my brothers, real brotherhood. Everything we do, we got it out this book. My niggas, I can never be no African. UPK the only authorized acronym. I'm passionate about my brothers and sisters. We ain't nothing to get, if it ain't nothing you holler. Any murder, 5 of them ain't gotta hug from you up. That's the way out for a coward patient. Here for the Lord indoctrinated. Wolf sheep clothing, Joe Osteen. Real priest bringing back black royalty. One West on my headpiece, ranking order. Can't let them trick me off the streets. I gotta raise my daughter. I got brothers at the border. Ducking ice, got the new change in life. They thought it was a game. Don't know I'm black. They said I was going through a phase. It's more of us in jail than it was slaves. Chose
Fue la realidad del conocimiento práctico universal. Hoy estamos aquí con el Commander General Yohana ISUPK.
This is what Commander General Yohana.
First camp, I cut off all my dreads. I took an oath when that oil hit my head. Niggas capping like they lids. I'm a priest, I never stick no fork in no pig. I was dead till I found out how to live. This brotherhood taught me how to be a man. I came back to my roots, I had to dig. A couple gaps I had to bridge. I got a rib, I'm married to this work. You want to serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church.
That's right.
I got you.
Let it vibe real quick. Look.
The city eyes, it's time to vote God. My God, a real nigga, cause he wasn't no flaw. Posted on the corner like a watchdog. Family secure, got that shot in the closet by the mob ball. Fuck what they heard, but tell them it's all true. Be cautious, that foundation falls to fall through. They gon' fall. Look, I keep this shit 50 times 2. Ain't no more heart in this game, I'm John Q. Colder than the avalanche, way above average. Beers taste sweet, told him make me an apple tree. Left us in the valley full of bones, this where hope found. Java, come on, man, dark sands get broke down. Ride through Evans to a mall quad. Telling me how the crackers turn this child into a ghost town. Poke a stop, nigga, I lay that game down. I feel his pain, cause nothing is the same now. Never like shine like heaven through a rain cloud. Glock have a fit like my child, so tangy. Try to warn them niggas we bear arms like tarantula. Them mother niggas rap, I make anthems for it. I really see prophets under this banner. Make my enemies bow down on camera. Told my design I wanted black and white like a panda. I'm better than that nigga that's so dirty to handle. Look, I move like a Brazilian. Precious cargo, spirit Asian, but I got a new semi-auto. Wave that bitch around like where's Hardo. Sleep if they won't, I cut through they Z's like I'm Zorro. Pay me for his name, so I gotta keep that steel clutch. Trust me, I'm not what you think. I squeeze till it click like Dorothy when the heels touch. The world got me dumb, I don't feel much. Round with Yara, just left the state bridge. Looking for a bitch better than baby's kid. Remember I dropped Quiet Storm. I've been gone ever since. Still in the field, fuck them niggas on the fence, yeah.
They killed, give me Isaiah 14 and 21. They did the same thing to my people. So that you said that they put millions of my
Let nobody sell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw him before. But you are a black man like me. And it works.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General Yohana, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man didn't make man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
You don't need a black man in the White House. You need a black man in every black house.
For many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was.
You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
Get on, I'm giving up. Get back one more time.
Oh, yeah. Hey, check it out tonight, brothers and sisters. The actual news. I know sometimes it's hard being in America. You say another country around the world here. You don't know what to do. Watching the news, watching TikTok and Instagram, and the news from all kinds of false and fake sources. Well, you tune into the Man in General Yohana's show, and he will actually tell you one of the major benefits following the Israelite School of UPK under Commanding General Yohana. We're going to give you the real story in here tonight. We're not going to lie to you. We're not going to have some secret agenda to make money. We're going to actually give you the truth about the stories of today.
That's right.
And that is an absolute blessing unto me. All right? So we'll give you the news stories tonight. We have right here, we're going to hold it down for Commanding General Yohana, hold it down for General Hazayan. We got General Mayak in here tonight. Give him a hand. We got Officer Yediah. We got Officer, say that again. Ibad. Officer again, Makamya. Give him a hand. We're going to rock it out here tonight, man. Go through all the stories. Go through what's happening in your world. Officer Yediah, let's go. And so we start with the, tonight we're going into the talk loud. You want to know whether or not we're going into the big hang. We're doing that tonight. Like even my dad and Dylan and all those children, right? We're going to go into that tonight. We're going to Cam Newton and Charleston White. Listen, I'm going to give you the full breakdown on Cam Newton and Charleston White. What's happening tonight? I'll give you the full breakdown on Malika Andrews and the oppressor basketball player who is diddling the Kinder, the Kinder. We're going to go into that tonight in the other story. What happened with you? Get it on. Get it on.
Easy calls speculation repeated 100% false after Jenny Mae asked court a whole infidelity clause in courts, like a couple prenup agreement.
So that means that you know who Jeannie Mae is, Maya. Her name used to be Jeannie Mae Jenkins, which is a ridiculous name. It's like Fung Lee, Jenkins. Well, she was married to the rapper Young Beast. She recently divorced him, or he divorced her. They were, they were the entertainment hit couple. Their love was so profound, Maya. And so, of course, now it's time for them to get divorced. Like all of your love stories, end like that. But now they're getting divorced. And they had a prenuptial agreement. In the prenuptial agreement, there was an infidelity clause. Like if he had infidelity, if he went out and had sex with another woman, she would get more money. Is that right, you guys? Oh boy. That Chinese woman was cheating on Young Jeezy. Can't hold down his woman. With an oppressor? That's gangster, man. Sounds too gangster to me, but I don't know about that. You told me Young Jeezy got cuckolded by some man? Some man made him a cuckold? Come on. But Jeezy is saying that he divorced her because she committed adultery. What happened to gangster rappers, Mike?
Yeah.
What happened to gangsters, man? I mean, boy, oh boy, that's a sad state of affairs. And once again, why is this story so important? Because this, of course, was Young Jeezy who found the better woman, didn't it, Mike? He found the woman that was better than the women from his neighborhood. better from the sisters that he grew up around, better from a Black or Latino woman. He wouldn't found a Chinese woman who was going to be, more elevated, more honorable. She didn't have all that mouth and all that ghetto behavior, right? Oh, she was classy, man. She was going to be super classy. Meanwhile, this Chinese woman, can I say Chinese if we don't think this Chinese woman went out and gave her body, gave that nasty rice over to some white man. That's a terrible thing. What does he call? If all of you believe interracial marriage is a good idea, use young people and choose right as an example for how you could get an elevated woman or a classy woman if you went outside your race. And you'll learn this very basic truth that if you go outside your race, you're going to get the worst kind of woman. That's what's going to happen. You're not getting a better woman who's nothing like your mother, nothing like your aunt, nothing like your home girl. You're going to get the worst kind of woman. The worst kind of woman is outside of your race. The most evil kind of woman is outside your neighborhood. And if you looked at them and glorified them for their, progressiveness, at the least you should learn a lesson from young Jesus' mistake now. Of course not. I'm having sex with every nasty on Instagram. Actually, the comments up here on the screen. Let me see these pictures I can take them out. Say she wants to brothers and sisters, man. That's a disgusting thing. A brother, sister Maya, I think her name was, in the class today, Maya, about interracial marriage. The UPK is against interracial marriage. It's against it. Why would you go work hard? It's hard to be married, Maya. Okay. Hard to stay in a relationship forever. So imagine putting all that work in, all that time, all that financial investment into someone who is nothing like your mother, nothing like the sisters that you grew up around, nothing like the women that you always wanted to help growing up as a kid. Why put in that kind of work for a woman that is not your flesh, that is not your blood?
And the sound ain't right, you guys. Somebody said we low, another one said we distorted. Sound and give us some ones if we good. Ones if we good, two if we not good.
Can you hear us? Kalamaz Bob, can you hear us? Antoine D.
Are we low or just distorted? Is it terrible sound or we just very low? Do we need volume? We can turn it up if we need it.
The brothers are working it out. They're trying to get that sound together. Just stand by. All right. When we start sounding good, let us know. Let's type a 1W. Type a 1W up on the screen if we sound good. All right. We'll wait until then. Anything we should be doing, you guys? Put his microphone over. Type a 1W if you can hear us.
Do we sound better?
Tamika Shanta. Tamika Shanta.
All right, sounding good. 1W. Right. Okay.
1W. Get on Adolphus. Adolphus Labs. That's not Adolphus. Adolphus. That's an old name. All right, that gotta be your grandfather's name. You got your name Adolphus. That's your great-great-grandfather.
Good.
All right. Adolphus, you can hear us, right? Good to go. Let's keep on going. Clap it up. Clap it up. Tazalaya. Bobby Persuade. ISUPK Buffalo. Got weed. We get it on now. All I was just trying to tell you is that young Jeezy made a terrible mistake that you should not follow after us. It is so much trouble and pain and suffering to start a family. Brothers out there that have decided to have sex with a woman, you might think that you're doing it just for sex. You might think you're doing it to satisfy your own lust. It's a lot of work to be with a woman, huh? A lot of work to raise a child. A lot of work. Why go through that work for some Chinese woman, some white woman? Why don't you better your own race? Yeah, you grew up with a young mother. So remember taking out the trash around the house. Think about all the work that you had to do around your crib. Just the trash alone, my God. Let's talk about trash now. Oh, goddamn trash. Oh my God. Like the things that a mom needs a man's help with. Like, you know, be a handyman around the house, man. Taking out stuff and bringing it from grocery bags. I'll never forget Commander General Yohana. I'm sorry, y'all. Commander General Yohana, he lived on the 24th floor of the Castle Hill projects, never ran, never will. Castle Hill. And the elevator would go out all the time. And Commander General Yohana, being 16, 15 years old, him and his twin brother would run those grocery bags from the first floor lobby to the 24th floor. Yeah. That's what we've seen women who didn't have a man go through. You've seen this. You've seen a mother, you go, damn, man, my mom might have had some problems. I didn't chase away a man because of her behavior. But you see that she needs one. Why? Because you're the one running the groceries up the stairs. You're the one taking out the trash. Now you go and you finally get money. You finally get wealth and prestige. And instead of helping some woman with her groceries, you go help some Chinese woman, some white woman. You're proving stuff. I want you bringing out the trash. You have the right to decide who you marry. That is over. That is over. The time is you deciding who you marry. You effed up that choice enough. You're done with that. You don't decide who you marry anymore. God will decide. You are going to surrender your freedom for the sake of this house, for the sake of this nation, for the sake of that family. Now look at young Jesus. He has a son. He's going to have to see a white man get out of his mother's bed every morning. A white beater t-shirt and go downstairs and pick it up. Into the refrigerator. Sitting on the couch. I'm a white man. God, the audacity. You're going to marry a Chinese. You're trying to get somebody better than a black woman. Goes and has sex with a white man. Now you're paying the rent on some other house while a white man is having sex with a Chinese man. It's sitting there. You're going to have more problems than take care of this. Again? Is it a son or a daughter? You got a daughter with her. Right. And child support. Brothers, give up your freedom. Come on, say it aloud. Go ahead. He's fighting him. He's doing his job. In the court of public opinion. In court, he's going in the court, his lawyer is giving it up. Well, listen, don't be with him. It's a rough deal. I'll give you something easier. Don't have sex with a Chinese woman. Or you can pay some lawyer $1 million. It's up to you. I hate paying a goddamn lawyer. Right. I mean, lawyers I pay, now my stomach hurts. It makes your stomach hurt to give some lawyer that goddamn money. You can't, your stomach is in pain. And you're handing some lawyer $25,000. Well, if you want to do that, then of course you can do like young Jesus. This is the good news we have in the UPK. Don't have sex with Chinese women. Don't have children with them. Don't have sex with them. Give not your sons to their daughters, and take not their daughters unto your son. Don't have sex with them and save your lawyer's fees. Anything else you got? Young having sex with a woman. Not gangster. Go ahead. Anything else? You used to have a trailer burger. Eating that trailer burger. That's it. This was a hamburger. I don't know what white men have sex with their women. They make delicious sandwiches. Burgers. Go ahead.
Gangster, you know, so you got all the women and all of it. You can't keep a woman.
You can't satisfy your woman. In the kitchen, making crispy fried cheeseburgers. Let the gangster. Let us be gangster. Leave it to us. You make delicious burgers and try to hold on to your wife. Next.
Black China says she's going to be her
Black China says that she's going to be held accountable. And now this is what I've been asking. I've been trying to ask for a month. First of all, what in the hell is going on OnlyFans? What is it exactly? I learned about it in this class, but I hear everybody saying that Blue Carter. Blue man, the man who's wearing Blueface. Blueface, his mother is going on, right? And this woman is saying she's going to be responsible for OnlyFans. Now, is OnlyFans prostitution or is it pornography? What the hell is happening on OnlyFans that makes it a story when somebody goes on? Okay, so Blueface, his mom goes on OnlyFans, right? He has an OnlyFans account. That means she's having sex on OnlyFans? She's prostituting herself? What is she doing that makes it so terrible?
Worst case scenario, she could be short.
When you say showing her body, do you mean naked or do you mean straight up breast and tail naked?
Now, is everybody that's on OnlyFans doing that? Is there something outside of that? Okay. But it doesn't get better. It ain't like nobody on there just cooking.
Somebody be on there just dressed scandalously, in a too tight. The dress is too tight, which ain't good, but it's not, pornography. Is that possible or no? Right. The real earners are on there doing what? Everything.
Because I've seen on free videos, maybe YouTube or something, I've seen the women cooking, but they dress. They're
just
more than
nasty,
cooking. Yeah.
but they're not naked,
Right.
are they? Right.
And that's free. So OnlyFans is paid, right? Just okay. So yeah.
And of course, so many black people and their mothers, they're going on OnlyFans, and they're going on there being prostitutes. Or, right. In 1 month? Doing what? Straight up pornography.
They communicate back and forth.
That's a terrible thing, and especially for people that do those two. That is so now, I wonder, we as Blacks and Latinos, there's a story coming out every week about some famous person whose mother or whose wife is going on OnlyFans. And many times people think that it's something, it's a black diagnosis, or a black pathology that go on OnlyFans. So our bodies on OnlyFans. I'm going to show you this. One was beside your camera. Hear us now?
Terrible. Rest in them, like I said.
Because we're downstairs, you guys? I got from the raw why we're downstairs. That's the case. And here's out there, Ben Judah. Ben And Judah, can you hear us now? We want to that is
Have some patience, nigga. We got that.
sound is bad, and I don't think it's the law So what we gonna do? We don't have Linda Marie anymore. What are we going to do, my uncle?
Now the boss said we good.
Okay, Tamika, type 1W up there, y'all. 1W, all right? Let's continue. You ready to rock? Go ahead. Okay, so this is the woman that was massaging Tamara. She's married to this NBA player. She has an OnlyFans, but she's doing softcore porn or, peep shows up on there, making her money. I'm sure the sister don't seem like she could read too well and nothing. That's why you got to teach women out there, get an education, Maya. You don't want a woman to have no other way to feed herself or to pay her rent. You don't want that. You don't want a young man to have no other way to violence to feed himself. You have got to teach your daughters something in that head, or else they will resort to the thing that they have and always, and that's their sexuality. Poor brother's wife, what else she do? You can really read. You can't hold a with anybody. Of course, she goes to OnlyFans, and she's poor, and there's some white man out there that will pay $65,000. You'll see her feet. I heard these feet is insane on the damn OnlyFans. You take your shoe off, you're liable to be a goddamn millionaire.
This goes to the point. These are the children of all those Christian parents that said, let the kids decide, let them decide, white Jesus, you understand? And now they growing up deciding. You got to guide your kids. You know what I'm saying? You got to raise your children. You know what they like, you know what they're good at. I know I got kids that, scholars in school, I'm good at it. And I know I got a couple that ain't so scholarly. So I got to guide them in a direction where they get the most out of life, get, the benefits, the most benefits. You can't just let them decide, or I learned this from Deuteronomy and Deuteronomy, or they'll eat candy all day, or run in the street, you know what I'm saying?
Somebody else decide. That's a ridiculous notion. Let a child decide what they're going to do. That child grows up to be an adult.
Yeah.
That eats candy all day. That does anything that they want to do that's fun.
You can't do nothing but OnlyFans.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
Good. Yeah.
If you got some parents, but if your parents are high all day and drugged out, then of course you will learn nothing at all because your mother learned nothing, and your generational curse just continues until someone of courage steps up in your family.
Yeah.
Okay, but if I could show you who you get it from, because all of us, let me tell you, so many times we do these stories, and I know out there people like this woman that says she's going to. So many of you think this is part of the Black experience. OnlyFans, getting high, hip hop, violence, crime. You think that's part of the Black experience? You think it's the Black experience to go on OnlyFans, to use your body to get money? No. Every problem that we have, you can trace back to the influence of white people. You can trace back to the influence of the oppressor. There is nothing that we do that's wrong. You cannot directly trace back to the person we look up to. That's why the Most High God said the stars of heaven are going to be falling to the earth. Because we look up to our oppressor. And he sells drugs, so we sell drugs. The mafia commits crime, so we'll commit crime. They're selfish, so we're selfish. You get my text message, you guys? I'm going to show you. You got women going on OnlyFans, using their bodies to make money. The guy is going to show you where you get that from right now. You on the phone with somebody else? You dying? He's talking? He's working the thing out with him. Salaki. I need something up on the screen real fast if I could, all right? I just want to show everyone where we get OnlyFans from. And why your mama is going on OnlyFans and blue faces mother. And that basketball faces basketball player's mother on OnlyFans. It is not a new thing in the earth for a woman to act like a whore to make money. That's old. That's a very old thing. It's not something invented by black people. This is former First Lady. Melania Trump. Have you heard of Melania Trump, everyone? Let me show you Melania Trump. Children to turn their heads. Look at this. First Lady. This is the First Lady of the United States. Up there. Look back up there. Can they see it? You can see it solid. That's the first one, and that's a chain one. Yeah. This one was a full breast. Naked, but I mean, not really a tail. More of a hair. Melania showing her daily hair. That's a bunkum. Melania showing her bunkum. Melania bunkum. Her daily hair. We call it a tail. We into my tribe. It is a bunkum. Her daily hair. Anyway, it's naked in tail. And it's you can go and see the pregnant. Those ones you can only show. I don't even show that. No, righteous. We all put it down. We all put it down. Yeah. You oh, you see the damn thing. I know I'm getting this girl. You. That shit's breaking. That's people in the comments say that stuff. I don't listen to nothing anybody say. That's manager. My point is, if you get this from our press, don't look at yourself like this. You love Melania Trump. You love Marilyn Monroe. You love Playboy. You love Kansas. We love how we have good families. If we're not in the truth, we can do what white people would do to get money. It's like Melania. It's like the First Lady, all right? Go ahead. Anything else? Please.
One of the 3 Palestinian students shot in Vermont is paralyzed from the shooting. His mother said.
Commander Juliana did that show, I think, a week or 2 or something ago, Mayak. There was some Palestinian men, they out there with their nice rags on their heads, like having a wonderful time. Some oppressor comes up and unalive, attempts to unalive them. He didn't unalive them, but the one who made it, I think, is paralyzed now from the next one. And that's a terrible thing. And that's why every Palestinian just works hard so that people like the UPK is the next government. Because otherwise, there will be no peace between Israelis and Palestinians without black people creating that kind of peace. Without Mexicans creating peace on earth. Having the Palestinians, the Arabs, the Europeans, haven't they had enough time to try to make this world a better place? Give us a turn. Every day, you turn the news on, it's ridiculous. I'm coming down here in the car, coming here. The Israelis bombed the last bakery in Palestine that people could come to get bread, to get fed. They bombed it late last night. Right now, the Palestinians are climbing through the rubble and the rock, trying to find bags of flour to take to their homes to try to survive. White people are terrible at being in charge. That's just that. Yeah, right. They're horrible at it. Give us a chance. What did Donald Trump say? Donald Trump, when he won the election, said to black people, why don't you give the Republicans a chance? How much worse can it get? Yeah. Well, white people, Arab people, this is what I have to ask you. Why don't you let black people run the earth? How much worse can it get?
Yeah, what do you got to lose?
What do you got to lose? Let a Mexican run your country.
Yeah.
Let a Guatemalan run your country. Let a Haitian run your land. What do you have to lose? We will fix the war in the Middle East. We'll fix it.
Yeah.
We'll give the Palestinians their own land. The Bible says that, man. The Bible says that every man will return to his own land. There is a land that God gave the Palestinians. The problem is only black people can make sure you get that land.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. No Arab will ever give Palestine their own homeland. No one will ever do that. Because your Arab leaders are paid by the Israelis. Am I saying something that's not true? Palestinians out there, you type in. All of your Arab leaders are for the Russians, they're working for the Americans. Now, you Palestinians, listen, you tell me why. You know it's true. An Arab free Palestine. How can a Jewish person free Palestine? They're corrupt. They take bribes. And they're selfish. Blacks and Latinos will absolutely bring peace to the Middle East. There will never be war again. They will never fight again. There will never be any oppression. The world finally will be at peace once black people rule the world. Once Hispanics rule the world. You Palestinians, I want you to join us in making sure that black people rule the world. I want you to join us. I want you to support us. I want you to make videos saying, we need black people to be in charge of the Middle East. Okay. We need black people to be in charge of Europe. Okay. We're the kind people of the world. Right. We're the merciful souls of this world. Give us the reins of leadership. There will be no more bombings. Right. There'll be no hatred. There'll be no hunger if niggers rule the world. Okay. There'll be no hunger if Spicks rule the world. There'll be no famine. There'll be no strife. But as long as you govern yourself, man, you're going to fight it out. You're going to hate each other.
I think of that Palestinian woman who just drove her car into our school, ISUPK, Indianapolis. And she cried afterwards, said, I only did it because the babies are dying every night, and I see them die every night, and I want to take my own life. But if she was smart, she would be there saying, please, y'all got to hurry up and rule. The babies are dying. I see them every night. We need black people to rule. That's what she would have been saying. If you Palestinians love your babies and you want them to live and you want them to be well and you want everybody to prosper, what the general's saying is right. You need blacks and Hispanics to rule this earth, man. This earth needs to be taken back by our black king yesterday if you want peace, if you love your babies. Yes,
right. Let me see what Carrie and Google is trying to say. Next week, at this, I hope that the jury will speak about the football player, Von Miller, choking his white Edomite girlfriend that told the 911 officer he beat her up, then recanted. Guy, what you know about that? You hear that, Carrie McGoogle? The guy said that story is not correct. He said his woman is a sister. So we'll have Officer Yediah. He'll look into the whole story and Carrie McGoogle. And we absolutely will cover. We'll cover it next week or this week or in the week. We'll cover it. If you brothers and sisters have stories that you want us to go over, man, type it in. Tell somebody about it. We'll go into those stories, all right? The Aya Rib of Mataza. Is that right, Maya? Mataza. I see you, sister. D. Shawnee Small giving us the salute. Yahweh Shamar Shot. That's an old salute, man. The UPK has had since 1969. It's Hebrew. May the Lord watch over you in the name of Yahweh Shai Christ. Somebody give me that in Spanish. Give me our women's salute in Spanish, Dr. Carr. If you're out there, let me know, all right? Or any other, or there's a sister out there that speaks Espanol, that hablas Espanol, you can type it in as well, all right? You die in that story. Also, I'm waiting to see if I hear a Palestinian that fights for black people to rule the Middle East, to rule the world. I want to hear you on it. We need your support. We need you coming up to us, giving us donations, and telling the CNN and telling the news organizations that the only way to fix the problems in the Middle East is if the black people in America rule the Middle East. as if the Mexicans rule the Middle East, as if the Haitians rule the Middle East. Man, you got to fight for it, man. You got to get out there and fight so black people can rule the planet Earth. You got to give us your support. And you got to tell your leaders in the news media that you want black people to rule your countries. You got to do it, or else the babies are going to die. Or else those poor Palestinian babies will not live to see another day because you didn't fight to make sure that niggers ruled the Middle East. You got to do it.
Many years ago, an Egyptian named Gumnon Nasir.
That's what he did.
He made an announcement and proclaimed. He said he will never accept Jewish people because how could the Jews leave out of here black and then return white? He made that statement, and it was national. It went national in one of his speeches, man. You understand? So we need that kind of support. And now just tweak it a little bit. We want them, not only should they return back to their land, but they should rule this earth and make all the decisions of the earth. And then finally, all people can have peace.
That's it. That's all we really want, my man.
Good.
All we want is peace on earth. But we know how to achieve the peace that you are unable to achieve. You got to see that by now. You Arabs and white people cannot get along. You're too violent. You white people and Arabs are just too violent. You need peaceful people from Brooklyn, from Harlem, from Queens, from North Philly, from South Central Los Angeles, from the Rio Grande Valley, from Negro. What's the place over there in Acuna? Piedras Negras, I believe that's the name of it. Is that it? You need peaceful people from those places to rule Palestine.
Okay.
Because you tried to have peace, I mean, since the damn Crusades. You got to stop that.
Yeah,
you got to stop doing that. You can't get along.
Okay.
You're too violent. You don't know how to come together. You don't know how to forgive each other, Arabs and white people. Stop your gang banging. You Arabs and you white people, all you do is gang bang.
Right.
You've been doing it forever.
Bunch of thugs.
Bunch of damn thugs. Shooting each other all day, killing the babies in the street. Put the guns down.
When does it stop?
When will the violence? Oh, damn it. Put the weapons down and love each other. You got to love each other.
Good.
We'll teach you how to love each other. We're going to get some brothers from South and Central Los Angeles. We're going to get the Dull Hard and some brothers from Florence and Normandy down there in Los Angeles. And they're going to go over to the Middle East, and they're going to teach you Arabs and white people how to be nice to each other, how to be kind to one another. We're going to get some brothers from Chicago, from the Wild Hunteds, from 63rd Street, 60th Street. And they're going to teach you white people in the land of Israel to be nice, to stop this violence.
It's time to break the generational curse.
It's time, my young.
Break the generational curse. The Israelis, you hate the Arabs, and so you take their lives. And then the Arabs, of course, you mad. One day you decide to take the Israelis' lives. Now you're taking each other lives. When does it end? When our brothers and sisters come into the ISUPK, we teach them to break the generational curse of our families. And that way we can serve Christ, serve the Most High in purity and be right. And we the only ones that's doing that, man. But we try to teach the world. You understand? And you Israelis, you Arabs, you know, you're no different. You got to learn that lesson too. You got to learn that lesson too. And that's why the right people got to rule so you can be taught right. So
Dia, please.
Sorry, I made up on the TikTok comments. You got some errors in the comments.
Give him a hand. What's his name? Palau. Palau and Masad. Give Palau and Masad a hand. We care about the babies. Palau and Masad, they care about the children.
Right.
The children are the future.
God.
Okay, and we got to do better as a people. And we're going to help you Arabs and white people have a better future. All right? We'll help you have a good future. Good job, Palau and Masad. I appreciate you too. All right, next question.
Pentagon says U.S. warships, commercial vessel under attack in Red Sea.
You see that, Maya? You see that? U.S. warships under attack. Who's attacking it?
The Pentagon said Sunday, U.S. warships and multiple commercial vessels are under attack in the Red Sea. The development signifies a serious escalation in a series of maritime attacks in the Middle East linked to the Israel-Hamas war.
And these are merchant ships? Is that what you just said? What's the commerce?
Maritime attacks.
Maritime attacks usually means commercial ships, right? Maritime. And that's not good, brothers and sisters, if you want this world to continue, because that is exactly what happened at the beginning of World War II. In the beginning of World War II, German U-boats began to attack the merchant ships to stop the flow of supplies coming from America into England. So they began to just destroy German U-boats, meaning what they used to call U-boats are actually submarines, right? U-boats mean underwater boats, right? And they would attack all of the merchant ships. And brother, they were attacking them and destroying, I think, 75% of them, because they wanted to stop America from sending Great Britain supplies, because Great Britain was at war with Germany. And when they began to attack those commercial ships, that's the prelude to them attacking the military ships. That's how it starts. Because since they're not military ships, you can sink one without it being necessarily an act of war. You get my point? It could just be considered a crime. You understand? Like, you sunk a ship. Since it's not a military ship, they could call it a crime according to their rules of engagement. If you attack a military ship, it's an act of war. All right. That's how World War II started. This is the prelude to the Third World War. It's happening right in front of you. It's happening. We are at the beginning of the Third World War, and it is happening true to form to every other war that has ever happened. It starts like this. It starts with a small disagreement. Also, I saw something on the news today where they released women and children from the Israelis that were being held hostage by Hamas. Hamas, or the Palestinians, released the women and the children, or at least a great number of them. And you know what the women and children said, so-called? The women said that they were raped. Damn it. The women said that they were abused. That's what they actually said, that they were abused, right? And you know, the Israelis came on the news today, and they said, "You've abused our women. You've been abusing our women. Oh, who out there supports the abuse of women?" That is World War I. That's how it started. That's how the Vietnamese War started. They begin to say, you know, they ripped the skirt off of one of our wives. They abused our woman. When people start talking about another country abusing a woman, that is how wars start. Go do your research. I've done it. That's how the Vietnamese War started. That's how World War I started. It starts with, some duke, some Ferdinand Duke gets assassinated. And somehow some woman got, they went up her skirt. They grabbed her butt. That makes the working man get all angry. The factory worker, the brother who drinks a beer down at the bar. When he hears about a woman getting assaulted, he's ready to go invade that country. That's how they get the simpletons of the masses behind the war effort, by saying some woman got assaulted. It's on the news today. Go turn the news on. All you're going to hear is these women who were released, they were sexually assaulted. We got to do something about it, y'all. That's how you idiots who drink beer in a bar will get angry enough to go ahead and sign up and go fight over there in the Middle East. The Third World War is about to happen. It's about to happen. You have got to prepare for it. And unlike, what, Joe Rogan and your silly preppers are telling you on the news, there's no way to prepare for it of your own power. There's nothing you could do of your own power to stop destruction designed by God. There is a supernatural defense to surviving the Third World War. There is no natural defense to do. There's nothing you could do. You go and build a bomb shelter, you're going to get dragged out of that bomb shelter. You go into the into space in a space station, you're going to be dragged out of that space station. This is a supernatural judgment.
Right. You can go deep as you want in that water. And some underwater cavern you done got stationed, we coming to get you.
Best believe. There's a nigga swimming down there to come get you out that space station.
Got it, the white guy.
I think his name is Captain Card out of Ryan.
Got it, the white guy. Yes.
Knock, knock, knock.
Like, who is knocking?
That's a guy. If I was you, I'd be spared all of that. I don't want to know that, man. You know, I would get right with the Lord. Okay, you got to get right with the Most High. What does that mean? If you're Black and Latino, you got to change your life. You got to come into the Israelite School of UPK. You have to follow our prudent and wise instructions. You got to keep the commandments of God. You got to change yourself because you want to live. If you're an Arab or a Palestinian, you have to fall under the leadership and guidance of Blacks and Latinos. You have to do it. You have to do it. Your life is in peril. I'm just telling you out of kindness. That's all. All right, next. If you're ready, let's get it on.
So Israel is giving Malika Andrews and Stephen A. Smith hell because, and once it's actually work with the popular situation, Malika Andrews and Stephen A. Smith and all of the hosts of ESPN got together about what allegedly would happen with Von Miller. They have not addressed what happened with the Oklahoma City's, devil player named Josh Giddey, who is 21 years old. He's caught with a 15-year-old girl.
And what are his stats? Josh,
he was averaging 15 on over.
Yeah,
I missed it.
That was a good one you got.
He was.
Tell him again. On and off the court, he averaged 15. That was a terrible white man. So Malika Andrews, so you know, Mayak, she's a reporter on ESPN. Now she's famous because whenever a Black man has even the hint of some type of scandal concerning a woman or domestic violence, she jumps on it and condemns the Black man without any evidence before the case is carried out, anything. And she slams and slanders the Black man, and people start to notice how biased she is against Black men, right? In essence, she's the Black woman conservative, trying to show white people that she is willing to go against her own people to make white people happy. She's a baby. She's a baby Candace Owens. That's Malika Andrews. Her and Candace Owens are fighting for the same job at Fox News. I can guarantee it. Before you know it, Malika Andrews will get hired by Fox News. What's her name? Candace Owens probably lost her opportunity because she recently came against the Israelis. So she probably will not get a Fox News job. But Malika Andrews is stepping up to try to get hired by Fox News. Well, Stephen A. Smith came against her because he even began to say, come on.
He tried to defend her.
Oh, he
everybody was like getting on her, right? So there was a young brother that was drafted by Charlotte Horner, Brandon Miller, that she brought up like something that happened with him in his past that he wasn't even involved in. They said he was involved with with somebody with a firearm, and he wasn't even there. And on the day that young brother got drafted, she still brought that controversy up. It was proven it wasn't him. He wasn't involved, but she still went out of her way to slander him. And if I may, sir, this to add to the nonsense with Malika Andrews and Stephen A. How they're quick to talk about this and condemn, you know what I mean, Brandon Miller, Von Miller, and I talk about Josh Giddey. While they sent Kyrie Irving home.
What do you do?
They sent Kyrie Irving home over a retweet, and Ja Morant is sitting at home right now suspended and committed no crime because he had a legal firearm that he showed on this.
Ja Morant still is not playing basketball?
He has about 26 or 7 more games left.
They fined him 26 games for having a legal gun? Damn, I didn't know that, Maya. Which once again shows you really these suspensions are just based on what will white people think, it makes them happy. Because it's a delicate balance with sports in America, Maya. It's the same way it was for the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire had Blacks and Latinos as slaves fighting in the Colosseum, right? So they were vaunted for their physical prowess and for their ability to fight. at the same time, you didn't want the white Roman to feel inferior. So it's like a delicate dance.
Okay.
He's great. He can jump higher. He can fight. You know, he's physically better. But I'm still the one paying the bills.
Okay.
I'm still the one whose tickets you need. And so if the Roman Empire always made them slaves, made them nothing, but yet cheered their physical abilities. And America does the same thing. America knows that the players are 75 to 80% black, but the people who pay the tickets and who watch it online are 80% white. So what do? White people have to clap for your achievements, but never feel like you're better than them.
Okay.
And that's why they do things like this to black and Latino athletes. It's to keep that delicate balance of they're great, but they're not better than the white man sitting at home watching on the couch.
Yeah.
And they have to do that. So things like this have to happen. If one of them steps out of line, if one of them does anything that might make a white man sitting in a bar feel like we think we're better than him, then they have to punish you. So if we're going to give you the money and give you the applause, you better be a good boy.
Okay.
Because you can never let that short white man sitting in a bar think that you think you're better than him. And you damn sure can't be doing anything, you know, that seems too masculine, you know.
Okay.
You know, that seems like, you know, that you think you're the masculine male figure. That's important in the minds of white men. In the minds of white men, somehow they still think that they're the more masculine man, though you're bigger, stronger, taller, and faster. This is how. Because you stay in line at their pleasure. You make sure that you do nothing that is wrong in their eyes. John Morant did nothing wrong. He committed no crime at all. He showed a gun in a country where guns are legal. And everybody has a gun. Do I have to go on YouTube and show you all the gun sites on YouTube? Do I have to show you a 5-year-old girl killing a deer? You know I can do that. Show it to me. Show me a 5-year-old girl killing a deer. All right. Show me 1,000. This is 1,000 times. Guns are legal in America.
Okay.
Legal. There are 12 million guns in America. Legal guns. You can buy it like you buy a phone. It's nothing. Ja Morant showed a gun and he got suspended from his job. On camera? Let me show you something. Show you 100 videos, okay, of a 5-year-old killing something. A child is going to kill something. There's a gun, and they're going to use that gun to take the life of an animal. Whenever you're ready, fast forward to the child getting down.
Without seeing a deer.
But on the morning of November 11th, and 11.
The news is vaunting the achievement. She did it in one shot. She's a little girl. That's a gun in her hand. Y'all realize that? She ain't use it to show nobody. She took it out to the woods and killed a deer. She unalived 2 deer. Unalived 2 deer. I mean, she gonna get suspended from school or something? Suspended from daycare? Will they suspend her from kindergarten? White people, stop being threatened by white people, by black people. Stop it. Come on, you're all right. You don't have to suspend everybody. I still ain't sure about that Ray Rice thing, my kids don't remember that. I still gotta ask Commander General Hunter about that. Because as far as I could tell, she hit him and he defended himself. As far as I could tell. Now, I don't know. I'm no lawyer. And I got to get Commander General Yohana's breakdown on it. But I think the woman came and punched him. He or she, of course, left herself open for the counter, for the counter right hand. And he dropped her. It looked like self-defense. Was it, gentlemanly? No. Was it merciful? No. I don't know if it's a crime to hit someone that's hitting you. Now, you got to ask your lawyers about that one. You die.
I was so heavy on why everyone is really giving Stephen A. Smith hell, because he's not saying anything about the Josh Giddey situation. But when Dana White, the Edomite that owned the UFC, when he went out and gave his wife the 2-piece in Las Vegas, in the MGM, he went on national television and said, Dana White is my friend. We don't know the whole story.
Stephen A. Smith did that. If Stephen A. Smith is not known to be a man of integrity, okay, that's going into the one I wanted to get into about Charleston White. Okay. let me, this is going into, are we ready to do Charleston White or is it too early? Okay, what else do we have besides Charleston White? Let's do a few more. But remember, the Stephen A. White story, keep this in your brains out there, people. The Stephen A. White story, people are mad at Stephen A. White, Stephen A. Smith, because he is not fair with black people. They're mad at Malika Andrews for the same thing. This is the exact same story as Charleston White and Cam Newton and Deion Sanders. All of these things are the same thing. Also, I need a song for you to play in a second. The song is called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised" by Gil Scott-Heron. You're going to play a few minutes of that, or a minute of that, all right? Because all of these things are connected. Puff Diddy, Charleston White, Deion Sanders, and Stephen A. Smith. They're all connected. And Frank Sinatra, all connected. Give me another one that's the same story. Oprah, all connected, all right? Let's do one more story before we get into it. We'll do it about 10:15 or 10:30, whenever you're ready. Go ahead, Al.
Derek Chauvin, stabbing suspect reveals intent to kill disgraced officer was in honor of Black Lives Matter movement.
Ooh, my God. Let me tell you what the brother said. Not that I condone anything like that. But let's give him a hand just to support brothers already in prison. Because let me tell you something. Prison is a terrible place, right? Prison is a terrible place. And according to this story, what Mathumia just brought out, right, is that the brother who stabbed, I can't say stabbed. Yeah, I said it just now. The brother who assaulted Derek Chauvin, Derek Chauvin is the one that put his knee on George Floyd's back. He's in prison, of course, for unaliving George Floyd. A Mexican brother saw him, brother, in that commissary line, in that lunchroom, and decided to hit him up, but good, 22 times. Derek Chauvin lived, which means these weren't real penetrations; these were scrapes and nicks and things like that. If you ever got I can't say the S word. If you ever got a charge with a piercing, any little scrape, they call it a S word. Right? If it's just a scrape, a nick, right? They call it an S. I can't say it because of this TikTok, all right? But you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, he hit him up 22 times, right? And he said he did it to support the Black Lives Matter movement. That's what he said. Now, this brother is Mexican, and I understand that his heart was in the right place. This brother was not in the truth, Maya. No. He didn't know the real way to support Black people. But the brother was trying in his own way, and he doesn't know better. And we should all give him kindness and understand that he was trying to do the right thing for his Black brothers and sisters. He just didn't know actually how to do it, all right? And that's why we should give him a hand. Give him another hand, all right? All right. We should give him a hand because he was trying, man. And maybe there was extenuating circumstances. Maybe he's saying that, but maybe once he talked to his lawyer, he'll realize that really Derek Chauvin was threatening him and was actually trying to assault him. God. Maybe even that weapon actually belonged to Derek Chauvin. God. All of that is quite a possibility. And of course, he's talking and he shouldn't be. Okay? This statement was good-hearted, Maya. He should have never said this. He should have shut his mouth and only spoke through his attorney. You brothers out there fighting cases, I know you got a good heart. And I know you want to say, I did this in support of Black Lives Matter. But of course, when you get a lawyer, they will tell you, don't say things like this. Don't do this. Don't talk. So if you're the family of this brother, tell your family member to cállate boca. Cállate, what is mouth? Boca? Boca. Yashikar, what does it mean to shut your mouth? Cállate boca or something like that. Shut your mouth, brother. Don't tell anybody anything. More than likely, Derek Chauvin tried to assault you. Yeah. You took the weapon from Derek Chauvin and used it against him, but he was trying to poke you. Why? Because Derek Chauvin is a proven racist. And Derek Chauvin was trying to attack him. That's what probably happened once they look into the story. Sounds like that's probably happened. Cállate la boca. Cállate la boca, Yashakar. Shut your mouth. Let your lawyer speak for you. But I understand your heart is in the right place, and give him another hand. All right, you died.
Black communities in the southeastern states are more likely to be exposed to extreme weather events than overall population.
I mean, Mayak, I don't know what I can tell you about being black and being Hispanic in this world. This is called climate racism. You know that's a real thing, Mayak. You can go to college and learn climate racism. It is hotter in black communities than it is in white communities. Literally, the sun beats down on you more in a black neighborhood. Yeah. This is not hyperbole. This is not black tough talk, UBK talk. This is a real study. They also explain it like in Hurricane Katrina, where in black and Latino neighborhoods, if there's a flood, your neighborhood is getting flooded, and white neighborhoods will not get flooded. Now, the logical reason for it, they begin to explain the carnal reason, is because of where these neighborhoods are built. They're usually built in a low floodplains, like in Houston. That's why all those black people were in Houston fighting to get inside that church. And that white man was saying, get the hell away from the doors of this church, while the black people were drowning because their neighborhoods are below the floodplain because it's the cheaper land. And they chased you out of the best neighborhoods back in the 60s. They ran you out of your neighborhoods with a cross burning in your front lawn. So many people think that the Ku Klux Klan and racism from police and even crime are just happening to you. Those things happen so they can take your neighborhood from you. So they can get your neighborhood and take it. Well, it happened back in the 60s. So now we run out of this neighborhood because we're getting beat up and getting oppressed. We run down into this neighborhood down bottom, down low. And when there's a flood, everybody drowns. What happens in the northern cities? You said northeast or southeast? That's Arizona, Mayak, where it's 115 degrees. The homeless people out there are unalived on the sidewalks, frying on the sidewalks in Arizona. Why? Because in black communities, they cut down the trees. I remember when it happened in my neighborhood growing up, Mayak. We had trees, and you come outside and the city is just cutting down every tree. And they give you some reason, like it's because of the power lines or the phone lines, and they just cut down every tree in the ghetto. And then the cement gets so hot, the asphalt on the roofs gets so hot, and of course you can't afford an air conditioner. And now your grandmama's dead. And it's called climate racism. What is it spiritually? It's the curse from the Lord our God. We're cursed. Cursed shall thou be in the city. Cursed shall thou be in the field. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy womb. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy labor. Cursed shall thou be when thou goest out and when thou comest in forevermore. That's in the Bible. We're cursed. I would have you end this curse in the name of Jesus Christ by changing, by becoming a people worth saving, by becoming a people worth being alive. But if not, your very neighborhood is going to burn you to death. That's what's going to happen. Because you live in this neighborhood, you're going to die. The heat is going to affect you in a very negative way until you be unalived, Maya. Anything else? Tell me up. Well, before you bring this up, I cannot go another week without somebody explaining this to me. And damn it, I meant to save these on my TikTok. Yadiah, you got to help me tonight. What in the hell is this? Ooh, that food is good. Ooh, that's delicious. Ooh, I like to eat that. Ooh, thank you. Ooh, what in the F is that? I'm on my phone, Maya. This has been happening in about 3 weeks. And some black woman is just, ooh, thank you, so-and-so. Ooh, it's so good. Ooh. And she's like acting like a video game. She does this. And I went to Command General Yohana about it. I said, what the hell is this happening here? And me and him are looking at it like, maybe the brothers like to, this is what General Yohana said. He said, maybe the sister is trying to get a man. So she knows the brothers only want to have relations with video game characters. So then the woman goes on the thing and just goes, oh, that's so good. But now this is what I don't get. I can tell that people are like feeding her somehow. Like somehow people are typing like a heart and they're going, let's get to that after this, okay? But I just had to say it because every week I forget for somebody to tell me what in the hell that is. We're going to finish the stories. But at the end of this, you're going to break this down. Okay, please. Okay, now that I said it, then at least it's out and somebody can help me with it. All right, go ahead. Let me say hi to someone right here. Black Dazzle, Zad Taj Rice, Rock, Fahama, Young Man Jaheen, Yakai Hana, Ice Cream So Good. That's what the woman says. Ice cream so good. That's what they say. They go, oh, ice cream so good. Oh, ice cream so good. Oh, ice cream so good. But a woman ain't eat no ice cream, right? But if somehow people are feeding her ice cream, somehow they giving her ice cream virtually, and she just sit there and she just eat the make-believe ice cream. Oh, ice cream so good. Ice cream so good. Listen, I can't get down this road. Okay, because this, I know once I start this, that's it. Because I don't understand. I need to understand things, but I don't understand things. Okay, we're getting to that. She acts like the game Sims. Now I heard of that, but I've never seen Sims. Okay, all right. We'll get into that 1 second. Yagadar in Deshaun County, all right? Solid. And Zataj Rice. And then give me some videos of the broads up there doing that with the ice cream and all that, and just we'll get into it. But come on, let's hurry up and do the story before we forget. Go ahead, because we got to get into Stephen A. Smith and the Millie Andrews too, and that Negro that talks a lot. Charleston West. Go ahead.
Migrants in Chicago attacked by we need jobs.
See, my yacht already going down. That's how I start my yacht. Before you know it, 3 hours went by. I go, what the hell is this? Where's she eating? Where's ice cream? Where's she licking? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Migrants in Chicago attacked Biden for ignoring them. We need job permits too.
Yeah, this is a lot of ignorant Judites in Chicago. A lot of ignorant Judites in Chicago and New York are somehow mad at the migrants because the migrants are getting the homeless shelter and they're getting housing. And of course, Judites in Chicago and in New York, when I say Judites, I mean black people, are angry at the immigrants because the city is giving them homeless shelter beds and giving them low-income housing. Let me ask you a question, black people. For you black people out there that are angry at the migrants because they're getting free beds in a homeless shelter and because they're getting to live in projects, and because they're getting city funding to help them in their poverty. Let me ask you a question. You've been here for 400 years. If there were no migrants, would the city give the money to black people? Huh? Who wants to answer that question online? Because clearly the Mexicans are stealing all the money in New York, They're stealing all the money in Chicago. All I want to know is this question. The money that America is spending on the immigrants, the housing, the food, the housing programs. If there were no immigrants, would America give that money to black people? Let's see if someone types it up on the screen. Because constantly, black people in the world will say, you can't give this money to the immigrants. We're American citizens. You don't give us this money. You don't give us housing. You don't give us free things, but you're spending that money on those immigrants. All I'm asking you is, if they don't give the money to the immigrants, will they give the money to black people? What are you looking for, you guys? Can I see this in the chat room? Unless you need this. If you need this, let me know. Go ahead, take your time. Let me see if someone answers the question online. So Deshaun County said, hell no. What about getting mad with the gentrification and white people? Give Sean Canny a hand. Amana Box, Gouda, hell no. Brown Hornets, hell, 1975, hell no. Adolphus Last, never. T. Will Williams, and never. Black Dazzle, absolutely not. So what in the hell are you complaining about? If they don't give the money to the immigrants, guess what? They'll spend it on the space program. They'll spend it to go to Mars, to go to the moon again. They'll spend it so they can go up to Saturn. They'll spend it on the military. Where's my Alexa at? Alexa, how much money does the United States government spend on the military?
In 2021, the U.S. government spent $801 billion on the military, which is a decrease of 1.4% from 2020.
In a year, Mayak. Do you want your brain to get around that? Because I don't think your brain is there. Okay, it's a 1% decrease from the year before, so we should be thankful for that.
Good.
In 1 year, $800 billion. What are you mad because the immigrants are getting a free lunch? Because they're getting soup and sandwiches? Because they're getting a project apartment? You see, you hate who you're told to hate. You don't hate the military. You don't hate the space program. The white man says there's Mars, there's aliens. I wonder why there's aliens now. All of a sudden there's aliens everywhere, Maya. Aliens all over the sky. Let me think. What if there are aliens? Then we need to spend some money on fighting these aliens, don't we, Maya? We got to get to the bottom of this.
Makes sense.
We might need to put some more money into the military.
Yeah.
We down 1%. We might need to increase it because we got to find out where these aliens is coming from, you dumbasses. You mad at a Mexican little woman crawling over here across the damn river because they're giving her money? Well, if they stop giving it to her, will they give it to your daughter? No. They haven't been giving you money for 400 years. You had to protest and burn down cities to get civil rights. You think they'll give you money? They're giving the Mexicans money because right now, in this current moment, there is political expedience to give Mexicans a crumb. In 2 years, that expedience will be gone. There's been that same expedience to give you projects. Schools. Where in the hell do you think public schools came from? Black people had to fight and beg to get public schools. They had to go through the Supreme Court to get public schools. Four little black girls had to try to go to a high school, and the National Guard had to defend them to get into this high school. That's every once in a while, the political parties are fighting over us. And because they're fighting over us, one side will give us a penny to make the other side angry. That's where we got public schools, where we got projects from as black people. That's where we got welfare from as black people. Then it stopped. In a minute, there will be no help for the Mexicans. There will be no help for the immigrants. It'll stop for a month or a year. They might get to eat. Why are you angry at them? Be angry at the military. Be angry at the space program. Be angry at them. I gotta go, Maya. All right, next story. Let's do it.
So recently over the weekend, sir.
Now, I didn't watch any of these videos. So I don't know if anybody else has seen these. Show me the controversy. Show me, I'm gonna let them play. Just show me what in the hell, why this matters and what's going on with this, all right?
I don't know if I can play certainly.
Take it, do your thing.
I can, break down what's going on. Charleston White. Charleston White's controversy.
Well, I forgot one thing. This Saturday, Mayak. This Saturday, General Kathumgabar is leading men out to a homeless shelter to go feed the immigrants in New York City, because the immigrants in New York are so hated by the oppressors in New York, hated by them. So Commanding General Yohana is sending General Kathumgabar and a crew of men out to New York to feed the immigrants out in New York City. And don't worry, we're paying for it. So you don't have to get angry and write your congressman and get mad at the mayor. Commanding General Yohana is paying for it.
Yeah.
So you can relax. this Saturday, call your camp leader, come out to New York City, man, find out where we'll be so you can help those brothers feed those immigrants and extend to them our hospitality. All right? Go ahead, Al.
I got a clip of the place. Can't play for the
no problem.
I got a clip I'm queuing up right now. So they had their Camden had his podcast this past weekend. He had Charles White on. It was hilarious.
Get out of here.
It was hilarious.
Go ahead.
And the clip we're getting ready to play was something that, you know, a question that you proposed to Israel. Charles White's harsh comments about Will Smith, calling Will Smith sodomite, Jada Pickett, female dog, and he hates Beyonce.
Go ahead.
He's a lot, sir. You have a clip right now, sir.
But even though Deion Sanders had to, I would suggest you say in that statement. I ain't gonna say per se fuck Deion, but look, let's leave that part out.
I'm saying it.
That no, but even though Deion Sanders had to make a professional decision to go chase a bag that Jackson State didn't necessarily have, let's not forget about the other HBCU coaches. That's good.
Deion knew they didn't have a bag when he took that on. It was already an agreement that we know we go struggle. He even agreed to give portions of that to that facility. He already knew this. The white folk just came and do what they always do. Come get the nigga and take the attention that he was going to bring on the HBCU. Now this big old light that could have been on these HBCU is now on this one white school that's 92% white. Well, and I ain't really saying fuck Deion. I'm telling black people to say fuck Deion.
And they won't.
Well, we took our love and our support to Colorado and we forgot about all these HBCUs that's winning or losing.
So let me ask you this. If you was in Deion Sanders' situation, you would have stayed at Jackson State?
No.
Clap it up for him, man. Now, this is Charleston White. He's very popular on the internet, Charleston White, right? Charleston White, of course, he says outlandish things, okay, and he's very popular on the internet. Now, here's what you have to understand. I'm going to try to make you understand this. This is difficult to understand when you're poor, okay? Now, but just give this a shot, right? When you're poor. Charleston White, Deion Sanders, the Colorado football team, the black HBCU football team, Cam Newton, Stephen A. Smith, Oprah Winfrey, P. Diddy are all entertainers. And none of this bullshit means anything. This is nothing. This occupies your life when you're a commoner. Charleston White is doing a performance. Do you understand? It's a performance. Look up somebody named Andy Kaufman. Andy Kaufman was a comedian back in the 70s. And give me Andy Kaufman wrestling. Look up on your phone. Andy Kaufman wrestling women and speaking about women. Andy Kaufman was a comedian. And he would go out to wrestling matches and challenge women to wrestle him. And he would say, women ain't nothing. I hate women. I can't stand women. I'll beat any woman up. And everybody got so angry about it, and women would come try to wrestle him, and he'd knock them out and throw women all across the ring. And he got so much publicity for saying something that people would pay attention to that was outlandish. Yeah. Charleston White is a comedian, brothers. That's it. You don't have to live your life based on his advice. Right? I know you think you do, right? You think, let me tell you what you did. You voted based on who Puff Daddy told you to vote for. Puff Daddy said to vote for Barack Obama. I've never understood why a singer or a rapper gives good political advice. That one used to boggle my mind. Now, if I want some rap, I'll go to Puff Daddy. I don't know if he chooses my governor. I don't know what in rap makes him qualified. to choose my governor. But guess what? Frank Sinatra got John Kennedy elected in the 1963 election. Frank Sinatra, Marilyn Monroe came out and sung "Happy Birthday, Mr. President." And John Kennedy got elected because Marilyn Monroe sung for him. And Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. did benefits for him. Common people want celebrities to make your most important decisions. They can't do that for you. They sing for a living. They're not theologians. They're not economists. They're not civil rights leaders. They dance and do comedy. Why in the hell would you let Deion Sanders or Cam Newton choose who you support politically? How in the hell could they know? Brothers, I love you so much, but sports is entertainment now. It is not important now. It's entertainment. Can you watch it? Hell yeah, for entertainment. Just like you can play a video game for entertainment. Just like you can go see a play. Just like you can watch sports. It is not politically important. Their opinion about political issues means nothing because they're not politicians. They're not economists. They're not reverends or moral leaders. They're comedians. Charleston White does comedy venues. Do I have to look that up, Nayak? I have never done it. I could do it right here. Can you tell me if Charleston White is performing someplace in a comedy venue near you? He's a comedian. What are you going to do? Base your opinion on politics and black universities based on Charleston White? Or will you love a university because of the football team? Is that what you'll do? So the football team is how you decide what is a good college? Lord, Mayak, I'm trying to help. But this is difficult to understand. Why? Because the poor have nothing in life but entertainment. They don't have anything else. Which is why, brothers, I'm going to try to give you one more thing. You have got to be more ambitious for yourself. Be ambitious. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. This is Charleston White. Sean got on. What the F does that mean? Sean Cotton, Jesus Christ. Sean Cotton presents Charleston White and Friends. See, he's a comedian. I don't need his help politically. Good. Listen, I might go to the show, laugh at the brother. It's funny. There's nothing wrong with that. I might watch a football game. I don't determine who's governor or president based on it. Right? That it's two different things. And I've never understood since I've been in the truth on why you give a damn about what some celebrity says. You should care about Cam Newton's opinion on throwing a football. Cam Newton could probably teach you how to throw a football. That now you're talking. Now Cam Newton says, listen, throw it like this, catch it like that. What in the hell do you care what Cam Newton says about politics? Yediah.
If I may, sir, not to segue, you said it's so heavy. They won't let Cam go football. Like Cam is getting white ball just like Cam did, but Josh Giddey can play average 15 on the.
Here we go, because it's about politics. Josh Giddey is that one that's being with the kinders, with the children, the 15-year-olds. He's playing basketball. Cam Newton cannot play basketball for some political reason. You know, because I'm sure he's doing something they don't like to do. Is that right, you die? Oh, man, he had the podcast. He got the dreadlocks today. Oh, your phone says low battery right here. Let me show you something. You might think this is a new problem. It's not. Once again, if you want to look up Frank Sinatra, Marilyn Monroe, that is how John Kennedy became president. You know who else was very instrumental in getting Richard Nixon? Who knows who Richard Nixon is? You know him, right? Who was super instrumental in getting Richard Nixon elected? Ray Charles. Ray Charles was a big supporter of the Republican Party and Richard Nixon. And that's why in the middle of the civil rights movement, he made a song about Georgia and how beautiful Georgia was in the middle of the civil rights movement while people were getting hung in Georgia. He said, Georgia, sung a whole song about Georgia. Show me Ray Charles with Richard Nixon, if that's what you need. If you need, I would go to Ray Charles about music, not about his presidential choice. What the hell do I care if nigga can't even see? He gonna tell me who to vote for? Why? Give me Ray. You see that? This is old, you guys. This has been done forever. He was trying to get black people to vote for Richard Nixon. So he brings blind ass Ray Charles over there because people will vote for who the piano player tells them to vote for. Give me what's the one? Give me the song. All right. There's an old song I listen to virtually every Thursday when I'm preparing for the New York class down there in headquarters. I listen to this. I listen to 10 of these songs, and I listen to the song by. It's called "I Found Out on My Way to Harlem" by Gregory Porter. Just to get my mind all Harlemed up, and Miles Davis, just so I can just breathe into Harlem, into my lungs. This is the song I listen to. Listen very carefully. This is an old song. Go ahead. Go play it, guys.
You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised.
Said sound went out, and I don't see this video on the YouTube release. So
Could they even hear it? Could anybody out there hear it? For time's sake, I'll just break it down for them. All right. You want to put that online? You want to go listen to that? We were playing the song just now in the room just now. All right. Did anyone hear me? They said no sound. Sound went out. Did anyone hear the song? Not a damn soul. We played a little bit if we could, all right?
I can't tell what point it went out.
You sure? Should we play a little more? Let me know if y'all heard enough of it.
NBC will not.
Never mind. Check the comments just in case. Go ahead. Play it again.
You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be. You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nub. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds
Because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run, or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on the court from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on the rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised.
Stop. All right, y'all give it a hand right here. Listen. Bill Scott Heron, he was a poet back then, trying to teach black people something that you just cannot learn if you're not in the Israelite School of UPK. The revolution will not be televised. You won't be able to go to spokesmen and people who do commercials and comedians and entertainers and singers and change the lives of black people. It can never happen. Those people cannot create the change that you're looking for. You're gonna have to do it. It doesn't matter if Deion Sanders stayed at the HBCU, what would happen? Who knows? All of you know, because in 1963, everyone went to a HBCU. There was no other choice. Everyone you've ever met who was a Black history hero went to a HBCU. What did they do? Come on. At a time when you only could go to a black college, there was no option. That's all. Black colleges had all the money. Every intelligent black person who could go to college went to a HBCU because it was before integration. So everyone went to a black college. What did they do when they got there? They fought to go to white colleges. That's what they did. They protested in the street and fought to go to a white college. They protested until they could force their way into schools that didn't even want them there. Who did that? HBCU people did that. What difference does it make? Who plays on a football team? Who cares? If you all played football at an HBCU, what do you think would happen? The liberation of black people? Are you out of your goddamn mind? 75% of the NFL is black. Are we free? All of the NBA is black. All of the millionaires in the NBA, NFL, and football in Espanol, soccer players, Brazilians, Mexicans, they're all black and Latino. Has change happened on the earth, Mayak? With all of these football players and basketball players and soccer players? You know why? Because the revolution will not be televised. Nothing that happens in the celebrity world changes the real world. It does not change this life. Puff Daddy doesn't change this life. Cam Newton, Charleston White, Jay-Z, forget about him, Maya. He's all of our disciple. Anything he does, or decision he makes, or business he buys, or team he buys, or record label he is in control of, changes nothing about black people. The stars of heaven are falling to the earth. You won't be able to look up to celebrities to change your life. You never have been able to. The time is coming where finally you're going to realize this. This is something we're going to have to do ourselves. If you play football out there, keep playing football. That's all. If you want to teach somebody to play football, teach them. I don't need your help with raising up the 12 tribes of Israel. Right. I'll be fine. I think Commander General Yohana, he's pretty good at it. He doesn't play football. When it comes to football playing, I'm sure General Yohana will ask you your opinion. But when it comes to delivering blacks and Latinos, I think Commander General Yohana, I think that's his game. I think that's the game he plays. Yeah. Everyone understands, right? Solid. Any questions? Calvin said, man, you tripping. All right, Calvin. Excuse my broken English. It ain't no Mexicans in the NFL.
Football.
Well, there are Mexicans in the NFL, Calvin. When I said football, I was speaking about soccer, Calvin. That's what I was talking about. But there also are Mexicans in the NFL. Exactly. And there are an abundance of Mexicans who play what we call soccer, what they call football, Calvin. All right, it's all right. You don't know. Deion Sanders just left his wife after 12 years. Is that true? You die? We're looking into that. I wouldn't be surprised he's not in the truth. And he's not a man of God, Maya. Deion Sanders is not a man of God, right? Who else is just like this? Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson. They are, come on, entertainers. That's it. Tariq Nasheed is an entertainer. Umar Johnson is an entertainer. That's it. They're doing saying stuff, funny, happy, nice, all blackety black, making you feel good about yourself. They're not men of God. They're entertainers. You like watching their videos? Watch them. Watch the NBA. Watch the NFL. My God, don't live your life based on what they tell you. Don't do that. Damn, I got a mechanic, my yacht. I don't get marriage advice from him. Who in the hell does that? Who in the hell goes, hey, mechanic, how's my transmission? Is it good? You change my transmission? You check that timing belt? Listen, could you help me raise my children? Who in the F would do that? But you go to a rapper to tell you who you should vote for, to tell you about God. A rapper? I don't know what else I can do. Okay, this is something people have been trying to do. Let me help you. Do what the hell we tell you to do. Don't listen to anybody else. Don't listen to Charleston White, Cam Newton, Deion Sanders, Jay-Z, Nas, any of the fat boys, any of Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, any Rakim or Big Daddy Kane, NBA Young Boy, Young Jeezy, give me some more influential leaders of the black race. KRS-One, Steve Harvey, Oprah Winfrey, she's a goddess, my yacht. You got to do what she tell you to do. Why? Because she went to school for journalism and did a talk show. So I guess you let Maury Povich make all your goddamn decisions too. Oprah Winfrey had a talk show. So that means she tells black women what they should read, who they should marry, because the bitch had a talk show in the 90s. Don't listen to them. Listen to us. Advice, wisdom is our business. This is the business we're in. This is what we've devoted our lives to. They play football. That's all I can do for you, young brothers and sisters. Sexy Red. You listen to her. Yeah, I forgot about that, Maya. She's a well of wisdom, too. Isn't she, Adiah? I hear she teaches women, how to be women. I don't know. Adiah, go ahead. What do you want to say about it? Sexy Red. Maury Povich. He's another one. I never had nobody to look up to until I got in the ISUPK under Commanding General Yohana Taha Rice. I believe that's what it is. Calvin, this is to Calvin. He had a lot of mouth earlier. Calvin, this is ISUPK Buffalo talking to Calvin. Calvin, our people are great in every sport, entertainment. Hold your peace. You heard that, Calvin. All right, good to go. Where are we at in time? 15 minutes. Okay, what you got? Oh, boy. Go ahead.
This is called the NPC Challenge.
What does NPC? Dang, there it is. NPC Challenge. What does NPC mean?
Okay. When you play video games, you have like these NPCs.
It's not up on the screen, you die. Just to let you know.
Okay,
they're not. Yeah, let them see.
So video game, you would command out of something.
Okay, go ahead.
Games, you have these NPCs. So this is the popular trend on TikTok. It's
But what does NPC mean?
Okay.
No, it's not about
Go ahead. Non-clear character.
Non-clear?
Non-playable character.
NPC.
NPC means non-playable character. So The character you can't play in the game that assists you with going to the West talk to. So what happens is this system and others that get on TikTok. Now the ice cream and the sandwiches and stuff that you see them begging for, that's a form of currency.
Is it?
They're doing it for money.
Okay, when they're eating the ice cream, is someone giving them money? Okay, so every time they go, ice cream is good, that's like a donation that just came in. Is it the same amount?
You can add up. One fellow on Ruby Rose up on Rail spent $60,000, and
that ain't from the ice cream. That's from the ice cream.
Some of them make a lot of money because this one right here also goes to the very top. She also has an OnlyFans where she does that in the slot.
In naked.
On a rod?
Naked.
On with a rod? Or just
buy a damn. You don't know.
Okay.
You don't know.
Okay. Why do they give money for the ice cream? Blicking.
A lot of brothers and sexual abuse.
Okay, so it's just that the tongue is just they send some money because of the tongue. Okay.
I don't know if I'm getting that. Okay, but make me understand. Okay, hold up. Okay, let's play it. let's play it first, sir, because maybe people out there don't know what the hell it is either. Okay, let's play. Give me. This is a good one. Give me a couple of them. Give me a few of them just to make sure everybody understands what it is. All right. Can I get a water warrior? I appreciate it. With some ice, please. You can play that one. Play that. Like show them the whole movements and all that, and then just play another one. Let's play this. Let's play it so we can get. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. Okay, we'll play a couple minutes just to give you a gist of the whole thing. And this is an NPC. You switch right.
Yes. Okay, money gun, I got your name. Wow, a lot of gift for you. Yes. Hee-haw, yes. You gotta feel like a cowgirl. Let me write it down. Hee-haw, yes. You gotta feel like a cowgirl. Let me write it down. Oh, take it, baby. This is so cute. Yes. Go crazy. Ooh. Yes. Yes.
Right, is she impersonating something? All that, yes. Oh, I'm a cow. Is she? I mean, this is an impersonation of an actual video game character, or is this pretending to be any video game character?
She's repeating the request that people are commenting in the chat.
Break that. Where somebody is saying yes, and that's what she's saying.
No, she's saying yes. But there are comments in the chat where people are asking her to say certain things.
Okay. So she might be reading the comment, be a cowgirl, rider, be on a
somebody is typing yes, or say yes. Because they wanted to say yes, like for sexual deviances.
I got him.
A man? All right, go ahead and play.
Hee-haw, yes. You gotta feel like a cowgirl. Let me write it down. Yes. Oh, thank you, baby. This is so cute. Cal, money gun, I got your name. Wow, a lot of gift for you. Yes, that's a great vibe.
Fast forward, show them another one. This is a compilation, right?
Thank you. Mine is scary.
I love the smell of roses.
Times.
Rose. I love the smell of roses.
Hot dog. It's so big. Yummy hot dog. It's so big. No, don't throw the football at me. I can't catch it. Yummy.
You actually hustle. You gotta know. I've been on social media since I was 17 years old. Thank you for the heart. I was a high fashion model at 17 years old. I know how the industry, social media, all of it works.
Okay, hold on. So I can see this is sexual in some way. So is this like a sexual desire of men to have sex with the video game woman? Okay, damn near like if you playing the, what's the game Sims anyway? What the hell is that?
Okay, Sims is a simulation game that's popular amongst a lot of our people. You gotta get this game controlling like people. Like it's a toned down version of GTA. Where a lot of brothers, when you're in the photo, instead of you're simulating like house chores or taking care of your family or whatever. If I can expound on it a little further, deviancy like that, you know what I mean, stems from not just that, from video games and from Twitch. Now, Twitch is a whole other animal, like where besides TikTok, where they go in there and they do these things. Where they go in there and they cosplay and they go to these conventions, and then they get to, you know, act out their fantasies. I told you, I have a nephew right now that is 26 years old. He is a full-blown furry. He does the same thing.
And a fur teddy bear outfit.
Now this tie into, I guess, the anime pornos and all that.
Damn, okay, so let me ask you a question about this. So they want the broad to act like she's in the video game because they're attracted to the video game characters. And so she pretends to be the object of their desire, which is, meaning they want to have sex with the video game woman, with the damn the computer character. So she's pretending to be the computer character. They give her money to continue to be it. Because as they masturbating to the woman that's doing it while she's doing it?
It's like Siri come to life, I guess.
Oh no, Siri.
Hey, excuse me.
Siri, don't do that.
Assaulting Siri.
Insulting that. Siri, don't
And
do
now they
that.
pushing this old AI thing hard. AI about to come in the line where you can create. I think they tell me you can create videos and have people say things and it don't be a real video. And all that's sexual.
Give me 1 second. Call me in about 1 hour, all right? All right, you should look at that. Okay, this is the man.
He breaks character. People start messing with him while he's
okay, so he do it. Okay, let's see.
Want to see you flex, dude? Hey, thanks for roses. 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 I'll make sure I give those to Mo. I haven't visited his grave for a while. Hey, thanks for roses. I'll make sure I give those to Peter. It's supposed to teach me everything. Shit, I'll be. Hey, thanks for those. I'll make sure I give those to Peter. It's supposed to teach me everything. Hey, thanks for the gummies. Hey, fuck nigga, what you said? What you said, fuck nigga? Hey, what you said, fuck nigga? You said don't stoop to that low. What you said, fuck nigga? Hey, come here. Come here. Let me knock your teeth out, nigga. Bitch ass boy. Bitch ass boy. Come here. Let me do my nerdy shit in peace before I beat your ass, nigga. What's wrong with you? These niggas.
He said, let me do my dirty shit in peace.
See, now you give, because that's, I would like to understand the psychology of it, the demon behind it. Okay, if you're a nerd, what they used to call a nerd, you live your life through the computer. So in essence, you play so many video games that you develop a sexual fetish for the women on the game. And so now, okay, this is what I need. Let's say you're talking to a woman and she's not acting like a video game. She's just a straight up and down woman. Is it like, I ain't really attracted to her. I kind of need her to act like the game so I can get aroused. Is that what they're going through?
Not only that, I know a brother personally that went through this to where his lady, when she left, said that he would make her dress up as a certain character from Final Fantasy to get it on.
And Final Fantasy is video game.
He would make her, man, that's a rough deal, man. There's only one solution to this. You sisters out there, these brothers don't want to have sex with you. This is what we got to do. Brothers in the UPK, you got to have sex with more women. You got to get more wives. Because we the last brothers that want some tail on this planet Earth, my y'all. Give yourselves a hand. Really, it's our obligation, my y'all. Because a flesh and blood woman can't get no penis. You're going to have to step it up, man.
Hey, listen, we taking applications. Listen, we'll Mario.
We're going to have to marry more.
Mario and Luigi, you did that.
You brothers who like a flesh and blood woman, you're going to have to marry more women. Because it seems like a woman can't get a man because she's real. because she's like an actual flesh and blood woman. And he really, and let me tell you something, you brothers out there that's suffering from this, and I'm going to help you with this, right? For a second, it won't work. But really, here's your problem, right? You are lazy, and you've developed this laziness from sex coming too easy for you, right? When I say sex, I mean masturbation. And because it's so easy, you have now developed, you're sexualized to it. And once you get sexualized to a thing, it's very difficult to break it. This is where generations of LGBT people come from. Because your uncle will get you at a certain age and he will give you an orgasm before you understand your body, before you know what orgasms are, and before you know it, you can only have an orgasm like this. It happens so many times with women. With women, they get sexualized at such a young age that before you know it, they don't know how to have real sex. They don't know how to have sex in a normal way. Let me give you a woman that goes through this. There are certain women, brother, that can only have sexual relationships. Meaning, if you are their friend, they're going to have sex with you. If you're a woman friend, they're going to have sex with you. They're going to have sex with anyone in their sphere. You understand? Like whoever, we're friends on the job. We're going to have sex. Oh, these are my girlfriends I go out with at night. You're going to have sex with your girlfriend. Oh, the man on my job. It's supposed to be a brother just sitting on my job that I work with. She's got to have sex with him because she cannot have a relationship that's not sexual because this has happened to her at a young age. You brothers with this masturbation and these video games, your brain is locked into quick sex that has no preparation, has no ambition. Ambition is a powerful thing. It's like, when you want a woman and you got to get out there and go get it. It's ambition. It's like listen, she's going to say no. I got to get my heart up to speak to her. I got to get my courage up to even walk over there because the bitch is going to say no. And guess what? She does say no. And you got to go. Forget that. Move on to the next one. Do this 10 times. Give a shout out to young man, my young. Give him a hand. The young brother. I had a picture. Tazalaya put it on her Facebook page. I took my young brother, my young, out to his high school dance, my young. He went out to that high school dance. Listen, he said some ridiculous shit to me. I meant to check him over. He's in the car. Oh, brother, he got the leather jacket on. He rocking. He get in the car. I said, damn, Mom, you look like me back in the day when I was chasing tail. You look like me. He said, you chase tail bald? He said that to me. I damn near fainted. I said, nigga, I wasn't always bald. I used to chase some tail, man. He said, you chase tail bald? Yes, I did, nigga. Chased that, caught it too.
Yeah, right.
Caught it, man.
Caught it well.
I ain't just bald, but I had some hair one time, man. Damn. I was bald forever.
Bald man can't get a woman.
No. In his mind, I can't get a woman because I'm bald. Listen, my young had to get up and go to that dance, huh? Get up and get dressed, look in the damn mirror, get himself together, get rejected, talk to him, get his courage all up to just speak to a damn woman, huh? Just to go talk to her. Brother, because you haven't been through that, but you still had an orgasm, now that's the only way you can have an orgasm. And women who crave male attention become video game characters to get your attention. Listen, man, UPK brothers, you got to get more wives. Like, you got to just, these brothers in the world, they're not going to want women. They want to masturbate. They do not want women. They don't want them at all. Because guess what? They're not going to meet these women. These old sim women, they're not going to go to their house. They're going to do this right here and never go to the bitch's house ever. Never meet her. Never talk to her. This is the end of the relationship. It goes this far. They ain't going to never say, so, what's up? Where you at? I mean, what are we doing? What's up with you? Never, Mayak. Which means, Officer Yadiah, Mathanya, what's your name again right here? Y'all need more ribs. You got to get some more women, brother. You got to go out and get some from these broads. They out there wanting to give it to somebody. Jakes in the world want to play video games. We don't play no games. We don't play no games in here. Everyone understands. Anything else, you die. All right. With that said, the water, the commander, General Your Honor, give it up to him. General Hazayan, General Mayak, Officer Yedaya, Officer Ibad, Officer Matamya. We'll be back here next week to tell you the truth about your world and what's happening in it. Kwam Yasha.
Kwam Yasha.
This a bad man too. I promise you. This shit lit, cuz. This shit lit. Alright? Run that joint.
Niggas looking for the light. Me and my niggas prepared for the dog. Yeah. So we gon' get it on for the last days, nigga. You already know what it is. 140 for the drummer.
They in the build. We in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. Earn your stripes, dog. You with us or not? We can get it on when it's on. They don't never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy. You on holy ground. They in the field. We in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. It's a problem, tell them pop on. I die for I let my colors fly, boy. For a nigga take me, they a drop dead. AR, clean them up like a mop pig. Say cool, he bad, he really so tough. They like, damn, look what he did, it really go rough. Little bitch, think she Kiki Palmer, silly hoe. She know I'm that bull, but I ain't from Philly, though. From the city where they say about that ribbon like petty poops. Know them niggas plotting, gotta deal with me. Can't catch me slipping, got to steal with me. Just left Alabama, bought a chopper from some hillbilly move. He made my fear, the blade. Leave them all bruised, come through like a plague. Rebel off the leash like a dog out the cage. Call me Johnny Blaze off Run West May. Watch your step get stretched like a limousine. So my brother bring that blade back wet, that's my enemy. A little nigga, this that caught here to talk. Niggas know I got blood in my cup, I just sip it like it's grenadine. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. Or your stripes, dog, you with us or not. We can get it on when it's on, it'll never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy. You on holy ground. They in the build, we in the spot. We can go to war, let's see who make it out. Tell them niggas good night, here come the bitch. Look, told them niggas get right or get lit. You PK bad man, I pin to your flesh. Hellboy, rip the soul out of dead man. Shit, got the rank, the power, I finish showstopper. Yeah, they might hate, but I know they gon' watch. Zone on lock, and you know the flow prop. Iced out, got the drip out of David Jones lock. Know I got the pain, they say that you the man. No shit, Sherlock, I'm the one you heard about. Burn down the building, let them all watch. Throw that one west up, then I swerve out. Sick with this shit, I do not need a detox. He don't watch your step, blow him out some Reebok. We taking over, I'm sending the word out. Can't see me, little nigga, I put you in a bird box. Look, it's One West practical, gladiator, maximum. Creep on them slow, but they Glock fire rapid. All I want is more power, more straps to blow. Ain't got excuse for no car, he gon' have to go. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. Earn your stripes, dog. You with us or not? We can get it on when it's on. It don't never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy. You on holy ground. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out.
Back roll.
You'll never see another nigga like this. Used to have that white bitch popping on the night shift. Now I'm one westward, sharper than the ice pick. On you rappers' necks, and it's feeling like some vice grips. Yeah,
light shit. Send my bro a kite quick. Ties of war, we ain't forget about you. Keep your light lit. Rappers can't see. Most of them scared to witness. Go and close your eyes. That's one right here for the trenches. Bad bitches, natural hair or extensions. Hood niggas that'll probably grip like some dentures. Brothers on them fences. 23 and 1 out. Praying that commissary hit before it run out. Bitches on the gram, dog filter with their tongue out. Couldn't stay home because they found the dugout. Closed casket, burner in the low jacket. My co-captain, riding on these whole rappers. My hoes fabulous. Now I don't mean that derogatory, but I'm a player and there's no my women riding for me. I avoided Maury. I got 2 jets. If I can't make it through for them, then I'm useless. Sit down that roof, Chris, with a couple bosses after the war just to count our losses. It's not many. You see a smile on my face, but I'm not friendly. Going on my waist, sipping white Henny. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know lie. Gotta got my heart grip, my bow tie. Waiting on the swerve in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know lie. Gotta got my heart grip, my bow tie. Living in the swerve in my whole life. My whole life. It's so melodic. When I be dropping this ebonics, this ghetto phonics, it got me on the level supersonic. My bomb atomic, and you know where you can find me. Somewhere probably holding this paper origami. My name is pure as the Dasani. My wave is like a tsunami. I went from 0 to 100, feeling like Ricky Bobby. I made a deal with the Reaper. Got a couple wives, they some keepers. Talk a lot of shit, but you can't walk a mile in my sneakers. Bitches go to Miami, come home with changed features. Now she got a BBL, her ass fatter. Trying to show up all them niggas that laughed at her. Now when they see her, they only wanna fuck her. They just wanna touch her. They don't wanna cuff her. They just wanna come and kick it with her like a punter. Turned her to a runner, now it's all aboard the train. Fenty on her face, but it's not concealing the pain. It's a shame. That's why I'm in the hood like some rap snacks. I know niggas kill you and your mama for a scat pack. Dark tint, matte black, they do it for half that. Had you like 90s Missy in a fucking trash bag. I'm from Philly, we don't do bank accounts, just cash app. I spit a verse and I just watch the time slow. This that guy flow, this that shit that rappers die for. This that uncut Tahoe Wall straight from Pablo Escobar. I be at the bar like my They think it's effort, but no, this that black work. Make the countermeasures, take pleasures, making an op hurt. Light is in the sky, cause every verse is a concert. My mind work at speed y'all can't fathom. Listen to the words of a champion. It can't, the streets need another anthem. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know lie. Gotta got my heart grip, my bow tie. Waiting on the swerve in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know lie. Gotta got my heart grip, my bow tie. Living in this world in my whole life, my whole life. My whole life. Okay.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. Hey, hey. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left. I can tell you what it feels like when them problems kicking in. I call it real life. Now I'm feeling trapped. Who can I trust? Second guessing everything. Who can I love? I remember sleeping on the floor, ready for whatever. I was sleeping by the door. I was down bad, didn't want no one to know. I was on my own, didn't have nowhere to go. Everything I seen was a test. I was born to be a soldier, nothing less. This is the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See,
See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
All black is the uniform. Soldier dead and gone, I'm forever pouring liquor for them. Try me or my brothers, and I'll be moving bodies for them. Came up out the struggle and maintained through the storm. Niggas down for dead presidents, fucking up their residence. White man dirty tricks, they call that shit politics. Vagabonds, and they some natural born lunatics. That what they is. They shut you down when you speaking truth. It black boots when you in the truth. It black boots when you in the truth. This is the life that I chose. Nickel.
See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
Hey, Sean Israel, what's going on, man? Priest Captain Gohar here, standing with Officer Thabawan. We coming from Hollywood, California. Just off the BBC interview, letting everybody know that the ISUPK is going to take over, man. But check it out, this is what I want you to do, right? Command Junior Honda just dropped a new YouTube channel. The most controversial man in America, man. Subscribe to his channel, America on Fire, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Salam.
Yeah, those are messed up, no. Bad news is to beat your home, nigga. Yeah. Go on, get on his ass real quick one time. 144, baby. Run that shit up, Trey.
They said you get on, you gon' represent. I said, of course. Soon as they trade that beat, I ride that bitch like a horse. She about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, me whole car. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I go with the force. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You even low on this Lord, so that bitch is either or. Yeah, I know them niggas ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our core. Wait up, let me make a call right quick. I'ma start another war. I was hurrying when she left, but I don't care about anymore. I need a Vaseline like my Nina Pumper bar. Took a sock, watch the dark. Matter of fact, like a dart. Any problem, let them come. We gon' snatch they soul like Shane Shaw. Put them out of service, keep them tools like it's all they free. Try to hope it's way too late. I'm headed straight to the safe. Throw the trophy, I'm that nigga, ain't no debate. Throw them boys, we taking notes. Call them up like set the date. This shit a piece of cake. Yeah, my bitches came from Whole Foods. Told them put on that top 3. Then bring me my house shoes. Don't make excuses, make moves. These niggas ungrateful, gotta show them UPK rules. I'm making it like I can't lose. They say you get on, you gon' represent. I said, of course. Soon as they crank that beat, I ride that business like a horse. She about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, the whole part. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I come with the fart. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You even low on this Lord, so that bitch is either or. Yeah, I know them niggas ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our core. Yeah, I just got off the call. I'ma start another war. Spit a plate up with my niggas, get your knife and your fart. They ain't locked in with the count and with the speaking to me fart. Yeah, I just took the floor. Ain't no cowards in my campaign. They can't stop the campaign. Tell them bring the champagne. They know I'm a champion. They can see the outcome. Get them niggas bad, got them tied down and outdone. You can't do with them steps, them niggas been down since day one. We run up the bands, bitch, like Dylan. They say you get on, you gon' represent. I said, of course. Soon as they pray that beat, I read that bitch just like a horse. Yeah, about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, we whole start. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I come with the force. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You either low or this low, so that bitch is either or. I told you niggas, you ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our car. And I just made it go. We gon' start another war. Yeah. exposing lies with the truth. The only men worthy to teach from the Bible. The ISUPK. We raising our people from the dust. We are the true Hebrew Israelites. Let a Hebrew speak. Let a Hebrew speak with General Hazayan.
You know what? You know you are nasty in your mouth. And you gotta spit it out. That's how God feels about everybody that is not Israelite.
And Captain Akkad.
And crack and heroin and abortion clinics and Christianity is inequity, man.
Let a Hebrew speak. Christianity is a lie. Talk the truth. Let a Hebrew speak. The white man is the devil. Talk the truth.
To be careful, not making a mistake.
Let her establish since 1969. Hebrew speak. We raising our people from the dust. Talk the truth. General Hazayan. Talk the truth. That's right. Cry aloud. Captain Akkad. Talk the truth. Let a Hebrew speak. Tune in every Mondays from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Let a Hebrew speak.
That's why I don't know you. I'm not letting nobody sell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you a black man like me. And it's worth something.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General Yohana, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man he made man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
You don't need a black man in the White House. You need a black man in every black house.
For many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was.
You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
ISUPK presents As Ye the Prophets weekly podcast.
Every race in the movie.
We are not the trust. We are not the trust. We are trusted, and we are not the trust.
Send in your questions to AskYeTheProphets@gmail.com or Ask Ye the Prophets on Facebook. And your questions will be answered live every Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shalom.
He's speaking of his own.
The white man made himself the Egyptians and the Israelites. And the Persians. Every race in the movie.
Baby, no listen to no fake news, them can't. Put the wall it out and them never fake news. No, this year just be a bad bitch I get forward from with you. But now one you have feel good girl there.
Crazy. She never did a features, I rate it. Never did a features, half naked. Me never did a piggy R ratings halfway, that's why me give her ratings. She never did a features, half naked. Never did a features, I rate it. Me never did a piggy R ratings halfway, that's why me give her ratings.
And every girl a white material. And every girl forget the juice in a me seed bag. And every girl me trust to cook my food, nor boil me tea, not tea, put the milk in a the cereal. Me like a catty when me dival. When we wash for cook me clean and no fuss. When she hear me get a new girl, I know that me mean when me say me fight me demon. Multiple wife legally, no illegal. Yeah, straight. Me go crazy. And not every catty can be my first lady. And not every breast plus body done pay for plus Tatiana no fit in and no mercy. When me say, oh luxury dolly for nurse baby, I trouble when luxury dolly turn old lady. So big up every girl with no lazy. Your body big, but why your mommy don't hate it? I rate it. Never did a fi dress half naked. Me never did a fi give her be things halfway. That's why me give her ratings. She never did a fi dress half naked. Never did a fi dress her rated. Me never did a fi give her be things halfway. That's why me give her ratings. She now wait pan money for reach her and donation. She make reach her man donation. Run job and run, but he waste gal to her fi leave her man, but she stay strong. She know say them are no friends, them are haters. Them sleep with every man in a the acre. Can't get nobody to stay long and want the advice for relation. Baby no listen to no fake yo. Them can't keep a man cause them never stay true. Could do all it out and them never pay yours. Never shut them out and them wicked and cruel, eh? Bag a man a rush, but them just a get yours. Everything them have, them did a fear close. Instagram live, them mute for the views. Baby, that I know you though. Sure, I rate it. Never did a pictures half naked. Me never did a piggy. be things halfway, that's why me give ratings. She never did a pictures half naked. Never did a pictures rated. Me never did a piggy be things halfway, that's why me give ratings.
A Palestinian committed a terrorist attack in America last night and is getting no news coverage.
I haven't been in yet. I just got here.
Of course I did it on purpose. You think I'm crazy? No, I am not. Because seriously, this is what I can do. Because I'm gonna kill myself if I don't do something with watching children genocide every freaking night. When I get up in the morning, evening, just seeing people dying. Yes, of course. I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm just here because if I don't do anything, I'm gonna really have a heart attack sitting in my freaking chair. I can't. This is at least I'm not hurting anyone. I'm just freaking getting my anger out. I can't. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Maybe, yeah. Maybe you should do something. Freaking country support the freaking Israel, the number one country supporting the genocide. Maybe you have to do something about it. Stand up for the right side and really look at the freaking news. Maybe you should do this.
Yes, sir.
Guys, I'm sorry. I wish I could do more for my country.
These
But
brothers in the
seriously,
building, brothers in the
I
school.
never heard of fly.
Yeah, not associated with the white Jews or the Caucasian Jews or none of that over there. I'd like to see her face if I could.
No. Well, she's not letting me freaking fix my hijab, my cover.
Yep. Y'all could hear me good?
Cancer.
It coming through strong?
Coming, yeah,
Most time. Let me get our mic check. Now, let me see if we're hearing you. I don't know if your audio coming through. I think it might have a jam up with your audio now, sir. You could hear me? Might be a little jam up. All right, bear with us one. We're taking one last break. We'll be right back. Give us 2 minutes. We're going to be right back. Let's just try to sort the situation out here. Give us 2 minutes, all right? 2 minutes, we'll be right back.
Yeah. You know what it is? 140 for the rebel, Billy man shit, nigga. They take their head over, nigga.
I bet where Eve did to Adam, I just pray my love don't lie to me. Swing the iron like stamps and I can't let no holder lie to me. I don't feel these rappers, all they lies is hypocrisy. Ain't no competition, ain't no rivalry. Niggas think I'm playing, I don't hear one word they saying, this shit light work. Think Muhammad one of us, he might lose his life first. Suckle up and stay alert. Another cop can stretch the nigga. He ain't demon, just an exorcism. Watch I bless the nigga. You took that open blood, then you know I'm gonna get active with you. From the opposition, I see vision. Let me paint the picture. Rappers can they spin, I ain't listening. Is effective. If revenge was a woman, now I stole that bitch like Jake. So time war, we gonna run the summer. It's gonna be historical. Thought they making plays, made them niggas call the audible. Ask who run this shit, but that question is rhetorical. Bitch, I'm the one, me cookies with the oil. I'ma get them crackers, hell, should've never kidnapped my family. I can't just do that. Bet I be the last nigga standing. Do a life sentence for my niggas, pray you understand me. I might put a switch on this Glock and call it Young Game. How you real triggering on them dots? You a bird feeder, claiming he a demon. What's a demon to a cold leader? When he saying something, I ain't hear him. This shit like it ain't on who got this gun, it's on who gon' up that fight first. I turn a bad situation to a game change. Bring soldiers from the dead, just raised up the chains. Get shots, I'ma look like Aaron Jones when I run it. Never bite the hand that feeds you, you'll never get that hand back. Bitch about 10%, I don't wanna hear none of that. He dropping sword, fuck him, just make sure you get that cover back. Look around, he ain't with us, probably cause he never was. Now my chin like you with the angels for your brothers. Everybody wanna be Richard Porter, God kill him like Alpo. Play if he want, it's laying in the trunk like Lee Malvo. A certified woman's ass nigga, I am not a toy. Hey, out with that hollow sign, yeah, this the real McCoy. Feel like Gullah Jack when I'm in Fayetteville, you feel your boy. Still up on my bread, still I think that's all that I do. The way I get that boy lost, they gon' start to call him Elroy. Fuck his game. Pop out on them demons like I'm Hellboy.
It's gonna come over. All right, how it's sounding now? How we going with it now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, let's reboot the whole thing up. Yeah.
How
y'all feeling? Yo, Tawab?
Good.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Let
me just make sure I'm coming through nice and bright. Can't get lost in the shadows over here. All right. So tonight we're gonna be holding it down for Command General Hanna again, hardest working man in Israel. Give him my hand. You know what I mean? Putting on, massive cookouts. Just came back from Houston, doing something major. I mean, you could probably leave it short and put it on the table. Okay. You know what I mean? I don't know how it's gonna look over. You could try it. Try it like that. But I'm thinking if it's short and on the table or close to the table, it might be all right. Okay. And then I think they have Florida coming up. Was that December
21st to the 23rd?
The 21st to the 23rd down there in Florida. You know what I mean? And the boot down there, man. They used to call that the swing state when Al Gore and George Bush was fighting for elections. They used to call that the swing state. They ain't swinging no more. We setting that record straight.
Yeah.
We setting that record fully straight. You know what I mean? So we go into it tonight. Of course, the usual suspects. We have Captain Nathak holding it down. You know what I mean? Give him a hand. You know, right now we are so happy all on deck. Give him a hand. We're not from Trinidad. You know what I mean? Brothers going to join in shortly as well. Yo, don't forget Hakonika as well. Hakonika this coming Thursday, December 7th. December 7th at sundown, man. The beginning of a week-long celebration, a week-long party. You're all busy partying in the world and going to funerals the day after. You know what I mean? Hakonika, we celebrate the funerals of our enemies. You know what I mean? Who slaughtered us, took our gold, to spoiled us. And the Lord put the spirit on some brothers and, you know, went and defend the thing. You know what I mean?
Yes. So just to add, you know how to celebrate Thanksgiving. You know what I mean?
You know how to celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yeah. Man.
No Christmas. No Kwanzaa. You know, you can some old made up holiday. Right. Celebrating a whole Play-Doh holiday. Unwrap the cord. It's twisted up. Just you're smoothing it out. You're too wild too. You know what I mean? You ain't got to celebrate no made up holiday. You could now for sure, you know what I mean, do something that's really yours. You know what I mean? You could do something that's really yours. Let me see if I could get you all added in here. So I think we have a couple brothers coming on. Hold on, let's see how I do this thing. Yeah, bear with me 1 second. So tonight we're going into to a few stories. We have some good ones, including Mr. I call him Mr. Hell. You might want to clean the lens on that. Just see if we could rub just a little bit with a cloth or a paper towel or something. That's nicer, yeah. Right, we are Mr. Kissinger. I don't know if you already know who the hell that is, but this devil boy, I had to call him the architect. That's his name.
Mashak, I might blame you for messing my first computer up.
Listen,
I remember you give me something like some big write up or something that he do. I forget what it was. I was on that computer. That computer is shut down.
That's why it shut down. Hell, footprints in the database. You know what I mean? Like this he was the U.S. State Secretary, and boy, he wrote something called the Securities Memorandum, National Security State Security Memorandum, the NSSM, I think 200 or some shit like that. You could Google that and see. And it was all about destroying third world countries. You know what I mean? It was all about destroying third world countries, you know, and put the whole population control. Like they credit him as being such a statesman. But another side of him that hardly ever gets talked about is the amount of wars and preludes and precursors and justifications to wars this oppressor done, you know, penned in the spirit of Homeland Security and the betterment of America. You know, because that coming in, also soon I should have Officer Owade in as well. I think Kahan coming. Few other brothers gonna be coming through as well. You know what I mean? Like this oppressor here, boy, Kissinger is, you know, I don't get it. I don't get it. He is the oppressor of oppressors. I might need that second light. Yeah, just one of them. So we might need that. I don't know how we gonna do it. Which is a good one? This one. That one? Yeah, I might need that second light somewhere. If we could plug in like right there, maybe. Yeah, somewhere to face this way. Yeah, man. Yeah, that Kissinger. Unless that one could plug in and face you, and this one come back on me. Check this ball bar. This ball don't look right. Yeah, like that oppressor boy. I mean, he done did atrocities, and they let him go quietly. Right. Super quietly. You know what I mean? Added to that, of course, you have the Didster, you have the Diddy. I take that. You have the Didster, you have the Doodle, the Didographer, right? Diddy did it, right? And T.I. just dominating this week, boy. That's trending on everything. I mean, they acting like the world is theirs. They ain't giving nobody no space on the internet for nothing. You know what I mean? This was the week for the sexual deviance and the underage and the pedophiles and stuff. The NBA player get caught in some NBA some underage relationship, and that nigga said, "Oh, that devil." I can't say nigga because people gonna get confused. You know what I mean? Still playing ball. It ain't coming on. You probably try it in a different plug or something. If not, if it's too much trouble, then just leave it. But I know one of them do work. Right? So yeah, we're gonna get into it for sure. And of course, if there's any other any stories that you all out there know about and want us to cover, just type it in the chat. We're gonna give our perspective on it. You know what I mean? As according to the Lord and according to black men, we're gonna give the blacks perspective on this thing. And put some polish on it. Right. I mean, put some kiwi, old school kiwi polish. We're gonna put some polish in it. Yeah, man. So black it is like going to talk to you. You know what I mean? So went out again. Yeah, you might want to mess with that. You could just leave that alone. And just put that on someone else, some other one on the side or something. Yeah. All right. So where you all want to start?
And if you want to start with Derek Chauvin stabbing.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, God.
At number 5.
Right. Inmate who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times is charged with attempted murder, prosecutors say.
Damn, 22 times? That nigga got shoulders out. He got
he got dig out.
Yeah, I mean he getting it in.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if you all heard too. I think this happened after I had listened to Fox News. Fox News, I think they have some documentary coming out. They're saying about this whole matter with George Floyd. All right, 2 things they're saying. One, they were saying that that George Floyd, they were saying that the kneading causes death. Right? They were trying to say that he had other medical issues. You understand? And what you call it again? And also to but what happened was what's that again? They were saying the cops on them were saying that they were taught that kneeling technique. You understand? Mashak, you there? I think Mashak freeze. So what, you there?
Yes. Yeah. Can't say, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying pertaining to George Floyd before the situation happened. Right? So start it over one more time.
Cancer. Freeze up a little bit. Right. Inmate who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times is charged with attempted murder, prosecutor says. Right? Derek Chauvin was stabbed in prison 22 times by a former gang leader and one time FBI informant who told investigators he targeted the ex-Minneapolis police officer because of his notoriety for killing George Floyd, federal prosecutors said Friday.
Right, which makes it sound like almost along the point where, yeah, I mean, John Muhammad was trying to bring out. You know what I mean? You in this prison next to this man who just killed unalive a brother by putting his knee on his neck and was so cool with it. You know what I mean? How could you feel safe in a prison with him? How can you? You can't feel safe with that. You understand? You cannot feel safe with that. Come on.
Right. John Tuska was charged with attempted murder a week after the November 24th attack at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson, Arizona. He told the correctional officers he would have killed Chauvin had they not responded so quickly, prosecutors said.
I mean, like he basically he was saved. Derek Chauvin was saved. I mean, or else, you know what I mean, he'd have been, you know what I mean, unalive because of this situation.
Right.
Like the Lord, like you don't want to play with the Lord, man. You know what I mean? And his children. You want to play with the Lord and his children. You do something to his kids. I say his kids, meaning the Lord's chosen people, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. He is coming to see you. You understand? He's coming to see you. That's what you're seeing going on right now across there in Israel, in the Middle East. You understand? With this, with these wars that's about to jump off, because the Lord is coming to see these other nations for how they treated us, for how they unalive us, for what they did to us in slavery, in the Caribbean, in America, throughout this whole entire what they have done to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. The Lord is going to visit. He's going to visit.
That's right.
These heathens. Right? Any more?
Now, cancer, right? Tuska, who is serving a 30-year sentence for crimes committed while a member of the Mexican mafia prison gang, told investigators he thought about attacking Chauvin for a month because he is a high-profile inmate, but denied wanting to kill him, and prosecutor said.
You understand? So it's, you know what I mean, we not how to put it, we're not supporting anything to do with this whole situation. All we're saying is you mess with the Lord people, he coming and see you. You understand?
That's right.
You unalive his people, he is coming to see you. You understand? America, you're next. You all could go buy how many guns you want. Go buy all the guns up in the store. Go buy all the bullets. The Lord coming to visit America very soon for what they did to God's chosen people.
Right.
Copy back?
Yeah, I hoping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're live.
I heard boom. It all went black. I see it coming.
Yeah. So that was it with the Derek Chauvin. You know what I mean?
So somebody poke him up?
Yeah, somebody poke him up. Ex-mafia member. You know what I mean? And as I was saying too, I don't know if you heard, but Fox was saying that one of them reporters coming up with a documentary on the whole situation, right? And they was trying to say that that George Floyd died because he had some heart issues, not because of the knee on his neck. He died because of some heart issues. And they were saying that the cops and them, they were trained to do that maneuver that Derek Chauvin was doing. They trained them to do it. And they had cops coming on there saying that, you know what I mean, we were trained to do it. So, you know what I mean, what they call it, the captain or whoever came on there on the stand and was saying that they never trained their cops to do such maneuvers. They were saying that was a lie.
They had to say that. They had to say that to help with the lawsuits and shit.
Yeah,
they had to take liability off the damn cops.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's really what it is. They need to just they're taking liability off the off the officers. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
that's
because
really what it is.
Yeah, more than likely, I don't know if you remember that situation with the camera that we had in DC with Weinstein.
With Weinstein, yep.
Right. The next week, the cops on them had a memorandum for the cops on them on how they will deal with people, civilians that was taping, that had their own like personal camera, taping in public.
Yep.
You know, so I'm saying that because they knew that, you know, I mean, he was wrong for doing it.
And they thought we didn't know the law. I think just today, after the concert, he was talking about that incident in DC here where some devil accused the camper threatening to take his life and cut his head off.
Mm-hmm.
And he went and tell the cops, so we up here saying we're gonna cut his head off. The cop came back, of course, Jonathan Thumb, he was in charge of the camp at the time. He told the cop, no, that shit is a lie. Ain't nobody say nothing like that. Mm-hmm. So he started to ask, he said, well, is it on tape? He said, yeah, it's on tape, but you know, this is our camera, we're not giving it. So the cop, he decided now, little 4'11" Hobbit cop, he decided now he gonna try to flex on us. And he proceeded to, you know, take the camera. Now, Thak was the cameraman, and he is wrestling now Thak for that camera, brother. And to try to show that he's so big and tough and he could wrestle this big nigga. Yeah, I mean, and brother, there was some freelance DC photographers out there, and they snapped the whole thing. I mean, real like frame by frame. I'm gonna look at the picture and post that shit up, brother. Man, John Katham got to blazing on that cop. I can call him a thief, and he's stealing personal property, and you can't seize it. And John Katham started to run it down till he pointing up in his face. No, don't nobody gonna do this now. Nobody do this now. Yeah, I mean, the Lord was with him in that moment. I can't guarantee it's gonna be with you.
Yes,
he started to tell the cop the law, because the cop tried to say that we could seize the camera. It's like, no, you could only seize that in you know, such and such circumstances when it's such and such type of crime. Other than that, you had a damn near like subpoena to get a warrant for this shit.
Yeah,
brother. Listen, Commander Hannah put that whole particular district in the DCPD on notice. Come to find out, this particular cop, he himself is Jewish.
Yep,
and he hated us, and they have him as some specific task force to watch us. Only time we thinking he just on the regular beat walking around. There's a specific task force that was watching us, and he's Jewish. We found this out, I think, a couple of weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And he was wrong. And what Nafak was saying is the next week, DCPD issued something for all the police saying you cannot take people's personal property. A warning to all the damn cops off of what happened with us. You know what I mean? So, big up Nafak for that thing there too, bro.
Yeah.
We was young and sure. I think it was 500. I want to kill him. I want to jump off, but I'm like, by the neck and start a shade. That situation, of course, not the cup. But brother, I learned something that day.
He gets some good spikes, and he has.
Of course, he just had spike armbands. We stood on business that day. We stand on business.
Yeah, right.
But that's what they do to cover themselves with the liability. You know what I mean? That's what they do to cover this self-with liability. So now they're of course going to say that that George Floyd was, you know, he was this, he was that, he was, you know, an addict, he had fentanyl or whatever else. Nothing had to do with his situation, you know, having a knee on your neck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if that's the case, I just need somebody who is healthy with no heart problems and not a drug addict to lay on the floor in the courtroom and let Chauvin put his knee on his neck and let's see how long he survived. Right?
Yeah, for the same amount of minutes.
For the same amount of minutes, and kneel down on it and put your full, knee into it. And let's see if anything happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
Go ahead.
If I may too, sir. And this is Kawakan, the water, sir. It's real ironic because the same people that label the ISUPK as a hate group are the same people that are in league with the state of Israel as they train the United States police forces in these very tactics. If you go online right now and you look up how the state of Israel, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, and how many Israeli intelligence organizations, they train the United States police departments, all the major ones. This came under fire in Baltimore specifically after the Freddie Gray incident. And then it came under fire again after the George Floyd incident. And these very same tactics that are used by the United States police departments in these major cities, they're taught by the Israeli police forces. But a lot of people don't know that the United States, because Israel is one of the most, probably the top trained military and police force in the face of the earth. And of course, it's because they have so many enemies, because they have done so much crime on the earth. So just like a criminal that does so much crime, you need extra protection. And so they have their intelligence gathering organizations are so efficient, and their defense forces are very well trained to the point that they have a partnership with the United States law enforcement, where Israel trains the United States. In particular, this incident with George Floyd, with Derek Chauvin put his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes. That is a Israeli Defense Force technique, trained Israelis to the United States Police Department. And the same people that called us a hate group, they support that movement. They support these type of tactics. So and once again, everything I'm saying, you can go online and you can verify this yourself. I have a video coming out soon, sir, about this.
Listen,
I'm still going down the rabbit hole.
It need.
Shaggy, that's some
Not the rabbit hole. God damn. What's the not the damn rabbit hole.
The wormhole.
But listen, this is the article right here. It says the ADL considered scrapping its U.S. police training trips to Israel and decided not to.
Right.
After defending the programs at the height of the 2020 anti-brutality protests, the anti-racism organization is now admitting that an internal memo questioned their ethicality. What the hell is that word? Just question them being racist. That's all it is.
Exactly. That's it.
Just being racist and which is again why we can't cry for Palestine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because what they train the police departments over here on how to deal with us, they're not putting the knees on the necks of the school shooters.
Right.
They're not putting the knees on the necks of the random, incel, disgruntled white boys.
Right.
They're not doing that. They're doing that to us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let me see if I get some more. Hold on. In the summer of 2020, with protests against racism and abusive policing swirling in the United States. Swirling like this, swirl, like the white and black swirl.
I caught that, sir.
The Anti-Defamation League defended its programs in Israel, training American police officers from critics who said they imparted violent, militarized tactics. I can't feel sorry for Palestine when in essence, Israel was doing that to us.
Yes,
It's like a Cold War by proxy. The Tel Aviv Police Department, the Tel Aviv, the what's the other? Is Mossad or
Mossad?
Mossad, CIA. In other words, they were the ones doing it to us. Right. It says to link Israel as a state to U.S. police misconduct is bizarre. God damn.
Yeah, right.
It's bizarre. Is a bizarre excuse for the centuries-long history of racism and injustice that has been a part of American history, really since our founding. George Salim, the group's senior advisor, senior vice president of programs, told the Jewish Telegraphic Agency in that July. Now, he is, of course, saying you can't blame us for centuries of racism that was done to black people.
Right.
You paid for the boats, though. You paid for the boats.
Right.
You funded the whole thing. The insurance companies that insured the slave ships was yours.
Right.
That's right.
You can't, just because we now finding out you are training the police. Why are you not training us to defend ourselves against criminals? Why is the Jewish what's this, the Israeli police, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force? Why the IDF isn't coming into our neighborhoods, our ghettos and barrios, and saying, "Listen, man, you always like to identify with us, and say how as black people, we identify with your plight. So why not come and train us to keep drugs out of our community, to keep racism out of our community? Why not come and, so now, if anything, we putting our foot on somebody's neck.
Right.
But you say you identify with us, but then you go train the people who oppress us. You don't identify with us. You identify every beast love his like.
Right.
You train who you like because that's the same.
Right.
You know what I mean? You the same.
So like it, sir.
Go ahead.
And okay, what you just read is so heavy, sir, because this cat, he's willing to throw America underneath the bus to defend Israel. But really, what he really just did is implicated Israel in America's crimes.
Yep.
Because he knows America is racist since its foundation, and America is racist and it's the liberation of justice and it's law enforcement. But you still have organizations like the Anti-Defamation League and other pro-Israeli organizations that fund American law enforcement. Like you knowingly, you awarely know that the United States law enforcement is racist. You just admitted it, but you still now fund them to receive this training instead of cutting off funding
because they're racist,
right? Because you're racist.
No, meaning like they should cut it off,
right?
Because
they're racist.
They realize the police force is racist. They should be like, you know what? We can't train you all because we know what happens when somebody is racist and has skill.
Exactly.
We experience the shit. So they should say we ain't training you because you are racist,
right?
Or put them in the what do you call it, the book that they have us in, and saying that we and that same Anti-Defamation League say that we racist or something like that.
Yeah, so with the ACLU.
Yeah, so why not put the American police force in there and say there's a racist hate group too?
Right.
They put them in there.
No.
You know what I mean? Label them like you label us.
No.
Because from what he's saying here, as I said, as we just read there, is basically they know that the organization, this whole police organization, is racist to black people, Hispanics and Native Indians. They know. Without a shadow of doubt.
Listen, like you so right out. Like, okay, look at this last one. In fact, Salim had recently authored an internal memo recommending that the group end the police training trips, both because of the criticism the trips engendered, and because the ADL could not say that all of the criticism was false. That's the only reason they consider ending it. Right? They say because of the criticism it engendered. meaning it getting too much flack.
Yeah,
A lot of people is now blaming us.
Right.
And we can't totally say it's false. We can't totally say, you know, you're lying.
Right.
Fake news. We can't say that because they got the receipts that we really training you all to be racist.
Yeah.
So now, listen, if you wonder why we really can't feel sorry for Palestine, I mean, you know.
That's
what I mean?
crazy.
Like they're doing this to us, having coffee in the morning, waking up from a night out, having sex with their wife, kissing the kids goodbye.
Right.
They're doing this to us on a normal situation.
Yeah.
What happening with you and Hamas and Palestine and Israel? You're in a conflict. And that's just, you know, what happens in war. But imagine this is happening to us every day, and you training them to do this. I can't really feel sorry for Palestine.
Right.
I can't. I don't know how to.
Right.
I'm busy trying to get this thing off my neck.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Let me tell you, the plot against us is very thick, and we really can't see it.
Yeah.
Right. We busy taping cell phones to the damn roof for some dumb challenge. Every couple of years, there's some nasty hoe challenge. A few years ago, you had the silhouette challenge. You all remember that shit? The whole silhouette challenge. Now you got the nasty hoe challenge. And meanwhile, these cops is going on trips. They ain't doing a Zoom. They ain't doing a Zoom call and showing you how to do the thing. Them cops going on vacation to Tel Aviv to learn how to put a Negro in a coffin. I need some trips out. I need some trips.
So like I said, these cats, you know, I got a personal grievance against these cats because they falsely called the ISUPK a hate group when we haven't attacked or harmed anybody. We support known racists, and you know what? You support terrorism. This Israeli ambassador in the United States, her name is Judith Varney Shore. And she went on a national Israeli pro-Jewish conference. And she sat on a panel, it was about 2 years ago, at the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, the protests and all that. And she said out of her mouth that the greatest threat to the state of Israel are Black youth here in America. She didn't say the greatest threat to the state of Israel was Hamas. She didn't say the greatest threat to the state of Israel was Gaza or Iran or any nation that has nuclear weapons or that are kidnapping your people. She said our children, our teenagers are the greatest threat to their state. She knows something and they know something that you all want to deny and you want to ignore. And the ISUPK and the Commander Junior Hana has been telling you since 1969. The real Jews are Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. And that's why our children are a threat to you, because our children are taking back their identity and who they really are. And the thing is, they understand we all can't be Jews. They understand that. They have a word called the Goyim. The Goyim are the non-Jews, the heathen, the Gentiles. So clearly, the Jewish man knows we can't all be Jews together, like the way you try to spin it. Well, there are some Black Jews, and there's some of you Jews. Nah, you know, there's the Jews, and then there's everybody else, and that's why
there's the Jews, and then there's you.
There's you, right?
So use and use. There's the Jews, and then there's yous.
That's a T-shirt. There's the Jews, and then there's yous. And that's why, so like, go ahead, Captain.
I had to cut you up. And somehow the only Black ones be the rich ones of us. I don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That they accept. Is the ones with money.
Right. Kawakan, sir. Like you said, all the examples of so-called Black Jewish people, they're all celebrities. But meanwhile, you look at our Black teenagers and our Black youth, our Black children as the problem. How are our children a threat to your state all the way across the damn ocean? Because what we've been saying is the most important thing on the face of the earth. It's more powerful than nuclear bomb. It's more powerful, the water, sir. It's more powerful than all these different threats that you claim to exist. You know the God of the Bible, the God of the Jews, he's our God. And the moment our children, our people take back our culture, he's going to be an enemy to our enemies. And you oppressors have been an enemy to the real Jews. Did it with your ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, by calling the ISUPK a hate group. You did it by funding racist police departments in the United States. And you continue to do it by lying on the priests and prophets and mocking what happens to our people and our suffering. You have a bigger problem than our children. The God of the Bible, Yahweh, is your biggest threat.
That's right. That's right. That's right. God damn, listen, because Shapat said, what was her name again?
Judith Varney Shaw.
Judith Varney Shaw. If you're watching this this picture up here, this is her here in the middle with the black frame glasses, second from the left, right? And she's in this Israeli-American Council, and their theme that year was to celebrate Israel. And the words at the bottom of this picture is a direct quote from her.
Right.
The major problem with Israel is with the young generation of the black community, not Hamas.
Right.
Not the Palestinians, brother.
Right.
The young generation. What the fuck, Chief? It's like, what Chief Keef do? I'm a gorilla in a cook. Who the fuck is you? What Chief Keef do to you?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, what YK Osiris do to you? What did ride around with 2 bricks?
Right, yeah.
You the plug. Riding around with 2 bricks. What he do to you? I forget his name. What Kodak Black do to you?
Right.
But with the young generation, and listen, if I could get one scripture on that real quick too, please. This year, biblically, the so-called small hat, because we mentioned Kissinger 2 seconds later, I heard boom, we was off the air.
Right.
I'm trying to preserve the rest of this tape. But these small hats are known as Amalek in the Bible. All right. They're known as Amalek biblically in the Bible. And what she's saying here is right in line. Spirit of her people.
Right.
Yeah.
In where is it? Is it Exodus?
Yeah. I just went over that recently. That's not.
Exodus or Deuteronomy? Give me the hindmost. Where it says the hindmost. Give me that. This is recorded in our records. Give me Deuteronomy 25. And let's start at around 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee, by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt.
Right. This is the Lord talking to Israel. And he's saying, remember what Amalek did unto you by the way when you came around from Egypt. Around that way when you came out of Egypt, remember what Amalek did. Amalek did something to you that was really distasteful and heinous. And it was really not the move of an honorable man. Right?
How he met thee, by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee.
Right, he met us on the way out of Egypt, after Egypt done fall. Egypt done fall, we came out, Amalek went to the back of our caravan, the back of our Exodus then.
Right.
And smote the hindmost. Meaning what? He took the sword to those of us who was in the back of the caravan.
Right.
Right? He took the sword to them. And brother, it was a lot of people like it wasn't, a small number.
Right.
It could easily be 1-point-something million people coming out of there. And Amalek, his army went around to the back and started attacking from the back. And this is who they attacked. Go ahead.
Even all that were feeble behind thee.
All that were what?
That were feeble behind thee.
All that were feeble, meaning the old, the sick, the young, the people who can't fight. They didn't go to the front of the army where our warriors were and our leaders were.
Right.
They came around to the back because, of course, it would be protecting those who in the back. You would meet an army head on. You ain't coming around with no sneaky ass shit to go, backdoor somebody.
Right.
Go ahead.
Kawakan. When thou was faint and weary, and he feared not God.
You understand? And it's the same thing she's saying here. She's saying the major problem, not one of the major problems.
Right.
The major problem with the state of Israel is the young generation. Who would be what? Where would the young generation be if we were moving as a people? Would they be in front leading? No, they would be to the back. They would be to the back. They would be to the hindmost part. And that's who they are attacking. And let me tell you something. They are attacking in the spirit as well. Our music is ran. The music today, the music scene is dominated by the young of us. But who's signing the checks for Sexy Red to be on the stage twerking pregnant?
Right.
What's her name? Judith?
Judith Shaw.
Judith Van Nuys Shaw. That's who's signing her check. You want to know how Sexy Red come out of the woodworks that quick?
Yep.
And get endorsed by Drake that quick? Because Judith Van Nuys Shaw said the young generation is the problem. So now we have to attack them from the hindmost. We had to go and get more Sexy Reds, more, every young entertainer who you look at and be like, man, they effing up the culture, they're doing this, they're doing that. Don't blame them young people, man.
Right.
Blame them.
Right.
Blame Judith Van Nuys Shaw and the Israeli Council trying to celebrate Israel. This is them destroying us in the spirit. It's the same thing they did before.
Right.
Amalek is the same yesterday, today, and forever.
That's right.
And the Lord did not forget. So you don't fear the Lord if this is what you do.
Right.
You don't fear the Lord at all if this is what you do. You will have some sort of conscience where this thing was done to me. I can't do this to nobody else.
Right.
This was done to me. I can't do it to nobody else. I've been put in internment camps. I've been marginalized by a nation of people. I wouldn't do that to nobody else. But brother, that's a hell of a statement to make.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a statement to make. Like, good night. The major problem with Israel. That's why Hamas attack y'all, because y'all focus on us.
Oh, yeah.
The border.
That's right.
You stood up in what Van Nuys is the major problem with Israel. She told y'all to look at these niggas, and Hamas was able to skydive into Tel Aviv.
Right.
It's crazy.
And you know what's so crazy too? The same scripture you pull is the same scripture Netanyahu use to go after Hamas and unalive them. You understand? The same scripture you use, the exact same one. You understand?
He if he don't pay the world off when the dust settles, that he is going before the Hague. Yeah, I'm telling you that. He is going before the Hague. He's going in Stockholm, Sweden. He is going to answer for war crime.
Yeah.
If he does not make good from the river to the sea, if he doesn't make good on them threats and get that oil money to pay the world off, brother, he is going to be dragged before Geneva. I'm trying to tell you, because this is not 1950, where the media is closed off behind United Nations doors and you only hearing whatever the mainstream paper would print, or what the CNN of the day would print.
Right.
The social media right now is your record, is your testimony. You can pull an Instagram clip of you in court. You understand? Every idle word you say and getting recorded.
Oh God.
Meshach, if he had a pick, then Bush, what's the next one name? Obama, and Trump. They had a pick too.
Right.
I'm telling you, whatever he doing, America did 10 times over, and none of them presidents pay for that dramas. The most they're gonna do, I think he gonna lose his job, but they ain't dragging him before. I'm gonna be shocked if they drag him before Geneva.
Well, listen, that's what I'm saying. If he don't pay them off, if he don't achieve what he wants to achieve now, and fully pay them off, it's going to be a hard sell for him to just continue. Because back then when when Israel started taking the land from Palestine. This was in what 1968, I think, when they had that final war. Even the United Nations and Britain was against it.
They call it the neck bar or some stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it was the final war for the East or something like that. They call it. At that point, the world wasn't informed as it is now. Have massive protests and shit over that. Brother, you have the major countries of the world, each of them their capital being overrun by pro-Palestinian protesters today.
Right.
Brother, if Netanyahu does not pay Paulie and them, if he don't pay Paulie and them, it's going to be a problem, Mark. I'm trying to tell you. Like he has to see this thing through now. It has to go through.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like before where you could just do stuff and, you know, nobody's seeing it.
Right.
Like now everything is flat out in the open, it happening. I mean, damn. Yeah. It's going to be more problems for them than they could handle.
Yeah. And you can see it. Just looking at all of this too, like, boy, the oppressor, he's on a different level for sure. Because as you're saying, like for people to be in that situation where they were dealt like that with Hitler, and now to come and basically do almost the same thing that what Hitler was doing to them.
Right.
Just they ain't using oven, now they're using what? Bombs. You see them bombs and them joint drop on your, you get hit with one of that, you as ash. You know what I mean? You burnt beyond recognition. You understand? And you doing that to, you know what I mean, to children and women. Up to now, you in here, well, statistics on how many Hamas fighters they kill. Yeah, no statistics on how much Hamas fighters they kill. All they hear is women and children getting killed.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I know you doing, huh?
Yeah. Soft targets.
Yeah, I know you doing that to people. And I don't know if you could get this too. They said the Israel have a word for when they fighting in a war. They fought against Lebanon, right? And I think it was Hezbollah on them, and Hezbollah on them was giving them it. And a general in the Israeli army said, you know what? Let's just wipe out a whole city, a whole state, and they wipe it out, and they have a name for it in the Israel army. They name it after that general. Where if they in some situation like what they're in right now,
right,
they just kill people.
And they do it extreme.
Yeah, they're extreme with it. So now, with that type of horror, they expect the people who are alive to turn on the people who they're actually fighting on, or the people who are actually the enemies to give in to what they're doing.
It's in essence is the equivalent of what Esau does to us over here, which again, you know, backing up more that article that Kazak just brought out, where over here you had the buck breaking, and you have how they would get a brother and beat him, you know, silly, like what they did to that brother Rodney King.
Yeah.
So now the sheer shock and awe from seeing something like that, you are going to taper everybody in your house. You're going to taper them off.
Yeah.
Go in them streets, don't do this, don't do that, go the other way, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the same type of effect. I ain't finding the word, brother, but I do understand what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, I forget. I saw a documentary on it. I forget the name, but it's named after an Israeli general.
Carried it out.
Yeah, who actually carried out, like he, you know what I mean, he leveled a state or a city out. You know what I mean, kill innocent people. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like you doing that after what happened to your people, what Hitler did to your people. Like you're supposed to come out having more sympathy for people. You understand? But you come out, the same and even worse. Nah, you're on a different evil. You know what I mean? That different level of evil you talking about there.
Yeah.
And the Lord will how to meet you. You know what I mean? The Lord will how to meet you.
Yep. Yeah, they're in something here now that they had to see it through.
Yeah.
If you don't see it through. Is the one of them? It's damn near like if signing a deal with the devil was a person, it's them. Because if they do not see this through, brother, they're gonna have to pay the devil. They're gonna really have to pay the devil if they don't see this through. Because, brother, you think they're gonna get all that support afterwards if they don't see this through and pay these people off? All them statements they make. You listen, and after the Gulf War, the surviving children that grew up, they didn't have Instagram and TikTok and all. They had to rely on stories and news clippings. These kids now watching on their phone what you doing to them. When they get 18, what the hell you think will happen? They had to see this thing. They have to. They have to. You could watch video now. Yeah, I mean, but we the problem though.
Yeah.
We the problem.
And crazy about it also too. I want to hone in on it too long too, but I was watching this host on YouTube, and he was saying that Israel right now is showing specific reporters and news people 43-minute long video of the horrors that took place right on October 7th. Right now, remember there was talking about how Hamas chopped off like 40 baby heads.
That's what they were saying.
He didn't see none of that. None of that was on the video.
Right.
None of that was on the video. Remember they were saying that Hamas burnt civilians up.
Come on.
Right. You knew who was burnt up? The Hamas fighters and them. Because Israel was the military was basically hitting them with fine maybe mortar. You understand? And was killing because at first they say it was 1,400 Israeli. Then they brought it on to 1,200 Israeli, 200 fighters. But there was burnt beyond recognition, and it took time to figure out who there was. You understand? Which lets you know whatever was coming out in the news early on, all that was propaganda. All of it was propaganda. And what they're saying is, once you see the tape once, they're not showing you it again. So basically what you're doing is, you will leave out of there thinking, but hold up, did they cut baby's head off? You will be questioning what you just see because it's so horrific that once you leave out of there, you will be thinking about things you never seen. You understand what I'm saying? And they're playing, they're playing on people's psyche. You know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? Like they're doing real psychological warfare. This is psychological warfare. You know what I mean? They're playing in the media. Like
The game right now is news. That's the game. And if you could play that game well, you'll control a whole lot.
Yeah.
You will control a whole lot. You know what I mean? So I don't know if
I understand too. I think in the news, I think it was the New York Times. They said that Israel knew about this a year ago. They knew about what Hamas was planning a year ago.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it because it's been ongoing. It's been a tit for tat with them. You know, over that what's it, the Al Aqsa Mosque?
Yeah,
the Al Aqsa Temple or something like that. Yeah. It's been a tit for tat with them. You know what I mean? So I definitely wouldn't doubt it. But one thing I would not doubt is that I can't cry for Palestine. I can't for Palestine. I can't cry for, I can't cry for y'all. I can't. That's that's your problem. That's your got that. Just don't involve us in your nonsense. Yeah. Y'all want to touch on Kissinger real quick while we have some time?
Yeah, man.
Let's get some Henry. So somebody pull up Henry Kissinger, brother. Listen, I heard about Henry Kissinger in 2005 for the very first time. And brother, I was utterly amazed at the extent of how evil a human being could be. I did not understand it, brother. I was a young brother on a Caribbean island who understood sea, salt, and sand, and cool breeze, and carnival, and enjoying life, and coconut water, and eating abominations, and crab and dumpling, and bacon shark, and thought life was just, whatever. Brother, I came across Henry Kissinger.
A hippie's heaven. A hippie's heaven.
A hippie's heaven. A hippie's paradise. It's paradise. Very nice. You know what I mean? And I came across this dude called Henry Kissinger, brother. And I could not believe what I was reading. I thought the shit was made up until I had to find seal on his memorandum, the U.S. seal. And brother, this Henry Kissinger, I mean, he is a white man's white man. Yeah. Secretary of State. They say while he was in D.C., while he was in his office, he was slinging rod all over the damn place. Like he is a white man's white man, brother. They say his roster is so long. You could go look up all the Instagram models of the day, because it wasn't doctors and lawyers. It was just high-powered women who was, up. Let's think Marilyn Monroe, but all the women who was like the actors, the this, the that, this one daughter, he was just, running through everybody. And it wasn't normal. Huh?
I say you serious?
Yeah.
Well, no, I understand.
This guy. Go ahead.
I tend to say he served for like 10 presidents.
Brother, he's still serving. Yeah. He's still serving, when you get that memorandum. I mean, the memorandum is long, and once again, them days I ain't know nothing, so I'm reading through the whole thing, and brother, I could not believe what the hell I was reading. If anybody could pull it up, first pull up something on Kissinger. Just pull up anything on Kissinger, and then give me the NS. It's called the NSSM 200. M200 is the National State or National Secretary Security Memorandum 200. All right, but just pull up something on Kissinger just to let everybody know who he was. There's an initial thing about this guy here, but this guy here, and I believe he's Amalek. Oh, he's Jewish. I know it, brother. His whole
I was about to ask that, Cap.
Yeah,
I was about to ask that.
Oh, Kissinger's not his name. Oh, his name is okay.
Heinz
Alfred Kissinger. You don't know if he's Jewish or he's German.
He's German.
He can't decide. He's like the best of both worlds. He don't know. You don't know this. His name is Heinz in case they're asking for his papers. And in case he had to go to the damn synagogue, he could pass.
Right.
He good on both sides.
Right.
He good in any hood.
Right.
Henry Kissinger, brother. This devil here he's the architect.
Yeah.
You see, like in Matrix, they had the Oracle, and was he one in the end? They went to meet with all the TVs. He's the architect too.
The engine,
something. But brother, this devil here wrote a paper.
Yeah, oh God.
And I died there. We saw schools. I wrote a paper on the paper. I'm like, I'm how to bring this shit out.
Oh God.
Damn. Go ahead,
so I guess I could read a little piece.
Yeah, please.
It say Kissinger legacy is a polarizing subject in American politics, right? He is considered by many scholars as a ultra-realist who successfully reshaped foreign policies in America. Interests.
Right. So that's the hold on. Pause right there. Pause right there. It's saying by many political scholars, he's considered there's a polarized view of him, because many people have him as a brilliant mind, and he's just so brilliant. But then there's another side. Go ahead, Art.
Right? He is considered by many scholars as an unrealist who successfully reshaped foreign policy in American interests, prevented nuclear proliferation, as well as a conflict between the United States and Soviet Union. Right? He is therefore often ranked as one of the most effective secretaries of state in American history. However, he also widely denounced as having abandoned American values due to his adherence to real politic, which include overlooking human rights violations by allies.
No, that's a lie. He did not abandon American interests. That is America's interest. That is America's interest.
Right.
Like America gonna act now like, oh, well, we didn't agree with that part. We like him because he stopped nuclear proliferation. And listen, nuclear proliferation, they're writing it like he stopped the whole nuclear movement. What he did was make sure other countries didn't have nuclear. He helped to make sure other countries didn't have it, and America and certain other countries had it.
Or slow them down.
Slow them down, basically. Basically, that's what he did. But then, and this is the thing people need to understand about men at the end of the day. Every woman, every woman wants a man. I need a man, a strong man, this, that, I need a man. In order for you to enjoy his presence, you're going to have to also enjoy his discipline. You're going to have to enjoy his point of view on things. They like Kissinger for what he did. And then they want to act like they didn't like how he so-called violated human rights. In order for some people to eat, some people can't eat. You go to a restaurant, guess who's not eating? The chef and the waiters. While you get to eat, they have to serve. He understands that. And I'm not explaining it to give him, to seem like he's right. I'm just explaining to you how people think. And this is how you're going to have to think if you're going to rule a place. He made sure, brother, that America was good in the hood for about 50 to 100 years. He made sure of it. He was the Secretary of State. I think it was under Nixon and another one, Gerald Ford, and served as a political advisor way after. And that securities memorandum is adhered to today. Please read some of it in the beginning now. So Slacky, so what, was there any more you wanted to bring out on it?
Last,
Listen, you're gonna hear some more. Go ahead,
NSSM 200, the National Security Study Memorandum 200, was reworked and adopted as official United States policy through NSDM 314 by President Gerald Ford on November 26, 1975. It was initially classified for over a decade, but was obtained by researchers in the early 1990s. The memorandum and subsequent policies developed from the report were observed as a way the United States could use human population control to limit the political power of undeveloped nations, ensure the easy extraction of foreign national resources, prevent young anti-establishment individuals from being born, and to protect American businesses abroad from interference from nations seeking to support their growing populations.
Otherwise known as Planned Parenthood, abortion, contraception. You think contraception is to stop STIs and STDs? It's called contraception. Meaning like the opposite of conception.
Right.
Brother, this devil here in the securities memorandum, right? He wrote it in 74. as a proposed policy. They adopted it and made it state legit documentation in 75. He said America is 6% of the world's population, but uses over 70, I think, or 80% of the world's natural resources. Therefore, as time goes on and populations grow, in order for America to survive, they have to limit the population of developing countries so that they would not need so much of their resources, and that America could get their resources. Brother, and begins to list these countries that they're targeting to limit their population, cause political instability, bankrupt some countries so that America gets to live in the future. This is who runs the world. This is who is in charge. This is who is making policies. And you want me to vote? You want me to align to a political party?
Right.
Brother, when Christ come back, you get in as much rice as I say you could get.
Right.
That's what
Right.
you get.
Right.
You could only fish for 2 scales a day, not a whole fish. You catch the fish, I'm giving you 2 rows of scales.
That's it. That's it.
You bring the fish, I'm doing this here. That's what you get in this. You get in this. That's what you get in that.
Right.
Like this oppressor here, brother. I mean, he understood the survival of his people, and he did not care about anybody else. And that's important to understand. And again, he's Amalek.
Yeah.
He's Amalek, and the countries he lists are predominantly, ridiculously predominantly,
right,
black and brown.
Right.
Ridiculously predominantly black and brown. You muted now, in fact.
No, now I understand where Ben Wattenberg, that Jewish writer, get all his stuff from. That book, the call, the bird dirt.
The birth dirt. I was about to speak on that, sir. The birth dirt.
You know what I mean? That's where he get that from, because this was in 1974. His book came out in 1980 something.
Yeah.
Which lets you know that they were in league. They knew that, you know what I mean, that the population, their growth as a people was dwindling.
Yeah.
And because their growth dwindling, they're trying to, it's almost like you in a hole, and instead of trying to climb out the hole, you're pulling everything in the hole with you.
Yeah.
You're pulling everything in the hole with you. If I can't survive, then the earth and everything on it cannot survive too. You understand?
That's it. And listen, from this is where you get all that pretty political talk about reducing the carbon footprint and reducing, that's pretty talk, but it's really learn to live, with the slimmest of means so that they could live fat.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. If I could read something here, hold on. Right? They have something called LDCs and MDCs. LDCs is the least developed countries, and I think the MDCs is the major developing countries, right? It says growing populations will have a serious impact on the need for food, especially in the poorest, fastest growing LDCs, least developed countries.
Right.
While under normal weather conditions and assuming food production growth in line with recent trends, total world agricultural production could expand faster than population. There will nevertheless be serious problems in food distribution and financing, making shortages, even at today's poor nutrition levels, probable in many of the larger, more populous LDC regions. Even today, 10 to 20 million people die each year due directly or indirectly to malnutrition. Even more serious is the consequence of major crop failures, which are likely to occur from time to time. The most serious consequence for the short and middle term is the possibility of massive famines in certain parts of the world, especially the poorest regions. World needs for food rise by 2.5% or more a year, making a modest allowance for improved diets and nutrition at a time when readily available fertilizer and well-watered land is already largely being used. Therefore, additions to food production must come mainly from higher yields. Now, all that pretty talk, you would think he's talking about increasing production with fertilizer and getting higher yields. He's talking about reducing the need for food so that those countries could give us their food. Us meaning, of course, him.
Right.
That's really what he wants. Now, from that, guess what you had coming out? IMF, World Bank, and all them type of things. All them type of things, the policies that today where, you know, they're growing their food, but they can't sell it locally.
Yeah.
The government is subsidizing imports. No, not the crop. Subsidizing the crop would encourage farming.
Right. Yeah.
Subsidizing ingredients and mechanical needs like tractors and that would encourage farming. But when you subsidize imports, you making the imported food cheaper than the farm food. So you're killing the local agricultural thing. So like I did a brief stint. I did a brief stint on a farm.
Yeah, explain that to them.
Before I found man Johnny Hart, I was going to be an agricultural mogul.
Yeah.
I was going to sell peas and pimentos and chicken. I wanted to be a farmer known throughout the Caribbean. Listen, my dumb ass went in the KFC and said, listen, man, I got some lettuce back here. I'll tell you straight up. And say, listen, I could give you 40 lettuce every other weekend. I need a contract. Right. I was thinking big back then. I didn't know I was a nigga. These Indians was looking at me like, yeah, all right, nigga. Like, we gonna buy from you. right. Brother, they stifle each what they call LDC, local agricultural section.
Right.
Yeah, a good country to look at is Jamaica. They did that to Jamaica and killed the economy.
Listen, they do it all. Trinidad, they do it all. They do it to Brazil. They do it to Barbados. They do it to Guyana. They do it to Venezuela, brother. And these is places. Puerto Rico, forget about it. Puerto Rico is known for rich land that's good for agriculture. How is it people starving in a country that's hot that you can grow food in year round?
Yep.
It's because they're making it cheaper to buy the imported food than buy from the farmers who grow in it. Now, this is the other thing that it goes hand in hand with. In order to fight that, you're going to have a nation. Because if you have a nation and you understand race relations, you would know that even though buying from John is more expensive than buying from the Elamite importer or the Chinese importer, if John owns 10 and they own 5, I'll buy from John. Let's buy from John and let's eat less. If the Chinese import would give me 20, I'll buy 10 from John and find a way to get everybody to be satisfied with that. So, because John had to live. Because if John live, we live. But if the Chinese live and them East Indians live, who have the import companies, we die. And what happened in all these countries over time that had strong agricultural presence, the agricultural sector shrank and shrank and shrank until right now it's non-existent.
Yeah, and that's so heavy too, Cap. Now sitting down looking at it too, because and to show how to game us up by telling us that they're giving us independence in what 1962.
Right.
Look at from 1962 and they did that across the Caribbean. So in the 60s, in the 1960s, the Caribbean they claim that they give them what independence, and now you have to depend on the same people that give you independence. And it's because, as what you're explaining, is because the farmer, they subsidize wherever was coming in. And because they basically tell the country, you will have to borrow from the IMF. So now once you borrow from the IMF telling you who you're going to buy your goods from, what to develop on the island, what to do, with your people. And before you know it, your people, starving. Your country bankrupt, and you're further selling your country down, basically down, down the drain, basically.
It was a carefully crafted plan. And I think the memorandum is long. It's a long read. It's a big ass document. But if you have time, go through the thing on your own, brother. This plan was, I think, a 50 to 100-year plan. Yeah, it wasn't something that it was supposed to be enacted within 10 years. He understood what he needed for his children to survive, and for his children to survive, my children can't eat.
That's it.
He understood that thing. He understood that thing. So you out there busy trying to make peace and share a table with these people. These people don't want you to eat. They don't want you. Let me get a little bit more. It says key insights. Now, this is just little snapshots of the memorandum. The U.S. economy will require large and increasing amounts of minerals from abroad, especially from less developed countries. Now, the Bible said one of the curses of Esau is that the land will not yield to him. So he will live by the sword. He will work the land, and the land will not give to him. So knowing that, he has to go to other countries and drop the sword and take what they have. You understand? That's America.
Or
go ahead.
Or go and get slaves, like what he did, to work the land so that he could eat.
Yep. Listen, but even with the slaves, even after that, that's after colonization and colonialization. And colonialization was what? It was predicated on what? Raping the resources of those lands. So now they get the resources, they make the empire, and now they could come and set up another empire.
Yep.
You get the point? Like, that's their mindset from the jump. Let me get a little bit more here. Hold on. It says populations with a high proportion of growth. The young people who are in much higher proportions in many LDCs, because of the same thing they like to say about us. You can't afford to have so many kids. They get mad with black men for having so many kids because to them, they look at you having 5, 6, 7, 8 kids is food they can't eat.
Yeah.
That's how they look at it. Like, what the hell is he thinking? That's why they say it's disgusting. So all that food over there, and they just got to eat this one old dry food or whatever they eat. And that's not my fault.
Yeah.
They're saying the young people who are in much higher proportions in many LDCs are likely to be more volatile, unstable, prone to extremes, alienation, and violence than an older population. So he's saying, like what not Judith too, but Hillary Clinton, super predecessor. That's again the same trope. That these young people, you got to stop them because they this that. We ain't shooting up the schools. We not shooting up the schools. We not running off to war and killing everybody in the war. We not doing none of that. Right? So these young people can more readily be persuaded to attack the legal institutions of government or real property of the establishment, imperialist, multinational corporations, or other, often foreign, influences blamed for their troubles. But he wrote it again, chapter 5, implications of population pressures for national security. All this is in his memorandum. So he writing it as if once we put this in and they see that we eating all their food, the young generation is going to rise up. And they're going to start to blame us for all their, what he said, for all their troubles. As if it's misplaced blame. So he wants to now stifle the young generation because they're smart enough to know who the damn devil is. That's why, listen, when it comes to that song, I ain't got to die to me the devil. I heard that. I heard that there, brother. So because of this now, they have to now do this population control. And really, population control is words for just attacking countries and making sure they can't reproduce, they can't sustain themselves, they can't stand up, they don't have a military, no force, no defense. So when we come for your oil, when we come for your bananas, when we come for your youth, when we come for your skilled people, there's nobody to stop you.
Yeah.
There's nobody to stop you. Remember a few shows ago, SWAP was bringing out where is you went SWAP? Dominican or Guyana, where you're telling us about the mine.
Yeah. Gold mine, Dominican Republic. No, we're not touching on that because like the fishing industry. When you watch the fishing industry, like how you making this bringing real light to show you how they clamp certain areas with that fishing thing, because now as you see, you could go and fish. But now if I clamp out your fishing industry, like in Dominican Republic, like the whole pathway, you know, where fishing could take place, they more or less kind of block it off and have it like a tourist destination where, you know, you can't really go and fish there. So now, trying to go and fish is like, you know, you're breaking our law, because now it's like the whole beachfront area is like a tourist attraction.
Right.
So that.
Like, listen, that's all these is in their plans are. Starve these countries so they could eat more. And this is who they're honoring this week. Henry Kissinger, a statesman or this or that. This is the epitome of a devil's devil. And he's one of them you would never really hear about, you don't know about. There's another one called Henry Carville, or Crofil, a bald-headed one, looked like an alien. He's a political advisor, brother. And he advised Bush, was it Bush or Clinton? One of them. He was a heavy political advisor. And I only heard about him because in Trinidad, the East Indian political group called the UNC, the United Nations Congress, they contracted him to help them win the election. And his policies create panic, raise crime, and destabilize what people know as regular life. I know. Now, if I'm going to remember, and so I'm going to remember. Do you all remember there was a time in Trinidad that bombs was going off all over the country in trash cans?
Yeah.
Listen, it was happening so much. An entertainer made a song, "Watch Out for the Bombs." It was happening so much. That was him. All that was him. Like these oppressors they don't play when it comes to fighting for a chair.
Yeah.
They don't play when it comes to fighting for power. Ain't no the best man win and good fight. Brother, if they could sneak in your bed at night and slit your throat, they would.
Yeah.
They would.
Like you trying to play by the books. They ain't playing by the books.
For what?
Yeah.
For what? We'll write the book. Yeah. we write in the book you trying to play by.
And what you're breaking down too, it's so it's so biblical. It's the reason why Commander always says that if you want to learn about America, the policies, go read Exodus with Egypt. Because that same thing is in Egypt, where the Pharaoh told the midwives to do what? If it's a boy baby, unalive it.
Right.
You understand? To try and decrease our population.
Right.
Now the Esau, he comes smooth with the words, and he try to put things in policies, and it seems as if, as what Captain Mashak saying, as if it's to help the entire earth, when it's not. They're just playing on words.
That's
they're just using the language. You understand? And now, now you wondering why it is the black farmers, it becoming prehistoric. You understand? Just now you gotta put, the last black farmer in some museum, so so you can know that yes, we had some black farmers in the days. You understand? Now you understand. You know what I mean?
You're right, because in any one of these countries, lesser developed countries, or even if you want, if you don't want to go as far, if you're in America, you go into certain places of America in the South, and in the I wouldn't say that's the Midwest, where like Oklahoma, Texas. They call that the South, but that's like the middle, right?
The Midwest,
right? That would be like the middle, and you look and see how much any kind of farming or any kind of thing that's going on. It's making a resurgence now, and that's the proof of how much they know that if you got land and you could eat off that land, there's nothing they could really do to stop you.
I think this to add to what you're saying too, and I think you could look it up to see if I'm wrong too. I think they were saying one of them, either Bill Gates was buying out all them land or sponsoring most of them white farmers, them Caucasian farmers, not black farmers. Because black farmers, remember, they had they came to drive the tractors all the way down to Washington D.C. and was protesting because the money that the government was giving, they wasn't getting.
They wasn't getting none.
Yeah, the white farmers was getting it because they know it's almost like they know that they have to look out for their people, and if they don't, you understand? I mean, because of their woman barrenness, they're gonna be in some problems.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yep, they for sure know that. You're interested. I said something. Go
Yes,
ahead.
like
The camera.
Kawakar, sir, and Slacker. This is what you and Captain Doc is bringing out, and also Swap too. Okay, this is one of my just my favorite type of topics. In particular, this cat right here. There's a book called The Devil's Chessboard. Hey, Kawakar, you can read it. It's talking about the formation of the CIA. Allen Dulles, that's the Dulles Airport concert, named after him, Allen Dulles. How he worked hand in hand later on with Henry Kissinger. But okay, so in another book, of course, Ben Wattenberg, the Birth Dearth. Captain, I thought since you brought it up that time on the show, I've been just watching. I ain't had enough bread to buy the book yet. It's a lot to spend on a book. But I've been watching as many lectures and videos surrounding from Ben Wattenberg surrounding that topic.
What was it called?
The Birth Dearth.
Damn.
You know, I can't pronounce the word good. Salakia. You know what I mean? My accent, you know what I mean? It's not allowing me.
Like they don't want Negroes to read that shit.
all. Yeah,
that's a book these devils going to book. I see that.
No,
I'm not buying
right.
That.
Yeah.
No.
Mashak, you'll see it, and as Kazak saying, the money they're asking for it, Negroes not spending money on that. And the new Jordans coming out. Oh hell no. Man.
But so just watching some lectures by that same devil that wrote The Birth Dearth, Ben Wattenberg. Okay, if anybody that's watching, just to bring it to perspective, if any of you ever heard people say the earth is overpopulated, that comes from Henry Kissinger. The earth, Commander Johanna said it many times, the earth is not overpopulated. There is so much land that is uninhabited. There's so much resources, but because the oppressor is such a greedy bastard, it's too many of us. And that's why
Salak, if I mean to cut you off, I just want people to see this. This is the book. It's called The Birth Dearth. That's the price of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, be for real.
That's an installment right there.
Yeah,
that's a damn.
Really good.
Go ahead, Axel.
No sweat, sir. If you ever heard the idea, and it's usually you always hear this from like Kevin Shaw was bringing out, the whole environmental crisis and the carbon footprint and the greenhouse gases and the earth is overpopulated. This is Henry Kissinger's policy that has evolved into things that have become more acceptable ways of saying what they've always been saying. If you ever noticed, and once again, I've been watching the lectures since since you mentioned that book, I went and I know I can buy the book, so I've been watching lectures from the cat. I'm like, let me get as much as I can.
Right.
If you want anytime overpopulation is mentioned, just pay attention to who they always show.
Yeah.
What parts of the world map do they show? And Captain Mashak, you said it. The 13 countries, Henry Kissinger, he lists the countries for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's always non-European countries. Like you need to tell me the earth is overpopulated. And so to bring the population down, we got to somehow stop the Africans from having kids, the East Indians, Mexicans, Colombians, Brazilians,
right?
But none of the European countries. If this is a world issue, how come we're not addressing this as a world, as a world community? It's never European populations that have to control their birth rate.
No,
it's always everybody else. And he mentions that in the 13 nations he lists. And I I was reading 2 of those nations too, sir. Chickens Come Home to Roost are part of BRICS, and one of them is still trying to get in BRICS right now. Brazil and India, and Pakistan is trying to get in BRICS.
Yeah.
And so that whole idea of the earth is overpopulated and we got to stop having kids. You go to Planned Parenthood and you've been convinced to believe that it's best. It's irresponsible for you to have so many children. They tell you it's irresponsible for a black man or Hispanic man to have so many children when a Jewish man has a family of 10 kids in New York. Easily. A Dutch Amish man has a family of 14 kids. But it's irresponsible for you as a black or Hispanic man to have many kids because we are the undesired population. That's a part of his policy. And it goes hand in hand with the eugenics, the Planned Parenthood. You have to get rid of your baby.
Right.
You have to get rid of your baby. You have to get rid of your legacy because if you read some of the NSM, was it
NSSM 200?
The NSSM 200. It tells you he wants to control the populations of these nations because these are the nations they're exploiting.
The resources. This says all the resources that America would need in the future is in these countries. All the minerals, the oils, the natural resources. So if them countries get to grow, their demand for those resources is going to increase too. And if they get to grow, they could trade them resources without us. So he knew that he wrote this in 74.
Yeah.
Don't think he sat in on January 1st, 1974 and wrote this. He was studying this shit since 55.
Exactly.
He studied in the 50s and was like, hold up. Nah, if we gonna live, blah, 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 XYZ, XYZ. Like he wanna live till 90. This is a young picture of him here. I'll show you a picture of this devil out. He wanna live beyond that. And your little 2-year-old has to die.
Right. So like I said, just to go back into the Judas devil we read about earlier, Judah Varnai. Okay, Henry Kissinger was the Secretary of State when Richard Nixon said, we have a war on drugs. And then we found out from his advisor, Ehrlichman, that it was never a war on drugs.
Right.
It was a strategic attack against the black community to destabilize the black community and the anti-war left, but particularly the black community.
Right.
So the same reason why that Jewish woman, Judith Shore, said the black youth are the biggest problem in Israel is exactly why they targeted the black community in the war on drugs, and why they targeted Mexico and Colombia and Brazil is because our people are the ones they're robbing. And just like any criminal, it's wise to look out for the, for the get back from the people you're robbing. Another thing too, sir, the more we have kids, like Captain I thought brought up, the more chance we have of the army. So it's like to keep the population down of your enemies, you control the fighting force. This is like I'm gonna do a couple TikTok videos on this, sir, because you, like I said, you brought up something that I just been currently studying, but it's all tying together, and really it just goes back to the oppressor is the devil.
That's it.
They're the devil. And you can't even fathom how much they plot against you behind closed doors. All the think tanks in DC, since Henry Kissinger was in office and out of office, he was involved in.
Yeah.
Even when he was out of office, since the 60s all the way to 2010s, this man was involved almost 70 years. This man was involved in all the decisions that are made in the United States about you and how to destroy you. Like, oh man, it makes me just sick to my stomach.
They credit him as the Secretary of State.
Yeah,
like they're saying if you want to pattern, if you want to be Secretary of State, you pattern him.
Right.
That's how they credit him because of what he came up with. And he could come up with that because he comes from a people who that's how they are.
Yeah.
That's how they are. He's Jewish.
Yeah,
and he understands something. He gonna say it, and they're gonna color it up and make it nice,
right?
So that it doesn't sound as like a death sentence.
Yeah.
SM 200 is a death sentence for the next 50 to 100 years. You know what I mean? If I could get Daniel 8 and 25 real quick, please. Let me get Daniel 8 and 25 real quick. And then if I could, let me get Psalms 83.
Daniel chapter 8, verse 25.
Go ahead.
And through his policy, also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
And through his policy, he will cause craft to prosper in his hand. That's Henry Kissinger, man.
Right.
That's the United States. That's every political party, everyone who comes out. It's their policies. Their craft prospers in their hand.
Right.
It fully prospers. It gets where it needs to go. Because, of course, brother, without that paper, the future of America was grim. He was either born in the great pause him there. He was either born in the Great Depression or shortly after.
Right.
All right. But he was around that time. He was close enough around that time.
Right.
Where not only being told the effects of the Great Depression, he could feel it.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
He was 90 years old. I think 90 years old he lived to. 100.
100, yeah.
2023. So he was born in 1923, which was right after the Great Depression, or just around the time of it. Before. So he grew up in it.
Yeah.
And guess what he saw? I'm guaranteed. Guess what he saw? Black people prospering during the Great Depression. Because during the Great Depression, while America was suffering, you had Tulsa, Oklahoma. You had Roseville. You had all these different pockets of black communities that prospered because of segregation.
Right.
Right? When they had the Great Dust Bowl.
You
go look up the Great Dust Bowl, where all that Southern American agricultural land was hard as rock. You couldn't sow nothing. And dust everywhere because no rain was falling. Brother, black people was not suffering like how they were suffering.
Right.
And he grew up in that timing. He was around, he would have grown up in that timing and at least be around to hear the stories or feel it himself. So he knew in order for him to eat, somebody else can't eat because he not eating and somebody else eating. So how can I switch this around? I'm gonna become Secretary of State and write a securities memorandum that gonna make sure all your kids don't eat. I'm putting kids on all y'all. Y'all talking about Alonzo? This nigga is Alonzo. This nigga had everybody in Pelican Bay.
My phone make sure all your kids.
That's it. This is him, and this is who they celebrate at. And okay, this week, America really lost if you want to talk about founding fathers. This dude here, he definitely put them in position with this memorandum. And the shit was classified for a decade. And then it came out, brother. I remember seeing this as brother. I saw this in Trinidad and I could not believe that. I could not believe this shit. I put the shit out in stages. It was so goddamn big. Them days, ain't nobody had no printer in the house. You went down to the internet cafe. I don't know if you know things.
Yeah.
Went to the internet cafe with a budget. I gotta make them scroll through the pages and say, no, I want to have that already.
Yeah, right.
No, print from here. And in the next 20 pages. Let me get 5 more free.
Yeah, God, yep, God.
And I print that shit out. I read through that shit, brother. I could not believe what the hell I was reading at. I could not believe that a human being could be so evil.
Yeah, concept.
Right. It could not be, once again, in the world, you have a warped sense of reality. You don't understand how the world really operates.
Yeah.
You really don't understand. And it's basic. You go to a restaurant to eat. You eating, the people who bring in your food, they don't get to eat.
Exactly.
That's life.
Right.
In the kingdom, we'll eat, you'll bring the food.
That's right.
The Bible says the gates of heaven The gates of the kingdom will be open day and night,
right.
so that the Gentiles will bring their forces in. We ain't gonna have to go get you. You're gonna come quickly. You're gonna come with the quickness. You're gonna come with the camels and the elephants loaded with resources.
Right.
Because y'all know if Sawap don't get his quota oil for the month, he's going to send, you know, a plague down to you all that's going to be rough.
Yeah.
It's going to be rough. Right. It's going to be absolutely rough. I'm trying to tell you.
For real.
It's bad. It's going to be bad. Any more understanding?
Yeah, Kamakan, sir.
Go ahead.
Kamakan. Salagi. And through his policy also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Go ahead.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart. And by peace shall destroy many.
And by what?
And by peace shall destroy many.
And he wrote this memorandum, and you read it through. If you ain't careful, you would start thinking, you know, he's a visionary.
Yes.
Problem coming, and he showed us how to stop the problem. Brother, he is planning to raid your kitchen and starve your children. If you could see what they're doing on a national scale in your household, you would be totally different with these people. If you could just apply that to your household, all these policies, if you could say, well, hold on, let's see how that works here. Who doesn't eat here if that happens? Oh, no, I can't go for that. I can't go for that. Keep going.
He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
And that's what he's doing. Like in those countries, he listed a lot of countries. A lot of them are heathen countries. Israelites are also listed in those countries too. Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, the whole Caribbean territory is listed. The entire Caribbean territory is listed. Everything. You stand up against the Prince of Princes. You now vaunt yourself against Christ, the King of Kings and the Lords of Lords. You will be broken without hand.
Yeah,
and that's coming. That's coming.
That's right.
That is absolutely coming. And it's so. Listen, they try to starve us. Meanwhile, their children running amok.
Yeah,
their children running amok. If anybody needs starving, it's your kids don't need to eat a meal.
Yeah.
Who fed Derek Chauvin? Give him food. Who gave Darren Wilson food? Darren Wilson is the cop that slaughtered Michael Brown. Who gave Joe Pantaleno food? Pantaleno is the cop that strangled Eric Gardner. Who gave him food? Who gave them cops that broke Freddie Gray's back?
Right.
Who fed them? If anybody needs starving, your people need starving. Your plates need to be broken and your tables need to be
trigger finger gonna be so weak.
So weak. They can't pull nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think you're freeze out there. Oh no, you're good to go. All right, so where we going? We right up on the time.
There's one thing that's to, summarize it. Exodus 1 and 10. And you know what I mean?